Section 18 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 18, 1644, Part 1. 11 January 2nd. Captain Chaddock, having bought from the French a pinnace of about 30 tons, which Latour sold him for a demi-culverin, and was the same which was taken before from D'Aulnay, he had manned and fitted her to go in her to Trinidado, and riding before Boston ready to depart, and 8 men aboard her, one striking fire with a pistol, 2 barrels of powder took fire and blew her up. 5 of the men being in the cabin were destroyed, and the other 3 being in the other part were much scorched and hurt, but got into their boat and were saved. The captain himself was then on shore at Boston. It is observable that these men, making no use of the sudden loss of 3 of their company, but falling to drinking, etc., that very evening this judgment came thus upon them. It is also to be observed that 2 vessels have thus been blown up in our harbor, and both belonging to such as despise us and the ordinance of God amongst us. See more, page blank. About this time, Captain Daniel Patrick was killed at Stamford by a Dutchman, who shot him dead with a pistol. This captain was entertained by us out of Holland, where he was a common soldier of the Prince's Guard, to exercise our men. We made him a captain and maintained him. After, he was admitted a member of the Church of Watertown and a freeman. But he grew very proud and vicious, for though he had a wife of his own, a good Dutchwoman and comely, yet he despised her and followed after other women. And perceiving that he was discovered, and that such evil courses would not be endured here, and being withal of a vain and unsettled disposition, he went from us, and sat down within 20 miles of the Dutch, and put himself under their protection, and joined to their church without being dismissed from Watertown. But when the Indians arose in those parts, he fled to Stamford, and there was slain. The Dutchman who killed him was apprehended, but made an escape, and this was the fruit of his wicked course and breach of covenant with his wife, with the church, and with the state who had called him and maintained him, and he found his death from that hand where he sought protection. It is observable that he was killed upon the Lord's Day in the time of afternoon exercise, for he seldom went to the public assemblies. It was in Captain Underhill's house. The Dutchmen had charged him with treachery, for causing 120 men to come to him upon his promise to direct them to the Indians, etc., but deluded them. Whereupon the captain gave him ill language and spit in his face, and turning to go out, the Dutchman shot him behind in the head, so he fell down dead and never spake. The murderer escaped out of custody. 10 December 3, footnote, i.e. December 3rd, 1643, in footnote. The Hopewell, a ship of Boston, about 60 tons arrived. The freight was wines, pitch, sugar, ginger, etc. She had her lading at Palma, an island near Tenerife. The Spaniards used our people courteously, but put them to give security by some English merchants residing there to discharge their cargoes at Boston, for they would not have the Portugals of the Madeiras to have any goods from them. Footnote. Portugal had revolted from Spain, and war existed between the two. In footnote. She performed her voyage in 4 months. She went a second voyage thither soon after, but was never heard of. Her lading was corn in bulk. At this time came over Thomas Morton, our professed old adversary, who had set forth a book against us and written reproachful and menacing letters to some of us. Footnote. Thomas Morton of Marymount, author of the New English Canaan. In footnote. Some of Watertown began a plantation at Martin's Vineyard beyond Cape Cod, and diverse families going thither. They procured a young man, one Mr. Green, a scholar, to be their minister, and hoped soon to gather a church there. He went not. Others of the same town began also a plantation at Nashaway, footnote, now Lancaster, Massachusetts, in footnote, some 15 miles northwest from Sudbury. 11 January 18th. About midnight, 3 men, coming in a boat to Boston, saw 2 lights arise out of the water near the north point of the town cove, in form like a man, and went at a small distance to the town, and so to the south point, and there vanished away. They sought them about a quarter of an hour, being between the town and the governor's garden. The like was seen by many, a week after, arising about Castle Island, and in 1/5 of an hour came to John Gallup's Point. The country being weary of the charge of maintaining Castle Island, the last general court made an order to have it deserted and the ordnance fetched away. But Boston and other towns in the bay, finding that thereupon the masters of some ships which came from England took occasion to slight us and to offer injury to our people, having liberty to ride and go out under no command, and considering also how easily any of our towns in the bay might be surprised, we having no strength without to stop them or give notice of an enemy, they chose certain men out of the several towns who met at Boston, to consider of some course of repairing and maintaining it at their proper charge. But the difficulty was how to do it without offense to the general court who had ordered the deserting of it, etc. The 18th of this month 2 lights were seen near Boston, as is before mentioned, and a week after the like was seen again. A light like the moon arose about the northeast point in Boston, and met the former at Noddle's Island, and there they closed in one, and then parted, and closed and parted divers times, and so went over the hill in the island and vanished. Sometimes they shot out flames, and sometimes sparkles. This was about 8 of the clock in the evening, and was seen by many. About the same time a voice was heard upon the water between Dorchester and Boston, calling out in a most dreadful manner, Boy, boy, come away, come away. And it suddenly shifted from one place to another a great distance, about 20 times. It was heard by divers godly persons. About 14 days after, the same voice in the same dreadful manner was heard by others on the other side of the town towards Noddle's Island. These prodigies, having some reference to the place where Captain Chaddock's pinnace was blown up a little before, gave occasion of speech of that man who was the cause of it, who professed himself to have skill in necromancy, and to have done some strange things in his way from Virginia hither, and was suspected to have murdered his master there. But the magistrates here had not notice of him till after he was blown up. This is to be observed that his fellows were all around, and others who were blown up in the former ship were also found, and others also who have miscarried by drowning, etc., have usually been found, but this man was never found. 12. February 5th. Cutchamacan and Agawam and Josias, Chickatabat his heir, came to the governor, and in their own name and the names of all the sachems of Wachusett, Princeton, and all the Indians from Merrimack to Tecticut, Taunton, tendered themselves to our government, and gave the governor a present of 30 fathom of wampum, and offered to come to the next court to make their acknowledgment, etc. The governor received their present to keep it till the court, etc., and if the court and they did agree, then to accept it. We now began to conceive hope that the Lord's time was at hand for opening a door of light and grace to those Indians, and some fruit appeared of our kind dealing with Pumham and Sacanonico, protecting them against the Naragnasetts, and righting them against Gorton, etc., who had taken away their land. For this example gave encouragement to all these Indians to come in and submit to our government in expectation of the like protection and benefit. 16th. Pesicus, the Narragansett sachem, sent again a message to the governor with another present by Washos, a sachem who came before, and his errand was that, seeing they, at our request, had sitten still this year, that now this next year we would grant their request, and suffer them to fight with Ancus, with many arguments. The governor refused his present, and told him if they sent us 1,000 fathom of wampum and 1,000 skins, yet we would do not that which we judged to be unjust, viz., to desert Ancus. But our resolution was that they must rest upon, that if they made war upon Ancus, the English would all fall upon them. 1. March 23rd. The Trial, the first ship built in Boston, being about 160 tons, Mr. Thomas Graves, an able and a godly man, master of her, was sent to Bilboa in the 4th month last with fish, which she sold there at a good rate, and from thence she freighted to Malaga, and arrived here this day laden with wine, fruit, oil, iron, and wool, which was a great advantage to the country, and gave encouragement to trade. So soon as she was fitted, 3 May, she was set forth again to trade with Latour, and so along the eastern coast towards Canada. One Mr. Rigby, a lawyer and a parliament man, wealthy and religious, had purchased the plough patent lying at Sagadashock, and had given commission to one Mr. Cleves as his deputy to govern the people there, etc. He, landing at Boston, and knowing how distasteful this would be to the governor of Sir Ferdinand Gorges' province of New Somersetshire, who challenged jurisdiction in a great part of Lagonia or the plough patent, petitioned the general court to write to them on his behalf, but the court thought not fit so to do, but rather that the governor should write in his own name only, which he did accordingly. But when Mr. Cleves came to set this commission on foot, and called a court at Casco, Mr. Richard Vines and other of Sir Ferdinando Gorges' commissioners deposed, and called another court at Saco the same time. whereupon the inhabitants were divided. Those of Casco, etc., wrote to Mr. Vines that they would stand to the judgment of the magistrates of the bay, till it were decided in England to which government they should belong, and sent this letter by one Mr. Tucker. Mr. Vines imprisoned him, and the next day took his bond for his appearance at Saco and his good behavior. Upon this, Mr. Cleves and the rest, about 30 persons, wrote to our governor for assistance against Mr. Vines, and tendered themselves to the consociation of the United Colonies. The governor returned answer that he must first advise with the commissioners of the United Colonies, and besides, they had an order not to receive any but such as were in a church way, etc. Footnote: the arrival of the plough with the husbandmen, who were to occupy a tract at Casco Bay, afterward called Lagonia, and the plough patent, are described in Volume 1, page 65, note 2. In footnote. Not long after, viz. 2 April 24, Mr. Vines came to Boston with a letter from himself and the other of Sir F. Gorges' commissioners, and other inhabitants of the province, between 20 and 30. 3 fishermen of a boat belonging to Isle of Shoals were very profane men and scorners of religion, and were drinking all the Lord's day, and the next week their boat was cast upon the rocks at the Isle of Shoals, and they drowned. There was little rain this winter, and no snow till the 3rd of the first month, the wind continuing west and northwest near 6 weeks, which was an occasion that very many houses were burned down, and much chattels in some of them to a greater value than in 14 years before. 1st March 7. Boston, Charlestown, Roxbury, Dorchester, Cambridge, and Watertown, conceiving that the want of fortification at Castle Island would leave them open to an enemy, appointed a committee to consider how it might be fortified, and coming to some conclusion about it, they advised with the governor and some other of the magistrates, who encouraged them in it, as the elders also did in their sermons. But because the general court had given order for fetching off the ordnance, etc., it was thought not fit to attempt anything without the advice of the same. It fell out also that 5 of the neighboring Indian sachems came at the same time to the governor with a present of wampum about 30 fathom, worth some £8, and desired to come under our government as Pumham and Sacanonoco had done. For these 2 occasions the governor summoned a general court to be held at Boston this day, the court of assistance being to begin the 5th day before, where the committees of the said 6 towns exhibited a petition for fortifying of the said island, craving help also from the country, though they had agreed to do it at their own charge rather than fail. The court refusing to undertake it, they gave in certain propositions whereby they craved some aid, at least for maintaining of the garrison, and some privileges and immunities. These came to be debated in the court. Some opposition there was, which had almost discouraged the committee. The arguments brought against it were chiefly these: first, the great charge; second, the little help it could afford against a strong enemy; third, the opportunity left of another passage by Bird Island. But these objections were so far removed as, after much debate, the court voted for the fortification, and granted £100 to pay for the maintenance of it, when it should be in defense, and a garrison of 20 men residing there, and £50 towards the securing of another passage. And a committee was appointed to draw up a commission for him, who should have command in chief, etc. But this allowance was yielded rather out of a willingness to gratify these 6 towns, being near 1/2 of the Commonwealth for number of people and substance, and to keep loving correspondency among all the towns, rather than out of any confidence of safety by it. Many also of good judgment did conceive that the fortifications would not be accomplished according to the dimensions propounded, nor so great a garrison maintained, for the people were known generally to be more willing and forward in such public engagements than able, upon trial, to perform them. For in such cases the major part, which carries a vote, is of such as can least afford to help to the work. The court finding that Gorton and his company did harm in the towns where they were confined, and not knowing what to do with them, at length agreed to set them at liberty, and gave them 14 days to depart out of our jurisdiction in all parts, and no more to come into it upon pain of death. This censure was thought too light and favorable, but we knew not how in justice we could inflict any punishment upon them, the sentence of the court being already passed, etc. At this court, Kashamakin and Squaw Sachem, Mascononoco, Nashcoquam, and Waskamagoin, 2 sachems near the great hill to the west called Wachusett, came into the court, and according to their former tender to the governor, desired to be received under our protection and government upon the same terms that Pumham and Sacanonoco were. So we causing them to understand the articles, and all the 10 commandments of God, and they freely assenting to all, they were solemnly received, and then presented the court with 26 fathom more of wampum. And the court gave each of them a coat of 2 yards of cloth, and their dinner, and to them and their men, every of them, a cup of sack at their departure. So they took leave, and went away very joyful. At this court came letters from New Haven, and withal an answer from the Swedes and Dutch to the letters of the commissioners of the Union, sent in the 7th month last. The Dutch still maintained their right to the land at Hartford, and their complaint of injuries. The Swedes denied what they had been charged with, and sent copies of diverse examinations upon oath taken in the cause, with a copy of all the proceeding between them and our friends of New Haven from the first. And in their letters used large expressions of their respect to the English, and particularly to our colony. And Mr. Eaton desired a copy of our patent to show the Swedish governor at his request, and a new commission from the commissioners of the Union, allowing them to go on with their plantation and trade in the Delaware River and Bay, for the governor had told their agent that upon such a commission they could have liberty, etc. This coming at the sitting of the general court, the commissioners advised with the court about it, who granted both, but the commission was a salvo jure. We were then informed also of a Dutch ship lately arrived at Hudson's River, sent to the free Boers at Fort Orange. Footnote: Fort Orange was later Albany. For a late and clear account of the realizations of the Dutch and English colony, see John Fiske, Dutch and English Colonies in America, Volume 1, Chapter 9. For the fortunes of the Swedish colony on the Delaware, see the same volume, page 277. Free Boers, Vri Boerin, means the free settlers, as distinguished from the feudal tenants of the adjoining colony of Rensselaerswyck. End footnote. Which brought them 4,000 weight of powder, and 700 pieces to trade with the natives, which the Dutch governor having notice of, did seize and confiscate to the use of the company. We had the news also that the Dutch had entertained Captain Underhill, who with 120 men, Dutch and English, had killed 120 Indians upon Long Island, and 300 more upon the Main, which was found to be a plot of the Dutch governor to engage the English in that quarrel with the Indians, which we had wholly declined, as doubting of the justice of the cause. At this court of assistance one James Britton, a man ill affected both to our church discipline and civil government, and one Mary Latham, a proper young woman about 18 years of age, whose father was a godly man and had brought her up well, were condemned to die for adultery, upon a law formerly made and published in print. It was thus occasioned and discovered. This woman, being rejected by a young man whom she had an affection unto, vowed she would marry the next that came to her, and accordingly, against her friends' minds, she matched with an ancient man who had neither honest nor ability, and one whom she had no affection unto. Whereupon, soon after she was married, divers young men solicited her chastity, and drawing her into bad company, and giving her wine and other gifts, easily prevailed with her, and among others this Breton. But God smiting him with a deadly palsy, and fearful horror of conscience withal, he could not keep secret, but discovered this, and other the like with other women, and was forced to acknowledge the justice of God, and that having often called others fools, etc., for confessing against themselves, he was now forced to do the like. The woman dwelt now in Plymouth Patent, and one of the magistrates there, hearing she was detected, etc., sent her to us. Upon her examination, she confessed she did not attempt the fact, but did not commit it, and witness was produced that testified, which they both confessed, that in the evening of a day of humiliation, through the country for England, etc., a company met at Britain's, and there continued drinking sack, etc., till late in the night, and then Britain and the woman were seen upon the ground together a little from the house. It was reported also that she did frequently abuse her husband, setting a knife to his breast and threatening to kill him, calling him old rogue and cuckold, and said she would make him wear horns as big as a bull. And yet some of the magistrates thought the evidence not sufficient against her, because there were not 2 direct witnesses. But the jury cast her, and then she confessed the fact, and accused 12 others, whereof 2 were married men. 5 of these were apprehended and committed, the rest were gone. But denying it, and there being no other witness against them than the testimony of a condemned person, there could be no proceeding against them. The woman proved very penitent, and a deep apprehension of the foulness of her sin, and at length attained to hope of pardon by the blood of Christ, and is willing to die in satisfaction to justice. The man also was very much cast down for his sins, but was loath to die, and petitioned the general court for his life, but they would not grant it, though some of the magistrates spake much for it, and questioned the letter, whether adultery was death by God's law now. Footnote. The death penalty was provided in the Body of Liberties, in footnote. This Briton had been a professor in England, but coming hither he opposed our church government, etc., and grew dissolute, losing both power and profession of godliness. 1. March 21. They were both executed. They both died very penitently, especially the woman, who had some comfortable hope of pardon of her sin, and gave good exhortation to all young maids to be obedient to their parents, and to take heed of evil company, etc. The Earl of Warwick and other lords, etc., being appointed by the Parliament commissioners for regulating the West Indies and all other English plantations in America, sent commission to Virginia to free them from all former taxations, and all other charges but such as should be needful for their own occasions, and gave them liberty to choose their own governor, and sent command to all English ships there, which were then to the number of 16, most of them great ships, to assist them if need were. But the king sending a countermand to Sir Robert Berkeley, the governor, he withstood the Parliament's commissioners, and drew most of the other magistrates to take oath upon the sacrament to maintain the king's authority, etc., so that the whole country was like to rise in parties, some for the king, and others for the Parliament. Footnote. Sir William Berkeley, not Robert, the ultra-cavalier who thus in Virginia upholds the king in opposition to the Houses, is the official who writes, quote, I thank God there are no free schools nor printing, and I hope we shall not have these 100 years. End quote. The Civil War is now at its height, just before the Battle of Marston Moor, and naturally there are echoes of it in the colonies. For description of Virginia conditions, see L.G. Tyler, England and America, American Nation Series, Chapter 5 and 6. End footnote. A proposition was made this court for all the English within the United Colonies to enter into a civil agreement for the maintenance of religion and our civil liberties, and for yielding some more of the freemen's privileges to such as were no church members than should join in this government. But nothing was concluded, but referred to next court, and in the meantime that letters should be written to the other colonies to advise with them about it. Nothing was effected for want of opportunity of meeting, etc. At the same time, in the first month, upon the motion of the deputies, it was ordered that the court should be divided in their consultations, the magistrates by themselves, and the deputies by themselves. What the one agreed upon they should send to the other, and if both agreed, then to pass, etc. This order determined the great contention about the negative voice. Footnote. The momentous issue of the sow business is here noted. Another important business of the present court Winthrop fails to notice. The gathering of the Massachusetts townships into the 4 counties of Suffolk, Norfolk, Essex, and Middlesex. Records of Massachusetts, Volume 2, page 38. In footnote. Diverse of the merchants of Boston being desirous to discover the Great Lake, supposing it to lie to the northwest part of our patent, and finding that the great trade of beaver, which came to all the eastern and southern parts, came from thence, petitioned the court to be a company for that design, and to have the trade which they should discover to themselves for 21 years. The court was very unwilling to grant any monopoly, but perceiving that without it they would not proceed, granted their desire. Whereupon, having also commission granted them under the public seal, 3, and letters from the governor to the Dutch and Swedish governors, they sent out a pinnace well manned and furnished with provisions and trading stuff, which was to sail up Delaware River so high as they could go, and then some of the company, under the conduct of Mr. William Aspinwall, a good artist, and one who had been in those parts, to pass by small skiffs or canoes up the river so far as they could. Many of Watertown and other towns joined in the plantation at Nashaway, and having called a young man, a university scholar, one Mr. Norcross, to be their minister, 7 of them, who were no members of any churches, were desirous to gather into a church estate. But the magistrates and elders advised them first to go and build them habitations, etc., for there was yet no house there, and then to take some of that were members of other churches, with the consent of such churches, as formerly had been done, and so proceed orderly. But the persons interested in this plantation, being most of them poor men, and some of them corrupt in judgment, and others profane, it went on very slowly, so that in 2 years they had not 3 houses built there, and he whom they had called to be their minister left them for their delays. One Dalkin and his wife, dwelling near Medford, came from Cambridge, where they had spent their Sabbath, and being to pass over the river at a ford, the tide not being fallen enough, the husband adventured over, and finding it too deep, persuaded his wife to stay a while, but it raining very sore, she would needs adventure over, and was carried away with the stream past her death. Her husband, not daring to go help her, cried out, and thereupon his dog, being at his house near by, came forth, and seeing something in the water, swam to her, and she caught hold on the dog's tail, so he drew her to the shore and saved her life. At the General Court, 8 October 4th, there came a letter to the governor from Mr. Wheelwright, who is now moved from Exeter to Wells, near Cape Porpoise, where he was pastor of a church, the contents whereof were as followeth. Right worshipful, upon the long and mature consideration of things, I perceive that the main difference between yourselves and some of the reverend elders and me, in point of justification and the evidencing thereof, is not of that nature and consequence as was then presented to me in the false glass of Satan's temptations and my own distempered passions, which makes me unfeignedly sorry that I had such a hand in those sharp and vehement contentions raised thereabouts to the great disturbance of the churches of Christ. It is the grief of my soul that I use such vehement censorious speeches in the application of my sermon, or in any other writing, whereby I reflected any dishonor upon your worships, the reverend elders, or any of contrary judgment to myself. It repents me that I did so much adhere to persons of corrupt judgment, to the countenancing of them in any of their errors or evil practices, though I intended no such thing, and that in the synod I used such unsafe and obscure expressions falling from me as a man dazzled with the buffetings of Satan, and that I did appeal from misapprehension of things. I confess that herein I have done very sinfully, and do humbly crave pardon of this honored state. If it shall appear to me by Scripture light that in any carriage, word, writing, or action I have walked contrary to rule, I shall be ready, by the grace of God, to give satisfaction, thus hoping that you will pardon my boldness. I humbly take leave of your worship, committing you to the good providence of the Almighty, and ever remain your worships in all service to be commended in the Lord. J. Wheelwright. Wells, 7, 10-43. Footnote, i.e. September 10, 1643. Upon this letter the court was very well inclined to release his banishment, and thereupon ordered that he might have a safe conduct to come to the court, etc. Hereof the governor certified him by letter, and received this answer from him. Right worshipful, I have received the letter wherein you signify to me that you have imparted my letter to the honorable court, and that it finds good applause, for which I rejoice with much thankfulness. I am very thankful to your worship for the letter of safe conduct which I formerly received, as likewise for the late act of court granting me the same liberty in case I desire letters to that end. I should very willingly, upon letters received, express by word of mouth, openly in court, that which I did by writing, might I, without offense, explain my true intent and meaning more fully to this effect, that notwithstanding my failings, for which I humbly crave pardon, yet I cannot with a good conscience condemn myself for such capital crimes, dangerous revelations, and gross errors, as have been charged upon me, the concurrence of which, as I take it, make up the very substance of the cause of all my sufferings. I do not see, but in so mixed a cause I am bound to use, may it be permitted, my just defense, so far as I apprehend myself to be innocent, as to make my confession where I am convinced of any delinquency. Otherwise I shall seemingly in an appearance fall under guilt of many heinous offences, for which my conscience doth acquit me. If I seem to make suit of the honorable court for relaxation to be granted, by an act of mercy upon my sole confession, I must offend my conscience, if by an act of justice upon mine apology and lawful defense. I fear lest I shall offend your worships. I leave all these things to your wise and godly consideration, hoping that you will pardon my simplicity and plainness, which I am forced unto you by the power of an overruling conscience. I rest your worships in the Lord. J. Wheelwright. Wells 1, 1-43. Footnote, i.e. March 1, 1643 to 1644. To this the governor replied to this effect, viz., that though his liberty might be obtained without his personal appearance, yet that was doubtful, nor did he conceive that a wise and modest apology would prejudice the acceptance of his free and ingenuous confession, seeing the latter would justify the sentence of the court, which looked only at his action, and yet by the former he might maintain the liberty of his conscience in clearing his intention from those ill-deserving crimes which the court apprehended by his action. And withal, because there might want opportunity of conveyance before the court, he sent him enclosed a safe conduct, etc. The next court released his banishment without his appearance. Footnote, the restoration of this able man to the colonies was a great benefit. In later life he went to England, where he is said to have been in high favor with Cromwell. Returning, he survived till 1680, being at his death the oldest minister in the country. In footnote. 3 May 20th. A ship coming from Virginia certified us of a great massacre lately committed by the natives upon the English there, to the number of 300 at least, and that an Indian whom they had since taken confessed that they did it because they saw the English took up all their lands from them, and would drive them out of the country, and they took this season for that they understood that they were at war in England, and began to go to war among themselves, for they had seen a fight in the river between a London ship, which was for the Parliament, and a Bristol ship, which was for the king. He confessed further that all Indians within 600 miles were confederate together to root out all strangers of the country. It was very observable that this massacre came upon them soon after they had driven out the godly ministers we had sent to them, and had made an order that all such as would not conform to the discipline of the Church of England should depart the country by a certain day. Footnote. The act may be seen in Henning, Statutes of Virginia, Volume 1, page 277, in footnote, which the massacre now prevented, and the governor, one Sir Robert Berkeley, a courtier, and very malignant towards the way of our churches here, in council had appointed a fast to be kept through the country upon Good Friday, as they call it, for the good success of the king, etc., and the day before, this massacre began in the out parts of the country round about, and continued 2 days. For they killed all by sudden surprise, living amongst them, and as familiar in their houses as those of the family. This massacre was accompanied by a great mortality. Upon these troubles divers godly disposed persons came from thence to New England, and many of the rest were forced to give glory to God in acknowledging that this evil was sent upon them from God for their reviling the gospel and those faithful ministers he had sent among them. Footnote. Among those refugees from Virginia was probably Daniel Gookin, afterward Major General, honorably distinguished in various ways, and especially for his humane spirit towards the Indians at a time when humanity could not be shown without risk. In footnote. A letter came to the governor, under the marks of Pesicus and Canonicus, the sachem of Naragnaset, but written by Gorton's company to this effect, that they were purposed to make war upon Ancus in revenge of the death of Ancus, footnote, for Ancus must be read me antenema, in footnote, and others of their people whom he had slain, and that they marveled why we should be against it, that they had put themselves under the government and protection of the King of England, and so were now become our fellow subjects, and therefore if any difference should fall between us and them, it ought to be referred to him, professing withal their willingness to continue all friendly correspondency with us. The general court being assembled, when Mr. Endicott was chosen governor, footnote, Endicott now becomes governor for the first time, though before the formal organization he was chief agent in the inchoate colony, in footnote, and Mr. Winthrop deputy governor, they took this letter into consideration, together with another from Gorton's company to the same effect, and sent 2 messengers to the Naragnasetts with instructions to this purpose, viz., to know whether they did own that letter, etc., and by whose advice they had done as they wrote, and why they would countenance and take counsel from such evil men, and such as we had banished from us, and to persuade them to sit still, and to have more regard to us than such as Gorton, etc. When our messengers came to them, Canonicus would not admit them into his wigwam for 2 hours, but suffered them to stay in the rain. When he did admit them, he lay along upon his couch, and would not speak to them more than a few froward speeches, but referred them to Pesicus, who, coming after some 4 hours, carried them into an ordinary wigwam, and there bad conference with them most part of the night. Their answers were witty and full to the questions, and their conclusion was that they would presently go to war upon Ancus, but not in such manner as me and Tenema had done by a great army, but by sending out parties of 20 or more or less to catch his men, and keep them from getting their living, etc. At this court Passaconaway, the Merrimack sachem, came in and submitted to our government, as Poomham, etc., had done before. 4 June 5th. 2 of our minister's sons, being students in the college, robbed 2 dwelling houses in the night of some 15 pounds. Being found out, they were ordered by the governors of the college to be there whipped, which was performed by the president himself, yet they are about 20 years of age, and after they are brought into the court and ordered to 2-fold satisfaction, or to serve so long for it, we yet no particular punishment for burglary. Footnote. The young men were the sons of Nathaniel Ward and Thomas Weld. The latter was already in England, whither the former also returned in 1646. Ward left the college 600 acres of land in Andover, which he had received from the governor, thus showing he bore no grudge for the treatment of his son. In footnote. At this court there arose some troubles by this occasion. Those of Essex had procured at the court before that the deputies of these several shires should meet before this court to prepare business, etc., which accordingly they did, and propounded divers things which they agitated and concluded among themselves, without communicating them to the other shires, who conceived that they had only such things as had concerned the Commonwealth. But when they came now to be put to this court, it appeared that their chief intent was to advantage their own shire, as 1. By drawing the government thither, 2. By drawing the courts thither, 3. By drawing a good part of the country stock thither, 4. By procuring 4 of those parts to be joined in a commission with the magistrates. And for this end they had made so strong a party among the deputies of the smaller towns, being most of them mean men, and such as had small understanding in affairs of state, as they easily carried all these among the deputies. But when the 2 bills came to the magistrates, they discerning the plot, and finding them hurtful to the Commonwealth, refused to pass them, and a committee of both being appointed to consider the reasons of both sides, those of the magistrates prevailed. But the great difference was about a commission which the deputies sent up, whereby power was given to 7 of the magistrates and 3 of the deputies and Mr. Ward, sometime pastors of Ipswich and still a preacher, to order all affairs of the Commonwealth in the vacancy of the general court, which the magistrates returned with this answer, that they conceived such commission did tend to the overthrow of the foundation of our government and of the freemen's liberty, and therefore desired the deputies to consider of a way how this danger might be avoided, and the liberty of the freemen preserved inviolable, otherwise they could not comfortably proceed in other affairs. Upon this return all the deputies came to confer with the magistrates. The exceptions the magistrates took were these. First, that this court should create general officers which the freemen had reserved to the court of elections. Second, that they should put out 4 of the magistrates from that power and trust which the freemen had committed to them. 3. At the commission itself, seeing they ought not to accept that power by commission which did belong to them by the patent and by their election. They had little answer to this, yet they alleged a precedent or 2 where this court had ordered some of the magistrates and some others to be a council of war, and that we had varied from our patent in some other things, and therefore were not bound to it in this. But they chiefly stood upon this, that the governor and assistants had no power out of court but what was given them by the general court. To this the magistrates replied, first, that such examples as were against rules or common right were errors and no precedents. Second, that counsel was for one particular case only, and not of general extent. 3. In those things wherein we had varied from our patent, we did not touch the foundation of our government. To the last it was said that the governor and assistants had power of government before we had any written laws or had kept any courts. And to make a man a governor over a people gives him, by necessary consequence, power to govern that people, otherwise there were no power in any commonwealth to order, dispose, or punish in any case where it might fall out that there were no positive law declared in. It was consented to that this court had authority to order and direct the power of these magistrates for time, place, persons, etc., for the common good, but not wholly to deprive them of it, their office continuing, so as these being chosen by the people, by virtue of the patent to govern the people, a chief part whereof consists in the council, they are the standing council of the commonwealth, and therefore in the vacancy of the court may act in all the affairs thereof without any commission. Upon this they withdrew, and after a few hours came again, and then they tendered a commission for war only, and none of the magistrates to be left out. But the magistrates refused to accept of any commission, but they would consent the same should pass by order, so as the true power of the magistrates might be declared in it, or to a commission of association, to add 3 or 4 others to the magistrates in that council, or to continue the court a week longer, and to send for the elders to take their advice in it, but none of these would be accepted. But they then moved that we would consent that nothing might be done till the court met again, which was before agreed to be adjourned to the 28th of October. To this was answered that if occasion required, they must act according to the power and trust committed to them, to which their speaker replied, "You will not be obeyed." Footnote. The democracy was pressing with Anglo-Saxon sturdiness toward power. End footnote. 4. June 23. 2 days after the court was broken up, Pumham sent 2 men to Boston to tell us that the Naragnasetts had taken and killed 6 of Ancas's men and 5 women, and had sent him 2 hands and a foot to engage him in the war, but he refused to receive them and sent to us for counsel, etc. This occasioned such of the magistrates and deputies as were at hand, advising also with some of the near elders, to meet to consult about calling the court, and agreed, both in regard of this news from the Indians, and especially for speedy reconciling the magistrates and deputies, to write to the governor that the court might be called the 28th following, which the governor assented unto. The court being assembled, they took order for 10 men to be sent to Pumham according to his desire, to help him make a fort of palisadoes, etc. But the men, being volunteers, asked 10 shillings per week for each man, and such spoil as they should get if they were put to fight, and arms fixed, and powder and shot. Whereupon the court, fearing it would be an ill precedent, stayed, and sent word to Pumham that the men were ready, but he must pay them, etc. The commission also for the sergeant major general was agreed and sealed, and in that he was referred to receive his instructions, etc., from the council of the Commonwealth, but who were this council was not agreed. Whereupon the magistrates, all save 2, signed a declaration in maintenance of their authority, and declared the aspersions cast upon them, as if they intended to bring in an arbitrary government, etc. This they sent first to the deputies with intimation that they intended to publish it, whereupon the deputies sent to desire that it might not be published, and desired a committee might meet to state the difference between us, which was done, and the difference was brought under this question: whether the magistrates are by patent and election of the people the standing council of the Commonwealth in the vacancy of the General Court, and have power accordingly to act in all cases subject to government, according to the said patent and laws of this jurisdiction, and when any necessary occasions calls for actions from authority, in cases where there is no particular express law provided, they're to be guided by the word of God, till the General Court give particular rules to such cases. This difference being thus stated, they drew up the following order and sent it to us viz. Whereas there is a difference between the governor, assistants, and deputies in this court, concerning the power of the magistrates in the vacancy of the General Court, we therefore, salvo jure, for the peace and safety of this colony do consent, that the governor and assistants shall take order for the welfare of this commonwealth in all sudden cases that may happen within our jurisdiction, until the next session of this court, when we desire this question may be determined. This we accepted with salvo jure, but we had refused to accept of another they sent us before in these words: we do authorize those 3 which are of the standing council to proceed, etc. Upon this agreement, the magistrates consented that the declaration should remain with the secretary and not be published without the consent of the major part of the magistrates, which we intended not to do, except we were necessitated thereto by the deputy's misreport of our proceedings. And indeed, some of the magistrates did decline the publishing thereof, upon this apprehension, that it would cause a public breach throughout the country, and if it should come to that, the people would fall into factions, and the non-members would certainly take part with the magistrates. We should not be able to avoid it, and this would make us and our cause, though never so just, obnoxious to the common sort of freemen, the issue whereof must needs have been very doubtful. Footnote: the theocracy, in which a privileged body exercised a power that was oppressive, the people, except the church's members, being without franchise, was not a polity agreeable to Englishmen. In 1665 came what Brooks Adams calls the, quote, emancipation of Massachusetts, end quote, with a form of government much freer and better, though introduced under the auspices of the restored Stuarts. End footnote. 5. July 2nd. Mr. George Phillips was buried. He was the first pastor of the Church of Watertown, a godly man, specially gifted and very peaceful in his place, much lamented of his own people and others. Another great error the deputies committed, which also arose out of the same false bottom, viz., the choosing one of the younger magistrates, though a very able man, Mr. Bradstreet, footnote, Simon Bradstreet, already useful and distinguished and destined to become more so, was born in 1603, and received part of his education at Emmanuel College, Cambridge, before his emigration. He performed a noble service 10 years later in opposing a war by New England against the New Netherlands, the English Commonwealth at the time being engaged in their unfortunate struggle with Holland. He was elected as one of the best men in the colony to accompany John Norton to England to establish good relations after the Restoration. He died, full of years of honors, in 1697. At this time, Bradstreet and Hathorne lived respectively at Ipswich and Salem. End footnote. And one of the deputies, Mr. Hathorne, the principal man in all these agitations, a young man also, to be commissioners for the United Colonies, both Eastern men, quite of the way of opportunity of correspondency with the other Confederates, whereas all the rest had chosen either their governors or other chief magistrates, and ourselves had formerly chosen the governor and Mr. Dudley. Thus usual it is for one error in the state to beget others. This also was a failing in them, that, when the governor of Plymouth, our brethren and confederates, wrote earnestly to us, in their great want of powder, to supply them out of our store, and the magistrates had granted them 2 barrels. The deputies stopped it, and would not consent they might have liberty to buy for their money. Those also of Aquaday Island, being in great fear of the Indians, wrote to us for some powder and other ammunition. But the court was then adjourned, and because the deputies had denied our confederates, the magistrates thought not fit to supply them. But certainly it was an error, in state policy at least, not to support them, for though they were desperately erroneous, and in such distraction among themselves as portended their ruin, yet if the Indians should prevail against them, it would be a great advantage to the Indians, and danger to the whole country by the arms, etc., that would there be had, and by the loss of so many persons and so much cattle and other substance belonging to above 120 families. Or if they should be forced to seek protection from the Dutch, who would be ready to accept them, it would be a great inconvenience to all the English to have so considerable a place in the power of strangers so potent as they are. Another error also was this, that, when by the Articles of Confederation we were bound, if any of our confederates upon any pressing occasion should send to us for aid, we should forthwith send them such a number of men as is agreed upon in the Articles. Yet the deputies would not consent, that upon any such occasion the magistrate should raise any man, without calling a general court, which would put the country to great charge, and might occasion the loss of the opportunity. And when they should be assembled, there would be no use of counsel, the thing being already determined by the Articles of Confederation. 5 July 15. Upon the earnest importunity upon him, who feared the Naragnasetts, because of their threatenings, that it might really appear that we did own them, and would protect them, we sent 10 men and an officer, a discreet man, to command them, and gave them commission to stay there 1, 2, or 3 days, etc., with charge not to enter into the limits of Narragnaset, nor to provoke them, etc., and if they were forced to defend themselves, yet they should not pursue the enemy if he retired, etc. 2 new ships, one of 250 tons, built at Cambridge, the other of 200, built at Boston, set sail towards the Canaries laden with pipe staves, fish, etc. The court, breaking up in haste, it being on the evening of the fast appointed, gave order to the magistrates in the bay to return answer to the Dutch governor's letter of 12 February 11th, which accordingly was done to this effect, viz., gratulation of his respect and correspondency with us, manifestation of our good will to him, and desire of continuance of all friendly intercourse, etc., acknowledging that he had largely and prudently discoursed of the matters in difference, but we are also to attend the allegations of the other part. But seeing proofs were not yet had on either side, we could expect no further answer than before. But if he would please to send commissioners to Hartford to treat with the commissioners for the colonies, it would be very acceptable, and a hopeful means to prepare for a good issue. Anabaptistry increased and spread in the country, which occasioned the magistrates at the last court to draw an order for banishing such as continued obstinate after due conviction. This was sent to the elders, who approved of it with some mitigations, and being voted, and sent to the deputies, it was after published. Footnote: though Winthrop now connived at such intolerance, later he is said to have grown wiser. When pressed on his deathbed by Dudley to sign an order banishing a heterodox offender, he is said to have replied, "I have done too much of that work already." Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, Volume 1, 142. In footnote. A poor man of Hingham, one painter, who had lived at New Haven and at Raleigh and Charlestown, and been scandalous and burdensome by his idle and troublesome behavior to them all, was now on the sudden turned Anabaptist, and having a child born, he would not suffer his wife to bring it to the ordinance of baptism, for she was a member of the church, though himself were not. Being presented for this, and enjoined to suffer the child to be baptized, he still refusing and disturbing the church, he was again brought to the court not only for his former contempt, but also for saying that our baptism was anti-Christian, and in the open court he affirmed the same. Whereupon, after much patience and clear conviction of his error, because he was very poor, so as no other but corporal punishment could be fastened upon him, he was ordered to be whipped, not for his opinion, but for reproaching the Lord's ordinance, and for his bold and evil behavior both at home and in the court. He endured his punishment with much obstinacy, and when he was loosed, he said boastingly that God had marvelously assisted him. Whereupon 2 or 3 honest men, his neighbors, affirmed before all the company that he was of very loose behavior at home, and given much to lying and idleness, etc. Nor had he in any great occasion to gather God's assistance for stillness under the punishment, which was but moderate, for divers notorious malefactors had showed the like, and won the same court. 5. July 15th. Here arrived Monsieur Latour, who understood by letters from his lady that Monsieur d'Aulnay had prevailed against him in France, and was coming with great strength to subdue him, whereupon he came to desire some aid if need should be. Naragnasetts being formerly made a town, and having now 20 houses and a minister, was by the last general court named Hull. At this court Captain Jinnison, captain of the military company in Watertown, an able man who had been there from the first settling of that town, having a year before, being then a deputy in private conference, questioned the lawfulness of the Parliament's proceeding in England, was sent for by the deputies and examined about it, and after before the magistrates. He ingenuously confessed his scruple, but took offence, that being a church member and in public office, he should be openly produced merely for matter of judgment, not having been first dealt with in private, either in a church way or by some of the magistrates, which seemed to some of the court to have been a failing. The court was unwilling to turn him out of place, having been a very useful man, etc., yet not seeing how he might be trusted because of that judgment, yet professing that he was assured that those of the Parliament side were the more godly and honest part of the kingdom, and that though, if he were in England, he should be doubtful whether he might take their part against their prince, yet, if the king or any party from him should attempt anything against this commonwealth, he should make no scruple to spend estate and life and all in our defence against them. He was dismissed to further consideration, and the court being broken up, he came soon after to some of the magistrates and told them that this questioning in the court had occasioned him to search further into the point, and he was now satisfied that the Parliament's cause was good, and if he were in England he would assist in defence of it. Footnote: the better prospects of the Parliament, now held by Scotland, made concealment of sympathy with it no longer necessary. In footnote: the contentions in Hampton were grown to a great height. The whole town was divided into two factions, one with Mr. Batchelor, their late pastor, and the other with Mr. Dalton, their teacher, both men very passionate and wanting discretion and moderation. Their differences were not in matters of opinion, but of practice. Mr. Dalton's party being the most of the church, and so freemen, had great advantage of the other, though a considerable party, and some of them of the church also, whereby they carried all affairs both in church and town according to their own minds, and not with that respect to their brethren and neighbours which had been fit. Diverse meetings had been, both of magistrates and elders, and parties had been reconciled, but break out presently again, each side being apt to take fire upon any provocation. Whereupon Mr. Batchelor was advised to remove, and was called to Exeter, whither he intended to go, but they being divided, and a great difference also, when one party had appointed a day of humiliation to gather a new church and call Mr. Batchelor, the court sent order to stop it, for they considered that they were not in a fit condition for such a work. And beside, Mr. Batchelor had been in 3 places before, and through his means, as was supposed, the churches fell to such divisions as no peace could be till he was removed. And at this court there came petition against petition, both from Hampton and Exeter, whereupon the court ordered 2 or 3 magistrates to be sent to Hampton with full power to hear and determine all differences there. At Winthrop also there was a public assembly for gathering a church, but the magistrates and elders present, finding upon trial that the persons appointed were not fit for foundation stones, they advised them not to proceed, which they obeyed. 4 and 5, June and July. About this time, Mr. Vines of Saco, Mr. Short of Pequod, and one Mr. Wannerton of Passamaquoddy went to Latour to call for some debts, etc. In their way they put in at Penobscot, and were there detained prisoners a few days. But after, for Mr. Short's sake, to whom d'Aulnay was in debt, they were dismissed. And going to Latour, Mr. Wannerton and some other Englishmen of the eastern parts were entertained by him, and sent with some 20 of his men to try if they could not take Penobscot, for he understood the fort was weakly manned and in want of victual. They went first to a farmhouse of d'Aulnay's about 6 miles off, and there Wannerton and 2 more went and knocked at the door, with their swords and pistols ready. One opens the doors, and another presently shoots Wannerton dead, and a third shoots his second in the shoulder, but he withal discharged his pistol upon him that shot him, and killed him. Then other of Wannerton's company came in, and took the house and the 2 men, for there were no more prisoners, and they burnt the house and killed the cattle they found there, and so embarked themselves and came to Boston to Latour. This Thomas Wannerton was a stout man, and had been a soldier many years. He had lived very wickedly in whoredom, drunkenness, and quarreling. so as he had kept the Passamaquoddy men under awe of him divers years, till they came under this government, and since that he was very much restrained, and the people freed from his terror. He had of late come under some terrors and motions of the Spirit, by means of the preaching of the word, but he had shaken them off, and returned to his former dissolute course, and so continued till God cut him off by the sudden execution. But this hostile action being led on by an Englishman of our jurisdiction, it was like to provoke D'Aulnay the more against us. 3. May 3rd. There is mention made before of a pinnace sent by the company of discoverers to Delaware River, with liberties from the governor to the Dutch and Swedish governors for liberties to pass. The Dutch promised to let them pass, but for maintaining their own interests he must protest against them. When they came to the Swedes, the fort shot at them ere they came up, whereupon they cast forth anchor, and the next morning, being the Lord's Day, the lieutenant came aboard and forced them to fall down lower. When Mr. Aspinwall came to the governor and complained of the lieutenant's ill-dealing, both in shooting at them before he had hailed them, and in forcing them to weigh anchor on the Lord's Day, the governor acknowledged that he did ill in both, and promised all favor, but the Dutch agent, being come down to the Swedes' fort, showed express order from the Dutch governor not to let him pass, whereupon they returned. But before they came out of the river, the Swedish lieutenant made them pay 40 shillings for that shot which he had unduly made. The pinnace arrived at Boston 5/20/44, footnote, i.e. July 20, 1644, in footnote. See page. A Dutch ship came from the West Indies and brought to Manhattan 200 soldiers from Curacao, footnote, Manhattan, Curacao, in footnote, which was taken by the Portugal and Indians, and 300 slain of the Dutch part, as was reported. 23rd. Latour having been with the governor at Salem, and made known his condition to him, he was moved with compassion towards him, and appointed a meeting of the magistrates and elders at Boston this day. In opening Latour's case, it appeared that the place, where his fort was, had been purchased by his father of Sir William Alexander, and he had a free grant of it, and of all that part of New England, under the great seal of Scotland, and another grant of a Scotch baronetcy under the same seal, and that himself and his father had continued in possession, etc., about 30 years, footnote. Alexander's own grant was only of date 1621, in footnote, and that Port Royal was theirs also, until D'Aulnay had dispossessed him of it by force within these 5 years. Most of the magistrates and some of the elders were clear in the case that he was to be relieved, both in point of charity as a distressed neighbor, and also in point of prudence, as thereby to root out, or at least weaken, an enemy or a dangerous neighbor. But because many of the elders were absent, and 3 or 4 of the magistrates dissented, it was agreed that the rest of the elders should be called in, and that another meeting should be at Salem the next week. When they were met, the governor propounded the case to them, and it was brought to the 2 former questions. 1. Whether it were lawful for true Christians to aid an anti-Christian. 2. Whether it were safe for us in point of prudence. After much disputation, some of the magistrates and elders remaining unsatisfied, and the rest not willing to conclude anything in this case without a full consent, a third way was propounded, which all assented to, which was this, that a letter should be made to D'Aulnay to this effect, viz., that by occasion of some commissions of his, which had come to our hands, to his captains to take our people, etc., and not knowing any just occasion we had given him to know the reason thereof, and withal to demand satisfaction for the wrongs he had done us and our confederates in taking Penobscot, and our men and goods at Isle Sable, and threatening to make prize of our vessels if they came to Penobscot, etc., declaring withal that although our men, which went last year to aid Latour, did it without any commission from us, or any counsel to act or permission of our state, yet if he made it appear to us they should have done him any wrong, which yet we knew not of, we should be ready to do him justice, and requiring his express answer by the bearer, and expecting that he should call in all such commissioners, etc. We subscribed the letter with the hands of 8 of the magistrates, and directed it to Monsieur d'Aulnay, Knight, General for the King of France at l'Acadie at Port Royal. We sent it in English, because he had written to our governor in French, but understanding that he had been formerly scrupulous to answer letters in English, we therefore gave the messenger a copy of it in French. We sent also in the letter a copy of an order published by the governor and council, whereby we forbade all our people to use any act of hostility, otherwise than in their own defense, towards French or Dutch, etc., till the next general court, etc. In our letter we also mentioned a course of trade our merchants had entered into with Latour, and our resolution to maintain them in it. Before this letter was sent, we had intelligence from the West Indies that D'Aulnay was met at sea by some Biscayers and his ship sunk, yet not being certain hereof, when Latour went home, we sent the letter by a vessel of our own which accompanied him, to be delivered if occasion were. This news proved false, and no such thing was, and indeed it was so usual to have false news brought from all parts, that we were doubtful of the most probable reports. At the same meeting there were 3 other questions on foot. The first was upon this occasion. Captain Stagg, arriving at Boston in a ship of London, of 24 pieces of ordnance, and finding here a ship of Bristol of 100 tons, laden with fish for Bilboa, he made no speech of any commission he had, but having put on shore a good part of his lading, which was wine for Teneriffe, he suddenly weighed anchor, and with the sea turned sailed from before Boston to Charlestown, and placed the ship between Charleston and the Bristol ship, and moored herself abreast her. Then he called the master of the Bristol ship, and showed him his commission, and told him, if he would yield, himself and all his should have what belonged to them, and their wages to that day, and turning up the half-hour glass, set him in his own ship again, requiring to have his answer by that time of half an hour. The master coming aboard acquainted his men with it, and demanded their resolution. 2 or 3 would have fought, or rather have blown up their ship, than have yielded, but the greater part prevailed, so she was quietly taken, all of the men save 3 sent to Boston, and their order was taken by the captain for their diet. Footnote. The Civil War, as appears here, came near to actual battle on this side of the Atlantic. London was strong for the houses, the west of England, of which Bristol was the metropolis, long held for the king, and ships were Roundhead or Cavalier according to the ports whence they sailed. End footnote. In this half-hour's time much people gathered together upon Windmill Hill to see the issue, and some who had interest in the ship, especially one Bristol merchant, a very bold malignant person, began to gather company and raise a tumult. But some of the people present laid hold of them and brought them to the deputy governor, who committed the merchant and some others who were strangers to a chamber in an ordinary, with a guard upon them, and others who were town dwellers he committed to prison, and sent the constable to require the people to depart to their houses, and then hearing that the ship was taken, he wrote to the governor to know by what authority he had done it in our harbor, who forthwith repaired to him with his commission, which was to this effect. Robertus comus Warwitzii, etc., magnus admiralis Angliae, etc., omnibus iugiscine status honoris, etc., salutem. Sietis quod in registro curiae admiralitatis, etc., and so recites the ordinance of Parliament in English to this effect, that it should be lawful for all men, etc., to set forth ships and to take all vessels in or outward bound to or from Bristol, Barnstable, Dartmouth, etc., in hostility against the king and Parliament, and to visit all ships in any port or creek, etc., by force, if they should refuse, etc., and they were to have the whole prize to themselves, paying the 10th to the admiral, provided, before they went forth, they should give security to the admiral to observe their commission, and that they should make a true invoice of all goods, and not break bulk, but bring the ship to the admiral and 2 or 3 of the officers, and that they should not rob or spoil any of the Parliament's friends, and so concludes thus: Stag capitaneas obligavit se, etc., in bis mille libris, etc., in cujus re testimonian sigillum admiralitatis presentibus apponi feci. Dat. March 1644. Upon sight of this commission, the deputy appointed Captain Stagg to bring or send it to the meeting at Salem, and the tumult being pacified, he took bond with sureties of the principal stirrers, to appear at the meeting and to keep the peace in the meantime. The captain brought his commission to Salem, and there it was read and considered. Some of the elders, the last Lord's Day, had in their sermons reproved this proceeding, and exhorted the magistrates, etc., to maintain the people's liberties, which were, they said, violated by this act, and that a commission could not supersede a patent. And at this meeting some of the magistrates and some of the elders were of the same opinion that the captain should be forced to restore the ship. But the greater part of both were of a different judgment. The reasons were these. 1. Because this could be no precedent to bar us from opposing any commission or other foreign power that might indeed tend to our hurt and violate our liberty, for the Parliament had taught us that salus populi est suprema lex. 2. The King of England was enraged against us, and all that party, and all the popish states in England. And if we should now, by opposing the Parliament, cause them to forsake us, we could have no protection or countenance from any, but should lie open as a prey to all men. 3. We might not deny the Parliament's power in this case, unless we should deny the foundation of our government by our patent. For the Parliament's authority will take place in all peculiar and privileged places, where the king's writs or commissions will not be of force, as in the Duchy of Lancaster, the Cinque Ports, and in London itself. The Parliament may fetch out any man, even the Lord Mayor himself, and the reason is, because what the Parliament doth is done by themselves, for they have their burgesses, etc. there. Nor need they fear that the Parliament will do any man wrong, and we have consented to hold our land of the manor of East Greenwich, and so such as are burgesses or knights for that manor are our burgesses also. This only might help us, that the king giving us land which was none of his, but we were forced to purchase it of the natives, or subdue it as vacuum domicilium, we are not bound to hold that of him which was not his. But if we stand upon this plea, we must then renounce our patent and England's protection, which were a great weakness in us, seeing their care hath been to strengthen our liberties and not overthrow them. And if the Parliament should hereafter be of a malignant spirit, etc., then if we have strength sufficient, we may make use of salus populi to withstand any authority from thence to our hurt. 4th. Again, if we have so openly declared our affection to the cause of the Parliament by our prayers, fastings, etc., should now oppose their authority, or do anything that might make such an appearance, it would be laid hold on by those in Virginia and the West Indies to confirm them in their rebellious course, and it would grieve all our godly friends in England, or any other of the Parliament's friends. Lastly, if any of our people have any goods in the ship, it is not to be questioned, but upon testimony the Parliament will take order for their satisfaction. It was objected by some that ours is perfecta res publica, and so not subject to appeals, and consequently to no other power but among ourselves. It was answered that though our patent frees us from appeals in cases of judicature, yet not in point of state, for the King of England cannot erigere perfectum rem publicanum in such a sense, for nemo potest plus juris in elios transfere quam in se habet. He hath not an absolute power without the Parliament. Footnote. The spirit of independence is notable here. In footnote. Upon these and other considerations, it was not thought fit to oppose the Parliament's commission, but to suffer the captain to enjoy his prize. But because some of the merchants had put goods aboard her, wherein they claimed property, they desired to try their right by action, to which the captain consented to appear. So a court was called of purpose, the issue whereof follows after. Footnote. See post, page 190, in footnote. The third matter which fell into consideration at the said meeting at Salem was about one Franklin, who at the last court of assistance was found guilty of murder, but some of the magistrates doubting of the justice of the case, he was reprieved till the next court of assistance. The case was this. He had taken to apprentice one Nathaniel Sewell, one of those children sent over the last year for the country. The boy had the scurvy, and was withal very noisome, and otherwise ill-disposed. His master used him with continual rigor and unmerciful correction, and exposed him many times to such cold and wet in the winter season, and used divers acts of rigor towards him, as hanging him in the chimney, etc. And the boy being very poor and weak, he tied him upon a horse, and so brought him, sometimes sitting and sometimes hanging down, to Boston, being 5 miles off, to the magistrates. And by the way, the boy, calling much for water, would give him none, though he came close by it, so as the boy was near dead when he came to Boston, and died within a few hours after. Those who doubted whether this were murder or not did stick upon 2 reasons chiefly. First, that it did not appear that the master's intentions was to hurt him, but to reform him. Second, in that which was most likely to be the occasion or cause of his death, he was busied about an action which in itself was lawful, viz., the bringing of him before the magistrates, and murder cannot be committed but where the action and intention both are evil. To this it was answered, that this continual act of cruelty did bring him to death by degrees, and the last act was the consummation of it, and that this act, in regard to the subject who, to the apprehension of all that saw him, was more fit to be kept in his bed than to be held but to correction, was apparently unlawful. As in a case a man had a servant sick in bed of the smallpox, newly come forth, and that his master, knowing and seeing these upon his body, should, against the physician's advice, hale him forth of his bed into the open air in frosty weather, upon pretence that he might ease nature, etc. This act, in regard of the state of the subject, were utterly unlawful, and if the servant should die under his hand, etc., it were murder in him. As for the intention, though prima intentio might be to reform him, yet sure proxima intentio was evil, because it arose from distemper of passion. And if a man in a sudden passion kill his dear friend or child, it is murder, though his prima intentio were to instruct or admonish him. And in some cases where there appears no intention to hurt, as where a man knowing his ox to have used to push, shall not keep him in, so as he kills a man, he was to die for it. Though to keep an ox were a lawful act, and he did not intend hurt, but because he did not what he reasonably ought to prevent, etc., therefore he was a murderer. And that in Exodus, if a master strikes his servant with a rod, which is a lawful action, and he die under his hand, as the servant did, he was to die for it. And that in Deuteronomy, if a man strike with a weapon or with his hand, or anything therewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer, shows plainly that let the means be what it may, if it be voluntarily applied to an evil intent as a murder, according to the judgment given against her that gave a potion to one to procure his love, and it killed him, it was adjudged murder. All the magistrates seeming to be satisfied upon this conference, warrant was signed by the governor for his execution a week after, which was not approved by some in regard of his reprieval to the next court of assistance. But it was without any good reason, for a condemned man is in the power of the magistrates to be executed when he please, and the reprieval was no stipulation or covenant with him, but a determination among the magistrates for the satisfaction of some who were doubtful, which satisfaction being attained, curat lex, etc. Proverbs 22, he shall go to the pit, let no man hinder him. This man had been admitted into the church of Roxbury about a month before, and upon this he was cast out, but the church, in compassion to his soul after his condemnation, procured license for him to come to Roxbury, intending to receive him in again before he died, if they might find him truly penitent. But though presently after his condemnation he judged himself, and justified God in the court, yet then he quarrelled with the witnesses, and justified himself, and so continued even to his execution, professing assurance of salvation, and that God would never lay the boy his death to his charge, but the guilt of his blood would lie upon the country. Only a little before he was turned off the ladder, he seemed to apprehend some hardness of heart, that he could not see himself guilty of that which others did. End of section 18. Section 18 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 19, 1644, Part 2. The fourth matter then in consideration was upon a speech which the governor made to this effect, viz., 1. That he could not but bewail the great differences and jarrings which were upon all occasions among the magistrates and between them and the deputies, that the ground of this was jealousies and misreports, and thereupon some elders siding, etc., but not dealing with any of them in a way of God, but hearing them reproached and passing it in silence. Also their authority questioned, as if they had none out of court but what must be granted them by commission from the general court, etc. And the way to redress hereof was, that the place and power of magistrates and deputies might be known, and so the elders were desired, which they willingly assented to be mediators of a thorough reconciliation, and to go about it presently, and to meet at Boston 2 or 3 days before the next court to perfect the same. But indeed the magistrates did all agree very well together, except two only, viz. Mr. Bellingham and Mr. Saltonstall, who took part with the deputies against the other 10 magistrates about their power, and in other cases where any difference was. And some of the elders had done no good offices in this matter, through their misapprehensions both of the intentions of the magistrates, and also of the matters themselves, being affairs of state, which did not belong to their calling. Footnote. And yet the elders were constantly dealing with affairs of state. In footnote. The merchants which had to do with the goods in the ship which was seized by Captain Stagg, being desirous to do their utmost to save their principals in England from damage, knowing them to be honest men and faithful to the Parliament, intended to have a trial at law about it, and procured an attachment against the captain, But they were dissuaded from that course, and the deputy sent for Captain Stagg and acquainted him with it, and took his word for his appearance at the next court, which was called of purpose. When the governor and 6 other of the magistrates were met, for the governor did not send for such as dwelt far off, and the jury, the merchants were persuaded not to put it to a jury, for the jury could find no more but matter of fact, viz., whose the goods were, whether the merchants in England, or theirs who shipped them, in regard that they had not yet made any consignment of them, nor taken any bills of lading, and this the magistrates could as well determine upon proof, and certify accordingly, for it was resolved not to use any force against the Parliament's authority, and accordingly they certified the Lord Admiral of the true state of the case, as they found it upon examination and oath of the factors. The pinnace, which went to Delaware upon discovery, returned with loss of their voyage. The occasion was the Dutch governor made a protest against them, yet promised them leave to pass, etc., provided they should not trade with the Indians. Also the Swedish governor gave them leave to pass, but would not permit them to trade, and for that end each of them had appointed a pinnace to wait upon our pinnace. But withal the master of their vessel proved such a drunken sot, and so complied with the Dutch and Swedes, as they feared, when they should have left the vessel to gone up to the lake in a small boat, he would in his drunkenness have betrayed their goods, etc., to the Dutch, whereupon they gave over and returned home. In bringing their action against the master, both for his drunkenness and denial to proceed as they required, and, as by charter party he was bound, they recovered 200 pounds of him, which was too much, though he did deal badly with them, for it was very probable they could not have proceeded. There fell out a troublesome business at Boston upon this occasion. There arrived here a Portugal ship with salt, having in it 2 Englishmen only. One of these happened to be drunk, and was carried to his lodging, and the constable, a godly man and zealous against such disorders, hearing of it, found him out, being upon his bed asleep, and so awaked him, and led him to the stocks, there being no magistrates at home. He being in the stocks, one of Latour's gentlemen lifted up the stocks and let him out. The constable, hearing of it, went to the Frenchman, being then gone and quiet, and would need carry him to the stocks. The Frenchman offered to yield himself to go to prison, but the constable, not understanding his language, pressed him to go to the stocks. The Frenchman resisted and drew his sword. With that company came in and disarmed him, and carried him by force to the stocks. But soon after the constable took him out and carried him to the prison, and presently after took him forth again and delivered him to Latour. Much tumult there was about this. Many Frenchmen were in town and other strangers, which were not satisfied with this dealing of the constable, yet were quiet. In the morning the magistrates examined the cause and sent for Latour, who was much grieved for his servant's miscarriage, and also for the disgrace put upon him. For in France it is a most ignominious thing to be laid in the stocks. But he complained not of any injury, but left him wholly to the magistrates to do with him what they pleased. The magistrates told him they were sorry to have any such occasion against any of his servants, but they must do justice, and therefore they must commit him to prison, except he could find sureties to be forthcoming to answer, etc., and to keep the peace. Latour's gentlemen offered to engage themselves for him. They answered they might not take security of strangers in this case, otherwise they would have desired no more than Latour's own word. Upon this 2 Englishmen, members of the Church of Boston, standing by, offered to be his sureties, whereupon he was bailed till he should be called for, because Latour was not like to stay till the court. This was thought too much favor for such an offense by many of the common people, but by our law bail could not be denied him. And beside the constable was the occasion of all things, this in transgressing the bounds of his office, and that in 6 things. First, in fetching a man out of his lodging that was asleep upon his bed, and without any warrant from authority. Second, in not putting a hook upon the stocks, nor setting some to guard them. 3. In laying hands upon the Frenchman that had opened the stocks, when he was gone and quiet, and no disturbance of the peace then appearing. 4th, in carrying him to prison without warrant. 5th, in delivering him out of prison without warrant. 6th, in putting such a reproach upon a stranger and a gentleman, when there was no need, for he knew he would be forthcoming, and the magistrate would be at home that evening, but such are the fruits of ignorant and misguided zeal. It might have caused much blood, and no good done by it, and justice might have had a more fair and safe way, if the constable had kept within his own bounds, and had not interfered upon the authority of the magistrate. But the magistrate thought not convenient to lay these things to the constable's charge before the assembly, but rather to admonish him for it in private, lest they should have discouraged and discountenanced an honest officer, and given occasion to the offenders and their abettors to insult over him. The constable may restrain, and if need be, imprison in the stocks, such as he sees disturbing the peace. But when the affray is ended and the parties departed and in quiet, it is the office of the magistrate to make inquiry and to punish it. And the persons so wrongfully imprisoned by the constable might have had their action of false imprisonment against him. 6. August 26. About 9 in the evening there fell a great flame of fire down into the water towards Pullen Point. It lighted the air far about. It was no lightning, for the sky was very clear. At Stamford an Indian came into a poor man's house, none being at home but the wife, and a child in the cradle, and taking up a lathing hammer as he would have brought it, the woman stooping down to take her child out of the cradle, he struck her with a sharp edge upon the side of her head, wherewith she fell down, and then he gave her 2 cuts more which pierced into her brains, and so he left her for dead, carrying away some clothes which lay at hand. This woman after a short time came to herself, and got out to a neighbor's house, and told what had been done to her, and described the Indian by his persons and clothes, etc. Whereupon many Indians of these parts were brought before her, and she charged one of them confidently to be the man, whereupon he was put in prison with intent to have put him to death, but he escaped, and the woman recovered but lost her senses. A good time after, the Indians brought another Indian, whom they charged to have committed that fact, and he, upon examination, confessed it, and gave the reason thereof, and brought forth some of the clothes which he had stolen. Upon this the magistrates of New Haven, taking advice of the elders of those parts, and some here, did put him to death. The executioner would strike off his head with a falchion, but he had 8 blows at it before he could effect it, and the Indian stood upright and stirred not all the time. 7. September 7. Here came a pinnace from Virginia with letters from the governor and council there for procuring powder and shot to prosecute their war against the Indians, but we were weakly provided ourselves, and so could not afford them any help in that kind. 9. Mr. Latour departed from Boston. All our train bands, it being then the ordinary training day, made a guard for him to his boat, and the deputy governor and many others accompanied him to the wharf. When he was aboard his bark, he weighed, and set sail, and shot off all his guns, which were 6. And so our small shot gave him a volley and 1 piece of ordnance, and all the ships, viz. 4, saluted him, each of them with 3 pieces. At this court of assistance, Thomas Morton, footnote, Morton of Marymount, whose return to America had been mentioned, in footnote, was called forth presently after the lecture, that the country might be satisfied of the justice of our proceeding against him. There was laid to his charge his complaint against us at the council board, which he denied. Then we produced the copy of the bill exhibited by Sir Christopher Gardner, etc., wherein we were charged with treason, rebellion, etc., wherein he was named as a party or witness. He denied that he had any hand in the information, only was called as a witness. To convince him to be the principal party, it was showed, 1. That Gardner had no occasion to complain against us, for he was kindly used and dismissed in peace, professing much engagement for the great courtesy he found here. 2. Morton had set forth a book against us, and had threatened us, and had prosecuted a quo warranto against us, which he did not deny. 3. His letter was produced, written soon after to Mr. Jeffrey, his old acquaintance and intimate friend, in these words: My very good gossip, if I should commend myself to you, you reply with this proverb, Propria laus sortit in ore, but to leave imprudent salute, and really to proceed, you shall hereby understand that, although, when I was first sent to England to make complaint against Ananias and the brethren, I effected the business but superficially, through the brevity of time, I have at this time taken more deliberation, and brought the matter to a better pass. And it is thus brought about that the king hath taken the business into his own hands. The Massachusetts patent, by order of the council, was brought in view, the privileges there granted well scanned upon, and at the council board in public, and in the presence of Sir Richard Saltonstall and the rest, it was declared, for manifest abuses there discovered, to be void. The king hath reassumed the whole business into his own hands, appointed a committee of the board, and given order for a general governor of the whole territory to be sent over. The commission is passed the privy seal. I did see it, and the same was 1st month Mai, footnote, i.e. primo Mai, on the 1st of May. The committee of the board is doubtless the well-known colonial committee of April 28, 1634, whose commission is given in Bradford, appendix, in footnote. Sent to the Lord Keeper to have it pass the Great Seal for confirmation, and I now stay to return with the governor, by whom all complaints shall have relief. So that now Jonas, being set ashore, may safely cry, Repent, you cruel separatists, repent. There are as yet but 40 days. If Jove vouchsafe to thunder, the charter and kingdom of the separatists will fall asunder. Repent, you cruel schismatics, repent. These things have happened, and I shall see, notwithstanding their boasting and false alarms in the Massachusetts, with feigned cause of thanksgiving, their merciless cruelty rewarded, according to the merit of the fact, with dying punishment for coming into those parts, like Samson's foxes with firebrands at their tails. The king and council are really possessed of their preposterous loyalty and irregular proceedings, and are incensed against them. And although they be so opposite to the Catholic axioms, yet they will be compelled to perform them, or at leastwise suffer them to be put in practice to their sorrow. In matter of restitution and satisfaction, more than mystically, it must be performed visibly, and in such sort as may be subject to the senses in a very lively image. My Lord Canterbury having, with my Lord Privy Seal, caused all Mr. Cradock's letters to be viewed, and his apology in particular for the brethren here, protested against him and Mr. Comfrey, that they were a couple of impostorous knaves, so that, for all their great friends, they departed the council chamber in our view with a pair of cold shoulders. I have stayed long, yet I have not lost my labor, although the brethren have found their hopes frustrated, so that it follows by consequence, I shall see my desire upon my enemies. And if John Grant had not betaken him to flight, I had taught him to sing Clamavie in the fleet before this time. And if he return before I depart, he will pay dear for his presumption. For here he finds me a second Perseus. I have uncased Medusa's head, and struck the brethren into astonishment. They find, and will yet more to their shame, that they abuse the word and are to blame to presume so much, that they are but a word and a blow to them that are without. Of these particulars I thought good, by so convenient a messenger, to give you notice, lest you should think I had died in obscurity, as the brethren vainly intended I should, and basely practiced, abusing justice by their sinister practices, as by the whole body of the committee, una voce, as was concluded to be done to the dishonour of his majesty. And as for Ratcliffe, he was comforted by their lordships with the croppings of Mr. Winthrop's ears. Footnote: Ratcliffe's ears had been cropped by order of the Massachusetts authorities for speaking abusively of the magistracy and church government. In footnote. Which shows what opinions is held amongst them of King Winthrop, with all his inventions, and his Amsterdam fantastical ordinances, his preachings, marriages, and other abusive ceremonies, which do exemplify his detestation of the Church of England, and the contempt of his Majesty's authority and wholesome laws, which are and will be established in those parts, in vita Minerva. With these I thought fit to salute you as a friend by an epistle, because I am bound to love you as a brother by the gospel, resting your loving friend, Thomas Morton, dated 1st month May, 1634. Having been kept in prison about a year in expectation of further evidence out of England, he was again called before the court, and after some debate what to do with him, he was fined £100 and set at liberty. He was a charge to the country, for he had nothing, and we thought not fit to inflict corporal punishment upon him, being old and crazy, but thought better to fine him and give him his liberty, as if it had been to procure his fine, but indeed to leave him opportunity to go out of the jurisdiction, as he did soon after, and he went to Achaminticus, and living there poor and despised, he died within 2 years after. 7 September 16th. Here arrived a ship from Dartmouth. She was impressed into the king's service, and sent to sea in the Earl of Marlborough's fleet, but she left the fleet, and took in wine and salt at the Spanish islands, and went to Virginia, where he left his merchants and divers of his men, and not putting off his goods there, he came to Boston, where the London ship, Captain Bailey commander, having commission from the Parliament, would have taken him, but he stood upon his defence, and was able to keep his ship against the other. But another question arose about her upon this occasion. Our merchants of Boston had set out a small ship worth £1,500, which, being trading in Wales, was taken by the king's ships, whereupon their merchants desired leave to seize this ship for their satisfaction. On the other side, the master, being come under our command, desired our protection. Our answer was that, if he would deliver his sailors on shore, we would protect him till the court, etc. See more next leaf. 17. The Lady Latour arrived here from London in a ship commanded by Captain Bailey. They had been 6 months from London, having spent their time in trading about Canada, etc. They met with D'Aulnay near Cape Sable, and told him they were bound for the bay, and had stowed the lady and her people under hatches. So he, not knowing it was Captain Bailey, whom he honestly sought for, to have taken or sunk him, he wrote by the master to the deputy governor to this effect: that his master the King of France, understanding that the aid Latour had here the last years was upon the commission he had showed from the Vice-Admiral of France, gave him in charge not to molest us for it, but to hold all good correspondency with us and all the English, which he professed he was desirous of, so far as he might stand with his duty to his master, and withal that he intended to send to us so soon as he has settled his affairs, to let us know what further commission he had, and his sincerity to the business of Latour, etc. Here arrived also Mr. Roger Williams of Providence, and with him 2 or 3 families. He brought with him a letter from divers lords and others of the Parliament, the copy whereof ensueth. Taking notice, some of us of long time, of Mr. Roger Williams, his good affections and conscience, and of his sufferings by our common enemies and oppressors of God's people, the prelates, as also of his great industry and travail, and his printed Indian labors in your parts, the like whereof we have not seen extant from any part in America, and in which respect it hath pleased both houses of Parliament freely to grant unto him and friends with him a free and absolute charter of civil government for those parts of his abode, footnote, the Rhode Island Charter of 1644, in footnote, and withal sorrowfully resenting that amongst good men, our friends, driven to the ends of the world, exercised with the trials of a wilderness, and who mutually give good testimony each of other, as we observe you do of him, and he abundantly of you, there should be such a distance, we thought it fit, upon divers considerations, to profess our great desires of both your utmost endeavors of nearer closing, and of ready expressing of those good affections, which we perceive you bear to each other, in the actual performance of all friendly offices. The rather because of those bad neighbors you are like to find too near unto you in Virginia, and the unfriendly visits from the west of England and from Ireland, that howsoever it may please the Most High to shake our foundations, yet the report of your peaceable and prosperous plantations may be refreshing too. Your true and faithful friends, Northumberland, P. Wharton, Rob Harley, Toss Barrington, Wim Masham, O.L. St. John, John Gurdon, Isaac Pennington, Cor Holland, Gil Pickering, J. Plackiston, Miles Corbett. To the right worshipful, the governor and assistants, and the rest of our worthy friends in the plantations of Massachusetts Bay in New England. Footnote. This letter is strong evidence of the respect in which Roger Williams was held. He had just before put humanity in his debt by writing The Bloody Tenet, his famous defense of toleration, which appeared in 1644, in footnote. 2 churches were appointed to be gathered, one at Haverhill and the other at Andover, both upon Merrimack River. They had given notice thereof to the magistrates and elders, who desired, in regard of their far remoteness and scarcity of housing there, the meeting might be at Rowley, which they assented unto, but being assembled, most of those who were to join refused to declare how God had carried on the work of his grace in them upon this reason, because they had declared it formally in their admission into other churches, whereupon the assembly brake up without proceeding, etc. The governor and others of the magistrates met at Boston upon 2 special occasions. The one was for trial of an action between the Lady Latour and Captain Bailey for not carrying her, etc., to her own place, and for some injuries done her aboard his ship. See more after. The other was upon the request of some merchants of Boston, who, having a ship taken in Wales by the king's party, desired recompense by a ship of Dartmouth riding in our harbor. Whereupon we sent for the master of the Dartmouth ship, who delivered his ship into our hands, till the cause should be tried, which he did the more willingly, for that some London ships of greater force, riding also in our harbor, had threatened to take him, and the next morning Captain Richardson, having commission from the Lord Admiral, fitted his ship to take her, notwithstanding that he had been forbidden overnight by the deputy governor to meddle with her, being under our protection, and lying so before Boston as their shot must needs do harm. Whereupon the governor and the other magistrates, sitting them in court, arose and went to take order about it, and having overnight given commission to some to take seizure of the Dartmouth ship, they went aboard her with their commission, and an officer was sent with warrant to stay Captain Richardson, but he being then come to anchor close by the other ship, he could not, or would not stay, but suffered his men to enter the other ship, and the master coming aboard him at his request, he detained him prisoner. Whereupon the governor, etc., sent 2 other masters of ships to him to command him ashore, but he seeing his men so unruly, and fearing they would fall to fight or pillage in his absence, as he after told us, excused himself for not coming upon that command. Upon which fire was given to a warning piece from that battery, which cut a rope in the head of his ship, and upon that one of his men, without any command, ran down hastily to fire upon our battery, but it pleased God that he hurt himself in the way, and so was not able to go on. A stranger also, unbidden, gave fire to another piece on the battery, which leveled at the bow of the ship, but it struck against the head of a bolt in the cutwater of the Dartmouth ship, and went no further. Then we sent 40 men armed aboard the Dartmouth ship, and upon that Captain Richardson came ashore, and acknowledged his error, and his sorrow for what he had done, yet withal alleging some reasons for his excuse. So we only ordered him to pay a barrel of powder, and to satisfy the officers and soldiers we had employed, etc., and dismissed him. The reason was, because, through the Lord's special providence, there was no hurt done, nor had he made one shot, for if he had, we were resolved to have taken or sunk him, which we might easily have done, lying close under our battery, so as we could have played upon him with the whole culverin or demi-culverin 6 hours altogether, nor had he yet showed to us or to the master of the Dartmouth ship any commission. But after he showed only an ordinary commission from the Lord Admiral, not under the Great Seal, nor grounded upon any ordinance of Parliament, as Captain Staggs was. Therefore we forbade him to meddle with any ship in our harbour, for he could not by that commission take a ship in any place exempt for the Admiral's jurisdiction. Having thus seized the ship, we were to consult what to do with her. Upon examination we found that the master and company were Dartmouth men, and that the ship had formerly been employed in the Parliament's service, but, Dartmouth being taken by the king, she had been employed for taking a vessel or 2 of the Parliaments under the same master, but a captain put over him and many soldiers, and was since sold to a merchant of Christopher Island, and by his agent sent forth upon merchant affairs to divers places, and to repair at last to St. Malo's in France, where the agent dwelt, who was an Englishman and had used to trade at Dartmouth, whose letter of advice and the bill of sale of the ship was produced by the master. It appeared further to us that Dartmouth had been cordial to the Parliament, and stood out 7 days against 12,000 men, and after it was surrendered, generally refused to take the oath of the king, and the master among others, and that they had many better ships there which lay still at home, and such as they sent forth they were not to come home but by advice. Yet it appeared after by divers testimonies that she belonged to Dartmouth, and the charter party also, and that the master was part owner. Divers of the elders, being called in for advice, agreed, near all, that she might be seized to satisfy for 2 ships which the king's party had taken from us, and accordingly commission was given by the governor and council to the merchant to seize and use her, giving security to be responsible, and £8 for 100 if she should be lawfully recovered within 13 months, but the company to have their wages and goods. While the governor and other of the magistrates were at Boston, a boat sent from Dalney with 10 men arrived at Salem, hearing that the governor dwelt there. There was in her one Marie, supposed to be a friar, but habited like a gentleman. He wrote a letter to our governor by a gentleman of his company, to know where he should attend him, and upon our governor's answer to him, he came the next day to Boston, and with letters of credence and commission from Mr. Dalney, he showed us the King of France his commission under the Great Seal of France, with his privy seal annexed, wherein the proceedings against Latour were verified, and he condemned as a rebel and a traitor, etc., with command for the apprehension of himself and a lady who had fled out of France against special order under, etc. He complaining also of the wrong done by our men the last year in assisting of Latour, etc., and proffered terms of peace and amity. We answered to the first, that divers of the ships and most of the men were strangers to us, and no commission from us, nor any permission to use any hostility, and we were very sorry when we heard what had been done. This gave him satisfaction. To the other propositions we answered that we could not conclude any league with him, without the advice of the commissioners of the United Colonies, but if he would set down his propositions in writing, we would consider further of them. And withal we acquainted him with what we had lately written to Mr. Dalney, and the injuries we had complained of to him. So he withdrew himself to his lodgings at Mr. Fowle's, and drew out both his propositions and answers to our complaints in French, and returned to us. He added 2 propositions more, one that we would aid him against Latour, and the other that we would not assist him and give reasonable answer to our demands. Upon these things he discoursed half the day, sometimes with our governor in French, and other while with the rest of the magistrates in Latin. We urged much for a reconciliation with Latour, and that he would permit his lady to go to her husband. His answer was, that if Latour would voluntarily submit and come in, he would assure him his life and liberty, but if he were taken, he were sure to lose his head in France. And for his lady, she was known to be the cause of his contempt and rebellion, and therefore they could not let her go to him. But if we should send her in any to our vessels, he must take her, and if we carried any goods to Latour, he would take them also, but he would give us satisfaction for them. In the end we came to this agreement, which was drawn up in Latin by these words, and signed by the governor and 6 other magistrates, and Mr. Murray, whereof one copy we kept, and the other he carried with him. He came to Boston the 6th day very late, and made great haste away, so he departed on the 3rd day following. We furnished him with horses, and sent him to Salem well accompanied, and offered him a bark to carry him home, but he refused it. We entertained him with all courteous respect, and he seemed to be surprised with his unexpected entertainment, and gave a very liberal testimony of his kind acceptance thereof, and assurance of Mr. Donnelly's engagement to us for it. The agreement between us was this. The agreement between John Endicott, Esquire, Governor of the Massachusetts and New England, and the rest of the magistrates there, and Mr. Murray, Commissioner of Mr. Donnelly, Knight, Governor and Lieutenant General of His Majesty the King of France, and Acadie, a province of New France, made and ratified at Boston in the Massachusetts aforesaid, 8d Mensis 8, October 8, Anne Dom 1644. The governor and the rest of the magistrates do promise to Mr. Murray that they and all English within the jurisdiction of the Massachusetts aforesaid shall observe and keep firm peace with Mr. D'Aulnay, etc., and all the French under his command in Acadie. And likewise the said Mr. Murray doth promise for Mr. D'Aulnay that he and all his people shall also keep firm peace with the governor and magistrates aforesaid, and with all the inhabitants of the jurisdiction of the Massachusetts aforesaid, and that it shall be lawful for all men, both French and English, to trade each with other, so that if any occasion of offense should happen, neither party shall attempt anything against the other in any hostile manner before the wrong be first complained of and due satisfactions not given, provided always the governor and magistrates aforesaid be not bound to restrain the merchants to trade with their ships with any persons, either French or other, wheresoever they dwell, provided also that the full ratification and conclusion of this agreement be referred to the next meeting of the commissioners of the United Colonies of New England for the continuation or abrogation of the same, and in the meantime to remain firm and inviolate. Footnote. The treaty is given in full in Hazard, State Papers, Volume 1, page 536, also in Hutchinson, Collections, 146, in footnote. By this agreement we were freed from the fear our people were in, that Mr. Donnelly would take revenge of our small vessels or our plantations, for the harm he sustained by our means the last year, and also from any further question about that business. We are now also freed from as great a fear of war with the Naragnasetts. For the commissioners, meeting at Hartford, sent for Ancus some from Narragansett, a sachem and chief captain were sent, and whereas the Narragnasetts' plea against Ancus was that he had put their sachem to death after he had received a ransom for his life, it was clearly proved otherwise, and that the things he received were part of them given him for his courteous usage of the said Miantenema, and those sachems which were slain in the battle, and another part, that Miantenema might be given to the English. In the end it was agreed by all parties that there should be peace on all sides till planting time were over the next year, and then neither of them should attempt any hostile act against the other, without first acquainting the English, etc., therewith. The Lady Latour, being arrived here, commenced her action against Captain Bailey and the merchant, brother and factor to Alderman Berkeley, who freighted the ship, for not performing the charter party, having spent so much time upon the coast in trading, as they were near 6 months in coming, and had not carried her to her fort as they ought, and might have done, and upon a full hearing in a special court 4 days, the jury gave her £2,000. For had they come in any reasonable time, it might have been much more to her advantage in her trade and safety against D'Aulnay, whereas now it was like to occasion her utter ruin, for she knew not how to get home without hiring 2 or 3 ships of force. Latour and a vessel of ours and his company laden with provision went hence with a fair wind, which if he had made use of he had met with D'Aulnay, and after he touched at for divers places by the way, and stayed there some time, He passed by Penobscot soon after D'Aulnay was gone into the harbor, and so escaped. Whereas if he had passed any time many days before, he must needs have been taken. This vessel of ours, in her return, was met by D'Aulnay, who stayed her, and taking the master aboard his ship, manned the other with Frenchmen, and telling the master his intention, and ensuring him of all good usage and recompense for the stay of his vessel, all which he really performed, he brought her with him to the mouth of St. John's River, and then sent her boat with one gentleman of his own to Latour to show his commission, and withal declared the master to write to Latour to desire him to dismiss the messenger safely, for otherwise D'Aulnay would keep him for hostage, yet he assured him he would not do it. So Latour dismissed the messenger in peace, which he professed he would not have done but for our master's sake. D'Aulnay carried our ketch with him to Port Royal, where he used the master very courteously and gave him credit for fish, etc. he brought of him, and recompense for keeping his vessel, and so dismissed him. Presently after their return, we sent another vessel to trade with D'Aulnay, and by it the deputy governor wrote to D'Aulnay to show the cause of sending her, with profession of our desire of holding good correspondency with him, etc., and withal persuading him by diverse arguments to entertain peace with Latour. That vessel found courteous entertainment with him, and he took off all our commodities, but not at so good rates as they expected. The Lady Latour having arrested the captain and merchant of the ship, they were forced to deliver their cargo on shore to free their persons, by which means she laid her execution upon them to the value of 1,100 pounds. More could not be had without unfurnishing the ship, which must have been by force, for otherwise the master and seamen would deliver none. The master petitioned the general court for his freight and wages, for which the goods stood bound by charter party. The general court was much divided about it, but the magistrates voted that none was due here, nor the goods bound for them, but the major part of the deputies being of another judgment, they made use of their negative vote, and so nothing was ordered. Whereupon the master brought this action at the next court of assistants. When it came to be tried, 2 of the assistants were of opinion that it ought not to be put to trial, because the general court had the hearing and voting of it. But it was answered by the rest, the governor being absent, that, seeing the general court had no order in it, this court might hear and determine it, as if the general court had never taken cognizance of it. Accordingly, it was put to the jury upon this issue, whether the goods were security for the freight, etc., and the jury found for the defendant, and yet in the charter party the merchants bound themselves, their executors, etc., and goods, as the owners had bound their ships, etc., to the merchants. This business caused much trouble and charge to the country, and made some difference between the merchants of Charlestown, who took part with the merchants and master of the ship, and the merchants of Boston, who assisted the lady, some of them being deeply engaged for Latour, so as offers were made on both sides for an end between them. Those of Charlestown offered security for the goods, if upon a review within 13 months the judgment were not reversed, or the Parliament in England did not call the cause before themselves. This last clause was very ill taken by the court, as making way for appeals, etc., into England, which was not reserved in our charter. The other offered them all the goods save 150 pounds to defray the lady's expense in town, and security for that if the judgment was reversed, so as the other would give security to answer the whole 2,000 pounds if the judgment were not reversed, etc. 10 December 8th. The parties not agreeing, the lady took the goods and hired 3 ships which lay in the harbor, belonging to strangers, which cost her near 800 pounds, and set sail for her fort. And the merchants, against whom she had execution for their bodies for satisfaction of the rest of the judgment, got into their ship and fell down beyond the castle, where they were out of command, and took aboard some 30 passengers, and so, 26, in company of one of our ships, which carried about 70 passengers, they sailed for London. When our ship, etc., arrived at London, Alderman Berkeley arrested the goods of 2 of the passengers. A continuation of the history of New England. Footnote. This is the part of Winthrop's journal discovered in the year 1816 in the tower of the Old South Meeting House in Boston, the part unknown to the Hartford transcribers, and first published by Savage in 1825. While Part 2 of the journal was destroyed by fire in 1825, Part 3 as well as Part 1 are preserved in the archives of the Massachusetts Historical Society, so that the accuracy of Savage's transcription may be verified. In footnote. Part 3, 1644. 1707, September the 17th. The Lady Latour arrived here in ship set forth from London by Alderman Berkeley and Captain Bailey. They were bound for Latour's fort and set forth in the spring, but spent so much time in trading by the way, etc., as when they came at Cape Sable, Monsieur de Aulnay came up to them in a ship from France, so as they durst not discover what they were, but stood along for Boston. The lady, being arrived, brought her action against them for delaying her so long at sea, whereby she lost the opportunity of relieving her fort, and must be at excessive charges to get thither. The cause was openly heard at a special court at Boston, before all the magistrates, and a jury of principal men impaneled, most merchants and seamen, and the charter party being read, and witnesses produced, it appeared to the court that they had broken charter party, as the jury gave her £2,000 damages. Whereupon the cargo of the ship was seized in execution, so much of it as could be found, and being meal and peas and trading stuff, etc., and being appraised by 4 men sworn, etc., it was found to the value of about £1,100. The defendants desired liberty till the next year to bring a review, pretending they had evidence in England, etc. It was granted them, and they were offered to have all their goods again, except £100 for defraying the lady's present charges in Boston, for which they should have good security, etc., so as they would put in security to answer the whole £2,000 if they did not reverse the judgment within the year. This they refused, and would give security for no more than what they should receive back, whereupon the execution proceeded. But the master of the ship brought his action upon the goods in execution for security for his freight and men's wages, which did amount to near the whole extended. The jury found against him, whereupon at the next general court he petitioned for redress. A great part of the court was of opinion that the goods, being his security by charter party, ought not to be taken from him upon the execution, and most of the deputies and the deputy governor, and some others of the magistrates voted that way, but the greater part of the magistrates being of the other side, he would not be relieved. The lady was forced to give £700 to 3 ships to carry her home. Footnote: this opening passage of Part 3 Winthrop has crossed out in the manuscript with the marginal comment, "This is before in the other book." It is, however, worthwhile to retain the passage since it tells the story in somewhat different shape. End footnote. It may be of use to mention a private matter or two, which fell out about this time, because the power and mercy of the Lord did appear to them in an extraordinary manner. One of the deacons of Boston Church, Jacob Elliot, a man of a very sincere heart and a humble frame of spirit, had a daughter, footnote, the little girl was the niece of the Apostle Elliot, end footnote, of 8 years of age, who being playing with other children about a cart, the hinder end thereof fell upon the child's head, and an iron sticking out of it struck into the child's head, and drove a piece of the skull before it into the brains, so that the brains came out, and 7 surgeons, some of the country very experienced men, and others of the ships which rode in the harbor, being called together for advice, did all conclude that it was the brains, being about half a spoonful at one time, and more at other times, and that there was no hope of the child's life, except the piece of skull could be drawn out. But one of the ruling elders of the church, an experienced and very skillful surgeon, liked not to take that course, but applied only plasters to it, and withal earnest prayers were made by the church to the Lord for it, and in 6 weeks it pleased God that the piece of skull consumed, and so came forth, and the child recovered perfectly, nor did it lose the senses at any time. Another was a child of one Bumstead, a member of the church, had a child of about the same age, that fell from a gallery in the meeting house about 18 feet high, and brake the arm and shoulder, and was also committed to the Lord in the prayers of the church, with earnest desires, that the place where the people assembled to his worship might not be defiled with blood. And it pleased the Lord also that this child was soon perfectly recovered. The differences which followed in the court and still continued, blank. A bark was set out from Boston with 7 men to trade at Delaware. They stayed in the river near the English plantation all the winter, and in the spring they fell down, and traded 3 weeks, and had gotten 500 skins, and some otter, etc. And being ready to come away, 15 Indians came aboard, as if they would trade again, and suddenly they drew forth hatchets from under their coats, and killed the master and 3 others, and rifled the bark, and carried away a boy, and another man, who was the interpreter. And when they came on shore, they gave him 40 skins, and 20 fathom wampum, and other things, and kept them about 6 weeks after. The Swedish governor procured another sachem to fetch them to him, who sent them to New Haven by a bark of that place, and so they were brought to Boston, 5/14/15, footnote, July 14th, 1645, end footnote, the man as a prisoner. 8 October 30. The general court assembled again, and all the magistrates were sent for, to reconcile the differences between the magistrates and deputies. When they were come, the first question put to them was that which was stated by consent the last session, its viz. Whether the magistrates are, by patent and election of the people, the standing council of this commonwealth in the vacancy of the general court, and have power accordingly to act in all cases subject to government, according to the said patent and the laws of this jurisdiction, and when any necessary occasions call for actions from authority, in cases where there is no particular express law provided, they are to be guided by the word of God till the general court gave particular rules in such cases. The elders, having received the question, withdrew themselves for consultation about it, and the next day sent to know when we would appoint a time that they might attend the court with their answer. The magistrates and deputies agreed upon an hour, but the deputies came not all, but sent a committee of 4, which was not well, nor respectively, that when all the elders had taken so much pains at their request, some having come 30 miles, they would not vouchsafe their presence to receive their answer. Their answer was affirmative on the magistrate's behalf, in the very words of the question, with some reasons thereof. It was delivered in writing by Mr. Cotton, in the name of them all, they being all present, and not one dissentient. Upon the return of this answer, the deputies prepared other questions to be propounded to the elders, and sent them to the magistrates to take view of. Likewise the magistrates prepared 4 questions, and sent them also to the deputies. The magistrates' questions with the elders' answers were: 1. Whether deputies in the court have judicial and magistratical authority. 2nd. Whether by patent the general court, consisting of magistrates and deputies as a general court, have judicial and magistratical authority. 3rd. Whether we may warrantably prescribe certain penalties to offenses which may probably admit variable degrees of guilt. 4th. Whether a judge be bound to pronounce such sentences as a positive law describes, in case it be apparently above or below the merit of the offense. The elders answered to the 2 first. 1. The patent, in express words, giveth full power and authority, as to the governors as an assistance, so to the freemen also assembled in general court. 2nd. Whereas there is a threefold power of magistratical authority, viz., legislative, judicial, and consultative or directive of the public affairs of the country for provision and protection. The first of these, viz., legislative, is expressly given to the freemen, jointly with the governor and assistants. Consultative or directive power, etc., is also granted by the patent as the other. But now for power of judicature, if we speak of the constant and usual administration thereof, we do not find that it is granted to the freemen or deputies in the general court, either by the patent or the elections of the people, or by any law of the country. But if we speak of the occasional administration thereof, we find power of judicature administrable by the freemen, jointly with the governor and assistants upon a double occasion. 1. In case of defect or delinquency of a magistrate, the whole court consisting, etc., may remove him. 2nd, if by the law of the country there lie any appeal to the general court, or any special causes be reserved to their judgment, it will necessarily infer that in such cases, by such laws, the freemen, jointly with the governor and assistants, have power of judicature, touching the appellant's cause of appeal in those reserved cases. What we speak of the power of freemen by patent, the same may be said of the deputies, so far forth as the power of the freemen is delegated to them by order of law. To the 3rd and 4th questions the elders answer. First, certain penalties may and ought to be prescribed to capital crimes, although they may admit variable degrees of guilt, as in the case of murder upon propensed malice and upon sudden provocation. There is prescribed the same death in both, though murder be propensed malice be of a far greater guilt than upon sudden provocation. Numbers 35, 16, 18, 20, 21. Also in crimes of less guilt, as in theft, though some theft may be of greater guilt than other, as for some man to steal a sheep who hath less need is of greater guilt than for another who hath more need, the Lord prescribed the same measure of restitution to both. 2nd, in case that variable circumstances of an offense do so much vary the degrees of guilt, as that the offense be raised to a higher nature, there the penalty must be varied to a higher answerable proportion. The striking of a neighbor may be punishable with some pecuniary mulct, when the striking of a father may be punished with death. So any sin committed with a high hand, as the gathering of sticks on the Sabbath day, may be punished with death, when a lesser punishment may serve for gathering sticks privily and in some need. 3rd, in case circumstances do so vary a sin, as that many sins are complicated or wrapped up in it, the penalty is to be varied according to the penalties of those several sins. A single lie may be punished with a less mulct than if it be told before the judgment seat or elsewhere to the damage of any person, whether in his good name by slander or in his estate by detriment in his commerce, in which case a lie aggravated by circumstances is to be punished with respect both to a lie and to a slander and to the detriment which another sustaineth thereby. 4. In case that the circumstances which vary the degrees of guilt concern only the person of the offender, as whether it were the first offense or customary, whether he were enticed thereto or the enticer, whereupon he were principal or accessory, whether unadvised or witting or willing, etc., there it were meet the penalty should be expressed with a latitude, where of the lowest degree to be expressed, suppose 5 shillings, or as the case may be 5 stripes, in the highest degree 20 shillings, or etc., or stripes more or less, within which compass or latitude it may be free to a magistrate to aggravate or mitigate the penalty. Even here also care would be taken that a magistrate attend in a sentence as much as may be to a certain rule in these circumstances, lest some persons, whose sins be alike circumstance with others, if their punishment be not equal, etc., may think themselves more unequally dealt withal than others. 5th. In those cases wherein the judge is persuaded in conscience that a crime deserveth a greater punishment than the law inflicteth, he may lawfully pronounce sentence according to the prescribed penalty, etc., because he hath no power committed to him by law to go higher. But where the law may seem to the conscience of the judge to inflict a greater penalty than the offense deserveth, it is his part to suspend his sentence, till by conference with the lawgivers he find liberty either to inflict the sentence or to mitigate it. 6. The penalties of great crimes may sometimes be mitigated by such as are in chief power, out of respect to the public good service which the delinquent hath done to the state in former times, as Solomon did to Abiathar, 1 Kings 2:26-27. Questions propounded to the elders by the deputies. 1. Whether the governor and assistants have any power by patent to dispense justice in the vacancy of the general court, without some law or order of the same to declare the rule. The elders' answer was negative, and further they conceived it meet the rule should be expressed for the regulating of all particulars as far as may be, and where such cannot be had to be supplied by general rules. 2. Question. Whether any general court hath not power by patent in particular cases to choose any commissioners, either assistants or freemen, exempting all others, to give them commission to set forth their power and places. By any particular case, we mean in all things and in the choice of all officers, that the Commonwealth stands in need of between elections and election, not taking away the people's liberty in elections, nor turning out any officer so elected by them, without showing cause. The elders answer. If the terms all things imply or intend all cases of constant judicature and counsel, we answer negatively, etc., because then it would follow that the magistrates might be excluded from all cases of constant judicature and counsel, which are their principal work, whereby also the end of the people's election would be made frustrate. Second, but if those terms, all things, imply or intend cases, whether occasional or others, belonging neither to constant judicature or counsel, we answer affirmatively, etc., which yet we understand with this distinction, viz., that if the affairs committed to such officers and commissioners be of general concernment, we conceive the freemen, according to patent, are to choose them, the general court to set forth their power and places, but if they be of merely particular concernment, then we conceive the general court may choose them, and set forth their power and places. Whereas we give cases of constant judicature and counsel to the magistrates, we thus interpret the word counsel. Counsel consists of care and action. In respect of care, the magistrates are not limited. In respect of action, they are to be limited by the general court or by the Supreme Council. Finally, it is our humble request that in case any difference grow in the general court between magistrates and deputies, either in these or any like weighty cases, which cannot be presently issued with mutual peace, that both parties will be pleased to defer the same to further deliberation for the honor of God and of the court. Upon other propositions made by the deputies, the elders gave this further answer, viz., that the general court, consisting of magistrates and deputies, is the chief civil power of this commonwealth, and may act in all things belonging to such a power, both concerning counsel and consulting about the weighty affairs of the Commonwealth, and concerning making of laws, also concerning judicatures, and orderly impeaching, removing, and sentencing any officers, even the highest according to law, likewise in receiving appeals, whether touching civic or criminal causes, whereupon appeals are or shall be allowed by the general court, provided that all such appeals proceed orderly from an inferior court to the court of assistance, and from thence to the general court. Or if the case were first depending in the court of assistance, then proceed from thence to the general court, and in all such cases as are appealable. Quote, as in cases judged evidently against law, or in cases wherein the subject is sentenced to banishment, loss of limb, or life, without an express law, or in cases weighty and difficult, not admitting small matters, the pursuit whereof would be more burdensome to the court and country than behooveful to the appellant, nor needlessly interrupting the ordinary course of justice in the court of assistance or other inferior courts, provided also that if it do appear that the appeal proceed not out of regard of right, but from delay of justice, or out of contention, that a due and just punishment be by law ordained and inflicted upon such appellant, in quote, that no magistrate hath power to vary from the penalty of any law, etc., without consulting the general court. 3. Question. Whether the titles of governor, deputy, and assistants do necessarily imply magistratical authority in the patent. The elder's answer was affirmative. 4. Question. Whether the magistratical power be not given by the patent to the people or general court, and by them to the governor, etc. The elder's answer. The magistratical power is given to the governor, etc., by the patent. To the people is given by the same patent to design the persons to those places of government, and to the general court power is given to make laws as the rules of their administration. These resolutions of the elders were after put to vote, and were all allowed to be received, except those in the last page marked in the margin thus, in quotes. Most of the deputies were now well satisfied concerning the authority of the magistrates, etc., but some few leading men who had drawn on the rest were still fixed upon their own opinions. So hard a matter it is to draw men, even wise and godly, from the love of the fruit of their own inventions. Footnote. This detailed and labored expounding of the patent by the elders for the benefit of the uneasy deputies is an incident in the long struggle in which the people conquered. In footnote. There fell out at this court another occasion of further trouble. The deputy governor having formerly, and from time to time, opposed the deputy's claim of judicial authority, and the prescribing of set penalties in cases which may admit variable degrees of guilt, which occasioned them to suspect that he, and some others of the magistrates, did effect an arbitrary government, he now wrote a small treatise about these points, showing what arbitrary government was, and that our government, in the state it now stood, was not arbitrary, neither in the ground and foundation of it, nor in the exercise and administration thereof. And because it is of public and, for the most part, of general concernment, and being a subject not formally handled by any that I have met with, so as it may be of use to stir up some of more experience and more able parts to bestow their parts herein, I have therefore made bold to set down the whole discourse, with the proceedings which happened about it, in a treatise by itself, with some small alterations and additions, not in the substance of the matter, for clearer evidence of the question. And I must apologize this to the reader, that I do not condemn all prescript penalties, although the argument seems to hold forth so much, but only so as far they cross with the rules of justice and prudence and mercy. Also in such cases of smaller concernment, as wherein they may be lawful liberties allowed to judges to use admonition, or to respite an offender to further trial of reformation, etc. Footnote. The tract is printed in Winthrop, Volume 2, page 445. At this court, Mr. Saltonstall moved very earnestly that he might be left out at the next election, and pursued his motion after to the towns. It could not appear what should move him to it, only Mr. Bellingham and he held together, and joined with the deputies against the rest of the magistrates, but not prevailing, and being oft opposed in public, might put some discouragement upon his spirit, to see all differ from him save one. And indeed it occasioned much grief to all the elders, and gave great offence through the country, and such as were acquainted with other states in the world, and had not well known the persons, would have concluded such a faction here as hath been usual in the Council of England and other states, who walk by politic principles only. But these gentlemen were such as feared God, and endeavoured to walk by the rules of his word in all their proceedings, so as it might be conceived in charity, that they walked according to their judgments and conscience, and where they went aside, it was merely for want of light, or their eyes were held through some temptation for a time, that they could not make use of the light they had. For in all these differences and agitations about them, they continued in brotherly love, and in the exercise of all friendly offices each to other, as occasion required. One Cornish, dwelling some time in Weymouth, removed to Achamenticus for more outward accommodation, and in the month last was taken up in the river, his head bruised, and a pole sticking in his side, and his canoe laden with clay found sunk. His wife, being a lewd woman, and suspected to have fellowship with one footman, coming to her husband, he bled abundantly, and so he did also when the footman was brought to him. Footnote: that the body of a murdered man bleeds afresh in presence of the murderer is an inveterate superstition of the Teutonic race. In the Nibelungen Lied, the body of Siegfried bleeds afresh in the presence of Hagen. The belief still persists in the ruder communities of the United States. In footnote. But no evidence could be found against him. Then something was discovered against the son of Mr. Hull, their minister, and the woman was arraigned before the mayor, Mr. Roger Guard, and others of the province of Maine, and strong presumptions came in against her, whereupon she was condemned and executed. She persisted in the denial of the murder to the death, but confessed to have lived in adultery with divers. She charged two specifically, the said Guard, the mayor, and one Edward Johnson, who confessed it openly at the time of her execution, but the mayor denied it. And it gave some likelihood that he was not guilty, because he had carried himself very zealously and impartially in discovery of the murder. But there might be skill in that, and he was but a carnal man, and had no wife in the country, and some witnesses come in against him of his acknowledgment to the woman, etc. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 20, 1645. Part 1. 12 February 17. Mr. Allerton, coming from New Haven in a ketch, with his wife and divers other persons, were taken in a great storm at northeast with much snow, and cast away at Situate, but the persons all saved. 12 February 16. The winter was very mild hitherto, and no snow lay, so as ploughs might go most part of the winter. But now there fell so great a snow in several days, as the ways were unpassable for 3 weeks. So as the Court of Assistants held not, the magistrates and juries not coming to Boston, 1 March, being the usual day for that court. And withal the weather was cold, and the frost as fierce as is at any time of the winter, and the snow was not off the ground till the end of the first month. 1645 to April 6. 2 great fires happened this week, one at Salem. Mr. Downing having built a new house at his farm, he being gone to England, and his wife and family gone to the church meeting upon the Lord's Day, the chimney took fire and burnt down the house, and bedding, apparel, and household to the value of £200. The other was at Roxbury this day. John Johnson, the Surveyor General of the Ammunition, a very industrious and faithful man in his place, having built a fair house in the midst of the town, with divers barns and other outhouses, it fell on fire in the daytime, no man knowing by what occasion, and there being in it 17 barrels of the country's powders and many arms, all was suddenly burnt and blown up, to the value of £400 or £500, wherein a special providence of God appeared, for he being from home, the people came together to help, and many were in the house, no man thinking of the powder, till one of the company put them in mind of it, whereupon they all withdrew, and soon after the powder took fire, and blew up all about it, and shook the houses in Boston and Cambridge, so as men thought it had been an earthquake, and carried great pieces of timber a great way off, and some rags and other such light things beyond Boston Meeting House. There being then a stiff gale at south, it drove the fire from the other houses in the town, for this was the most northerly, otherwise it had endangered the greatest part of the town. This loss of our powder was the most observable in 2 respects. 1, because the court had not taken that care they ought to pay for it, having been owing for divers years. 2, in that at the court before they had refused to help our countrymen in Virginia, who had written to us for their defense against the Indians, and also to help our brethren of Plymouth in their want. Mr. Wheelwright being removed from Exeter to Wells, the people remaining fell at variance among themselves. Some would gather a new church and call old Mr. Batchelor from Hampton to be their pastor, and for that purpose appointed a day and gave notice thereof to the magistrates and churches. But the court, understanding of their divisions and present unfitness for so solemn and sacred a business, sent and wrote to them, by way of direction only, to desist for that time, and not to proceed until upon satisfaction given to this court, or the court at Ipswich, of their reconciliation, they might proceed with allowance of authority according to order. To this they submitted, and did not proceed. The question about Seekonk, now Rehoboth, being revived this court, whether it should belong to this jurisdiction, upon the submission of the purchasers, etc., or to Plymouth by right of their patent, the court, by order, referred it to the judgment of the commissioners of the Union, who decreed it for Plymouth with reservation, if better evidence should appear by the next meeting. Some malignant spirits began to stir, and declare themselves for the king, etc., whereupon an order was made to restrain such courses, and to prevent all such turbulent practices, either by action, word, or writing. The court ordered letters of thanks to be sent to Mr. Richard Andrews of London, haberdasher, for his gift of £500, and to the Lady Armine for her gift of £20 per annum, and to the Lady Mulson for her gift, which was done accordingly by the committee appointed. Footnote: the last two gifts were to the college. Andrews had before shown himself generous. Lady Armine, granddaughter of the Earl of Shrewsbury, was wife of Sir William Armine, associated with Vane in the negotiation of the Solemn League and Covenant with the Scots, and a statesman of eminence. Lady Malson had, in 1643, by a gift of £100, founded the first scholarship in Harvard College. She was the daughter of a London alderman and widow of a Lord Mayor. Her maiden name was Anne Radcliffe. Radcliffe College has been named for her. End footnote. Upon advice from Mr. Weld, remaining still at London, a commission was sent under the public seal to Mr. Pocock and divers other our friends in London to this effect: 1. To answer for us upon all such occasions as may be presented to the Parliament or any other court or officer concerning us or our affairs, but not to engage us without our consent. 2. To receive all letters and other dispatches of public nature or concernment from us. 3. To advise us of all occurrence as may happen touching our colony. 4th, to receive all money or other things due to us from any person in England, by gift or otherwise, and to dispose of them by direction under our public seal. Mr. John Winthrop the younger, coming from England 2 years since, brought with him £1,000 stock and divers workmen to begin in ironwork, and had moved the court for some encouragement to be given the undertakers, and for the court to join in carrying on the work, etc. The business was well approved by the court, as a thing much conducing to the good of the country, but we had no stock in the treasury to give furtherance to it. Only some 2 or 3 private persons joined in it, and the court granted the adventurers near all their demands as a monopoly of it for 21 years, liberty to make use of any 6 places not already granted, and to have 3 miles square in every place to them and their heirs, and freedom from public charges, trainings, etc., and this was now sent them over under the public seal this year. Footnote: these mining operations proved successful, ore in considerable amounts being obtained. The enterprise receives much notice in the public records. Boston Town Records, Second Report of the Record Commissioners, 1877, Volume 1, page 77, 91, 92, 127. Records of Massachusetts, Volume 2, 61. March 7th, 1643 to 4. In footnote. The court, finding that the over-number of deputies drew out the courts into great length, and put the country to excessive charges, so as some one court hath expended more than £200, etc., did think fit to have fewer deputies, and so to have only 5 or 6 out of each shire. And because the deputies were still unsatisfied with the magistrates' negative vote, the magistrates consented to lay it down, so as the deputies might not exceed them in number, and those to be the prime men of the country, to be chosen by the whole shires. But they agreed first to know the mind of the country. But upon trial, the greater number of towns refused it, so it was left for this time. At this court, in the 3rd month, Passaconaway, the chief sachem of Merrimack, and his sons came and submitted themselves and their people and lands under our jurisdiction, as Pumham and others had done before. Mr. Shepherd, the pastor of the church in Cambridge, being at Connecticut when the commissioners met there for the United Colonies, moved them for some contribution of help towards the maintenance of poor scholars in the college, whereupon the commissioners ordered that it should be commended to the deputies of the general courts and the elders within the several colonies to raise, by way of voluntary contribution, 1 peck of corn or 12 pence money or other commodity of every family, which those of Connecticut presently performed. 5th July 3rd. By order of the general court, upon advice with the elders, a general fast was kept. The occasions were the miseries of England and our own differences in the general court, and also for the great drought. In this latter, the Lord prevented our prayers in sending us rain soon after and before the day of humiliation came. Diverse free schools were erected, as at Roxbury, for maintenance whereof every inhabitant bound some house or land for a yearly allowance forever, and at Boston, where they made an order to allow forever £50 to the master in an house, and £30 to an usher, who should also teach to read and write in cipher, and Indians' children were to be taught freely, and the charge to be by yearly contribution, either by voluntary allowance, or by right of such as refused, etc., and this order was confirmed by the General Court . Other towns did the like, providing maintenance by several means. Footnote. This passage is of interest as referring to the origin in New England of the common school, which may be traced farther back than the present date. In the Boston Town Records, page 5, April 13, 1635, Philemon Pourmont is mentioned as entreated to undertake a school, and next year comes a list of subscribers, headed by Henry Vane, the governor. For reference to the sources of the common school system, see Windsor, Memorial History of Boston, Volume 1, page 123. End footnote. By agreement of the commissioners and the motions of the elders in their several churches, every family in each colony gave 1 peck of corn or 12 pence to the college at Cambridge. 1 March 25. Another strange accident happened by fire about this time. One Mr. Peck and 3 others of Hingham, being about with others to remove to Seekonk, which was concluded by the commissioners of the United Colonies to belong to Plymouth, riding thither, they sheltered themselves and their horses in an Indian wigwam, which by some occasion took fire, and, although they were all 4 in it, and labored to their utmost, etc., burnt 3 of their horses to death, and all their goods to the value of £50. Also some children were killed, and others sore scorched, with wearing clothes of cotton, which was very apt to take fire, and hard to be quenched. So as one man of Watertown being so clothed, and taking fire by endeavoring to save his house being on fire, was forced to run into a well to save his life. 2 April 13. Mr. Hopkins, the governor of Hartford upon Connecticut, came to Boston, and brought his wife with him, a godly young woman, and of special parts, who has fallen into a sad infirmity, the loss of her understanding and reason, which had been growing upon her divers years, by occasion of her giving herself wholly to reading and writing, and had written many books. Her husband, being very loving and tender of her, was loath to grieve her, but he saw his error when it was too late. For if she had attended her household affairs, and such things as belong to women, and not gone out of her way, and calling to meddle in such things as are proper for men, whose minds are stronger, etc., she had kept her wits, and might have improved them usefully and honorably in the place God had set her. He brought her to Boston, and left her with her brother, one Mr. Yale, a merchant, to try what means might be had here for her, but no help could be had. Footnote. Mrs. Hopkins was aunt of Elihu Yale, founder of Yale University. End footnote. The governor and assistants met at Boston to consider what might lawfully be done for saving Latour and his 4 out of the hands of D'Aulnay, who was now before it with all his strength both of men and vessels. So soon as we were met, word was brought us that a vessel sent by some merchants to carry provisions to Latour was fallen into the hands of D'Aulnay, who had made prize of her, and turned them in upon an island, and kept them there 10 days, and then gave them an old shallop, not above 2 tons, and some provisions to bring them home, but denied them their clothes, etc., which at first he had promised them, and any gun or compass, whereby it was justly conceived that he intended they should perish, either at sea or by the Indians who were at hand, and chase them next day, etc. Upon this news we presently dispatched away a vessel to D'Aulnay with letters, wherein we expostulated with him about this act of his, complaining of it as a breach of the articles of our peace, and required the vessel and goods to be restored, or satisfaction for them. We gave answer also to some charges he laid upon us in a letter lately written to our governor, carried on in very high language, as if we had hired the ships, which carried home the Lady Latour, and had broken our articles by a bare sufferance of it, etc., which caused us to answer him accordingly, that he might see we took notice of proud terms, and were not afraid of him. And whereas he oft threatened us with the King of France's power, etc., we answered that we did acknowledge him to be a mighty prince, but we conceived withal he would continue to be just, and would not break out against us without hearing our answer, or if he should, yet New England has a God, who is able to save us, and did not use to forsake his servant, etc. So soon as he had set our men upon an island in a deep snow without fire, and only a sorry wigwam for the shelter, he carried his ship up close to Latour's fort, supposing they would have yielded it up to him, for the friars and other their confederates whom the lady presently upon her arrival had sent away, had persuaded him that he might easily gain the place. Latour being come into the bay, and not above 50 men left in it, and little powder, and that decayed also. But after they had moored their ship, and began to let fly at the fort with their ordnance, they within behaved themselves so well with their ordnance, that they tare his ship so as he was forced to warp her on shore behind a point of land, to save her from sinking. For the wind coming easterly, they could not bring her forth. And they killed, as one of his own men reported, 20 of his men, and wounded 13 more. The governor and assistants had used for 10 or 11 years at least to appoint one to preach on the day of election, but about 3 or 4 years since the deputies challenged it as their right, and accordingly had twice made the choice, the magistrates still professing it to be a mere intrusion, etc. And now at the last general court in October they had given order to call Mr. Norton to that service, never acquainting the magistrates therewith. And about some 2 months before the time, the governor and divers others of the magistrates, not knowing anything of what the deputies had done, agreed upon Mr. Norris of Salem, and gave him notice of it. But at this meeting of the magistrates it grew a question, whether of these two should be employed, seeing both had been invited, and both were prepared. At last it was put to vote, and that determined it upon Mr. Norton. The reason was the unwillingness of the magistrates to have any fresh occasion of contestation with the deputies. But some judged it a failing, especially in one or two who had already joined in calling Mr. Norris, and a betraying, or at least weakening the power of the magistrates, and a countenancing of an unjust usurpation. For the deputies could do no such act, as an act of court, without the concurrence of the magistrates, and out of court they had no power at all, but only for regulating their own body. And it was resolved and voted at last court, according to elders' advice, that all occurrence out of court belonged to the magistrates to take care of, being the standing council of the Commonwealth. One of our ships, which went to the Canaries with pipe staves in the beginning of November last, returned now, and brought wine, and sugar, and salt, and some tobacco, which she had at Barbados in exchange for africos, which she carried from the Isle of Mayo. Footnote: a man of Winthrop's generation took such slave trading as is here referred to as the ordinary course of business. The Isla de Mayo was one of the Cape Verde Islands. In footnote: she brought us news that a ship of ours of about 260 tons, set out from Cambridge before winter, was set upon near the Canaries by an Irish man-of-war. Footnote: the harbours of England, especially Old Kinsale, became in the Civil War refuges for the king's ships which are described as Irish. In footnote: which had 70 men and 20 pieces of ordnance, whereas ours had but 14 pieces and not above 30 men. And the Irishmen grappled with her ship, and boarded her, and fought with her, side by side, near a whole day, but falling off, a shot of ours had taken off their steerage, so as they could not bring their ship to ours again, but we received a shot under water, which had near sunk our ship, but the Lord preserved her and our men, so as we had but 2 slain in all that time, and some 4 wounded, but the damage of the ship and her merchandise was between 200 and 300 pounds. We had tidings also of another of our ships of the like force set out from Boston, which the Earl of Marlborough had lain in wait for at the Madeiras a good time, and with a ship of great force, but it pleased the Lord to send him away the very day before our ship arrived there. The wars in England kept servants from coming to us, so as those we had could not be hired, when their times were out, but upon unreasonable terms, and we found it very difficult to pay their wages to their content, for money was very scarce. I may upon this occasion report a passage between one of Rowley and a servant. The master, being forced to sell a pair of his oxen to pay his servant his wages, told the servant he could keep him no longer, not knowing how to pay him the next year. The servant answered, he would serve him for more of his cattle. But how shall I do, saith the master, when all my cattle are gone? The servant replied, you shall then serve me, and so you may have your cattle again. Footnote: this passage, perhaps, approached the humorous more nearly than anything else in the journal. Winthrop, staid and aristocratic, writes in the margin opposite, quote, insolent, end quote. In footnote: a village was erected near Lynn and called Reading, another village erected between Salem and Gloucester and called Manchester. Among other benefactors to this colony, one Union butcher or clothier near Cranbrook in Kent did, for divers years together in a private way, send over a good quantity of cloth to be disposed of to some godly poor people. The government of Plymouth sent one of their magistrates, Mr. Brown, to Aquaday Island to forbid Mr. Williams, etc., to exercise any of their pretended authority upon the island, claiming it to be within their jurisdiction. Footnote: Savage's note may be quoted. Quote, I rejoice in the defeat of this futile claim by Plymouth, and equally rejoice in the ill success of the attempt by our own people mentioned in the next paragraph. End quote, in footnote. Our court also sent to forbid them to exercise any authority within that part of our jurisdiction at Patuxent and Mishamoet, and although they had boasted to do great matters there by virtue of their charter, yet they dared not attempt anything. 3 May 14. The Court of Elections was held at Boston. Mr. Thomas Dudley was chosen governor, Mr. Winthrop deputy governor again, and Mr. Endicott sergeant major general. Mr. Israel Stone, having been in England the year before, and now gone again about his private occasions, was by vote left out, and Herbert Pelham, Esquire, chosen an assistant. The court fell out a troublesome business, which took up much time. The town of Hingham, having won Ames, their lieutenant, 7 or 8 years, had lately chosen him to be their captain, and had presented him to the standing council for allowance. But before it was accomplished, the greater part of the town took some light occasion of offense against him, and chose one Allen to be their captain, and presented him to the magistrates, in the time of the last general court, to be allowed. But the magistrates, considering the injury that would hereby accrue to Ames, who had been their chief commander so many years, and had deserved well in his place, and that Allen had no other skill but what he learned from Ames, refused to allow of Allen, but willed both sides to return home, and every officer to keep his place until the court should take further order. Upon their return home, the messengers, who came for Allen, called a private party of those of their own party, and told them truly what answer they received from the magistrates, and soon after they appointed a training day without their lieutenant's knowledge, and being assembled, the lieutenant hearing of it came to them, and would have exercised them as he was wont to do, but those of the other party refused to follow him, except he would show them some order for it. He told them of the magistrate's order about it. The others replied that authority had advised him to go home and lay down his place honorably. Another asked what the magistrate had to do with them. Another that it was but 3 or 4 of the magistrates, and if they had all been there, it had been nothing. For Mr. Allen had brought more for them from the deputies than the lieutenant had from the magistrates. Another of them professes he will die at the sword's point if he might not have the choice of his own officers. Another, viz., the clerk of the band, stands up above the people and requires them to vote whether they would bear them out in what was past and what was to come. This being assented unto, and the tumult continuing, one of the officers, he who had told them that authority had advised the lieutenant to go home and lay down his place, required Allen to take the captain's place. But he not then accepting it, they put it to a vote whether he should be their captain. The vote passing for it, he then told the company it was now past question, and thereupon Allen accepted it, and exercised the company 2 or 3 days. Only about a third part of them followed the lieutenant. He, having denied in the open field that authority had advised him to lay down his place, and putting, in some sort, the lie upon those who had so reported, was the next Lord's Day called to answer it before the church, and he standing to maintain what he had said, 5 witnesses were produced to convince him. Some of them affirmed the words, and others explained their meaning to be, that one magistrate had so advised him. He denied both. Whereupon the pastor, one Mr. Hubbard, Peter Hobart, Hubbard, so strenuous in this teapot tempest in Hingham, which became the occasion of such a difference between the magistrates and the democracy, was a scholar of Magdalene College, Cambridge. He became minister of Hingham in 1635, where he remained nearly 45 years. 5 sons, 4 of them divines, were educated at Harvard. Few New England names have spread more widely appear in more honorable connections. Brother to 3 of the principal in this sedition, was very forward to have excommunicated the lieutenant presently, but upon some opposition it was put off to the next day. Therefore the lieutenant, and some 3 or 4 more of the chief men of the town, informed 4 of the next magistrates of these proceedings, who forthwith met at Boston about it, viz., the deputy governor, the sergeant major general, the secretary, and Mr. Hibbins. These, considering the case, sent warrant to the constable to attach some of the principal offenders, viz., 3 of the Hubbards and 2 more, to appear before them at Boston, to find sureties for their appearance at the next court, etc. Upon the day they came to Boston, but their said brother the minister came before them, and fell to expostulate with the said magistrate about the said cause, complaining about the complainants as talebearers, etc., taking it very disdainfully that his brethren should be sent for by a constable, with other high speeches, which were so provoking, as some of the magistrates told him, that, were it not for respect to his ministry, they would commit him. When his brethren and the rest were come in, the matters of the information were laid to their charge, which they denied for the most part. So they were bound over, each for other, to the next court of assistance. After this 5 others were sent for by summons. These were only for speaking untruths of the magistrates in the church. They came before the deputy governor, when he was alone, and demanded the cause of their sending for, and to know their accusers. The deputy told them so much of the cause as he could remember, and referred them to the secretary for a copy. And for their accusers he told them they knew both the men and the matter. Neither was a judge bound to let a criminal offender know his accusers before the day of trial, but only in his own discretion, lest the accuser might be taken off or perverted, etc. Being required to give bond for their appearance, etc., they refused. The deputy labored to let them see their error, and gave them time to consider of it. About 14 days after, seeing 2 of them in the court, which was kept by those 4 magistrates for smaller causes, the deputy required them again to enter bond for their appearance, etc., and upon their second refusal committed them in that open court. The general court falling out before the court of assistants, the Hubbards and 2 which were committed, and others of Hingham, about 90, whereof Mr. Hubbard their minister was the first, presented a petition to the general court to this effect, that whereas some of them had been bound over, and others committed by some of the magistrates for words spoken concerning the power of the general court and their liberties, and the liberties of the church, etc., they craved that the court would hear their cause, etc. This was first presented to the deputies, who sent it to the magistrates, desiring their concurrence with them that the cause might be heard, etc. The magistrates, marveling that they would grant such a petition, without desiring conference first with themselves, whom it so much concerned, returned answer, that they were willing the cause should be heard, so as the petitioners would name the magistrates whom they intended, and the matters they would lay to their charge, etc. Upon this the deputies demanded of the petitioners' agents, who were then deputies of the court, to have satisfaction in those points. Thereupon they singled out the deputy governor, and 2 of the petitioners undertook the prosecution. Then the petition was returned again to the magistrates for their consent, who, being desirous that the deputies might take notice how prejudicial to authority and the honor of the court it would be to call a magistrate to answer criminally in a cause, wherein nothing of that nature could be laid to his charge, and that without any private examination proceeding, did intimate so much to the deputies, though not directly, yet plainly enough, showing them that nothing criminal, etc., was laid to his charge, and that the things objected were the act of the court, etc., yet if they would needs have a hearing, they would join in it. And indeed it was the desire of the deputy, knowing well how much himself and the other magistrates did suffer in the cause, through the slanderous reports wherewith the deputies in the country about had been possessed, that the cause might receive a public hearing. The day appointed being come, the court assembled in the meeting house at Boston. Divers of the elders were present, and a great assembly of the people. The deputy governor, coming in with the rest of the magistrates, placed himself beneath within the bar, and so sat uncovered. Some question was in the court about his being in that place, for many both of the court and the assembly were grieved at it. But the deputy telling them that, being criminally accused, he might not sit as a judge in that cause, and if he were upon the bench, it would be a great disadvantage to him, for he could not take that liberty to plead the cause, which he ought to be allowed at the bar. Upon this the court was satisfied. The petitioners having declared their grievances, etc., the deputy craved leave to make answer, which was to this effect, viz., that he accounted it no disgrace, but rather an honor put upon him, to be singled out from his brethren in the defense of a cause so just, as he hoped to make that appear, and of so public concernment. And although he might have pleaded to the petition, and have demurred in law upon 3 points, 1, in that there is nothing laid to his charge that is either criminal or unjust. 2, if he had been mistaken either in the law or in the state of the case, yet whether it was such as a judge is to be called in question for as a delinquent, where it doth not appear to be wickedness or wilfulness. For in England many erroneous judgments are reversed, errors in proceedings rectified, and yet the judge is not called in question about them. 3rd, in that being thus singled out from 3 other of the magistrates, and to answer by himself for some things which were the act of a court, he is deprived of the just means of his defense. For many things may be justified as done by 4, which are not warrantable if done by 1 alone, and the records of a court are a full justification of any act, while such record stands in force. But he was willing to waive this plea, and to make answer to the particular charges, to the end that the truth of the case and of all proceedings thereupon might appear to all men. Hereupon the court proceeded to examine the whole cause. The deputy justified all the particulars laid to his charge, as that upon credible information of such a mutinous practice, and open disturbance of the peace, and slighting of authority, the offenders were sent for, the principal by warrant to the constable to bring them, and others by summons, and that some were bound over to the next court of assistants, and others that refused to be bound were committed, and all this according to the equity of laws here established, and the custom and laws of England, and our constant practice here these 15 years. And for some speeches he was charged with as spoken to the delinquents when they came before him at his house, when none were present with him but themselves. First, he appealed to the judgment of the court, where the delinquents may be received as competent witnesses against a magistrate in such a case. Then for the words themselves, some he justified, some he explained so as no advantage could be taken of them, is that he should say that the magistrate could try some criminal causes without a jury, that he knew no law of God or man which required a judge to make known to the party his accusers, or rather witnesses, before the cause came to hearing. But two of them charged him to have said that it was against the law of God and man to do so, which had been absurd. For the deputy professed he knew no law against it, only a judge may sometimes in discretion conceal their names, etc., lest they should be tampered with or conveyed out of the way, etc. Two of the magistrates and many of the deputies were of opinion that the magistrates exercised too much power, and that the people's liberty was thereby in danger. Another of the deputies, being about half, and all the rest of the magistrates, were of a different judgment, and that authority was overmuch slighted, which, if not timely remedied, would endanger the commonwealth and bring us to a mere democracy. By occasion of this difference, there was not so orderly carriage at the hearing as was meet, each side striving unseasonably to enforce the ordinance, and declaring their judgments thereupon, which should have been reserved to a more private debate, as after it was, so as the best part of 2 days was spent in this public agitation and examination of witnesses, etc. This being ended, a committee was chosen of magistrates and deputies, who stated the case, as it appeared upon the whole pleading and evidence, though it cost much time, and with great difficulty did the committee come to accord upon it. The case being stated and agreed, the magistrates and deputies considered apart. First the deputies, having spent a whole day, and not attaining to any issue, sent up to the magistrates to have their thoughts about it, who taking it into consideration, the deputy always withdrawing when that matter came into debate, agreed upon these 4 points chiefly. First, that the petition was false and scandalous. 2, that those who were bound over, etc., and others that were parties to the disturbance at Hingham, were all offenders, though in different degrees. Third, that they and the petitioners were to be censured. 4, that the deputy governor ought to be acquit and righted, etc. This being sent down to the deputies, they spent divers days about it, and made 2 or 3 returns to the magistrates. And though they found the petition false and scandalous, and so voted it, yet they would not agree to any censure. The magistrates, on the other side, were resolved for censure, and for the deputies' full acquittal. The deputies being thus hard held to it, and growing weary of the court, for it began 3 May 14, and brake not up, save 1 week, till 5 July 5th, were content they should pay the charges of the court. After they were drawn to consent to some small fines, but in this they would have drawn in Lieutenant Ames to have been fined deeply, he being neither plaintiff nor defendant, but an informer only, and had made good all the points of his information, and no offence found in him, other than that which was after adjudged worthy admonition only, and they would have imposed the charges of the court upon the whole trained band at Hingham, when it was apparent that divers were innocent and had no hand in any of these proceedings. The magistrates not consenting to so manifest injustice, they sent to the deputies to desire them to join with them in calling in the help of the elders, for they were now assembled at Cambridge from all parts of the United Colonies, and divers of them were present when the cause was publicly heard, and declared themselves much grieved to see that the deputy governor should be called forth to answer as a delinquent in such a case as this was, and one of them, in the name of the rest, had written to him to that effect, fearing lest he should apprehend over deeply of the injury, etc. But the deputies would by no means consent thereto, for they knew that many of the elders understood the cause, and were more careful to uphold the honor and power of the magistrates than themselves well liked of, and many of them, at the request of the elder and others of the church of Hingham during this court, had been at Hingham to see if they could settle peace in the church there, and found the elder and others the petitioners in great fault, etc. After this, upon motion of the deputies, it was agreed to refer the cause to arbitrators according to an order of the court, when the magistrates and deputies cannot agree, etc. The magistrates named 6 of the elders of the next towns, and left it to them to choose any 3 or 4 of them, and required them to name 6 others. The deputies, finding themselves now at the wall, and not daring to trust the elders with the cause, they sent to desire that 6 of themselves might come and confer with the magistrates, which being granted they came, and at last came to this agreement, viz. The chief petitioners and the rest of the offenders were severally fined, all their fines not amounting to £50. The rest of the petitioners to bear equal share to £50 more towards the charges of the court. 2 of the principal offenders were the deputies of the town, Joshua Hubbard and Bozone Allen. The first was fined £20 and the other £5. Lieutenant Ames to be under admonition, the deputy governor to be legally and publicly acquit of all that was laid to his charge. According to this agreement, 5 July 3rd, Presently after the lecture, the magistrates and deputies took their places in the meeting house, and the people being come together, and the deputy governor placing himself within the bar, as at the time of the hearing, etc., the governor read the sentence of the court without speaking any more, for the deputies had, by importunity, obtained a promise of silence from the magistrates. Then was the deputy governor desired by the court to go up and take his place again upon the bench, which he did accordingly, and the court being about to arise, he desired leave for a little speech, which was to this effect. I suppose something may be expected from me upon this charge that has befallen me, which moves me to speak now to you. Yet I intend not to intermeddle in the proceedings of the court, or with any of the persons concerned therein. Only I bless God that I see an issue of this troublesome business. I also acknowledge the justice of the court, and, for mine own part, I am well satisfied. I was publicly charged, and am publicly and legally acquitted, which is all I did expect or desire. And though this be sufficient for my justification before men, yet not so before the God, who hath seen so much amiss in my dispensations, and even this affair, as calls me to be humble. For to be publicly and criminally charged in this court is a matter of humiliation, and I desire to make a right use of it, notwithstanding I be thus acquitted. If her father had spit in her face, saith the Lord concerning Miriam, should she not have been ashamed 7 days? Shame had lain upon her, whatever the occasion had been. I am unwilling to stay you from your urgent affairs, yet give me leave upon this special occasion to speak a little more to this assembly. It may be of some good use to inform and rectify the judgments of some of the people, and may prevent such distempers as have arisen amongst us. The great questions that have troubled the country are about the authority of the magistrates and the liberty of the people. It is yourselves who have called us to this office, and being called by you, we have our authority from God, in way of an ordinance, such as hath the image of God eminently stamped upon it, the contempt and violation whereof hath been vindicated with examples of divine vengeance. I entreat you to consider that when you choose magistrates, you take them from among yourselves, men subject to like passions as you are. Therefore, when you see infirmities in us, you should reflect upon your own, and that would make you bear the more with us, and not be severe censurers of the failings of your magistrates, when you have continual experience of the like infirmities in yourselves and others. We account him a good servant who breaks not his covenant. The covenant between you and us is the oath you have taken of us, which is to this purpose, that we shall govern you and judge your causes by the rules of God's laws and our own, according to our best skill. When you agree with a workman to build you a ship or house, etc., he undertakes as well for his skill as for his faithfulness, for it is his profession, and you pay him for both. But when you call one to be a magistrate, he doth not profess nor undertake to have sufficient skill for that office, nor can you furnish him with gifts, etc., therefore you must run the hazard of his skill and ability. But if he fail in faithfulness, which by his oath he is bound unto, that he must answer for. If it falls out that the case be clear to common apprehension, and the rule clear also, if he transgress here, the error is not in the skill, but in the evil of the will, it must be required of him. But if the case be doubtful, or the rule doubtful, to men of such understanding in parts as your magistrates are, if your magistrates should err here, yourselves must bear it. For the other point concerning liberty, I observe a great mistake in the country about that. There is a twofold liberty, natural, as our nature is now corrupt, and civil or federal. The first is common to man with beasts and other creatures. By this, man, as he stands in relation to man simply, hath a liberty to do what he lists. It is a liberty to evil as well as to good. This liberty is incompatible and inconsistent with authority, and cannot endure the least restraint of the most just authority. The exercise and maintaining of this liberty makes men grow more evil, and in time to be worse than brute beasts. Annus sumus licentia deteriores. This is that great enemy of truth and peace, that wild beast, which all the ordinances of God are bent against to restrain and subdue it. The other kind of liberty I call civil or federal. It may also be termed moral, in reference to the covenant between God and man, in the moral law and the politic covenants and constitution amongst men themselves. This liberty is a proper end and object of authority, and cannot subsist without it, and it is a liberty to that only which is good, just, and honest. This liberty you are to stand for, with the hazard not only of your goods, but of your lives, if need be. Whatsoever crosseth this, it is not authority, but a distemper thereof. This liberty is maintained and exercised in a way of subjection to authority. It is the same kind of liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free. The woman's own choice makes such a man her husband, yet being so chosen, he is her Lord, and she is to be subject to him, yet in a way of liberty, not of bondage. And a true wife accounts her subjection, her honor, and freedom. It would not think her condition safe and free, but in her subjection to her husband's authority. Such is the liberty of the church under the authority of Christ, her king and husband. His yoke is so easy and sweet to her as a bride's ornament, and if through frowardness or wantonness, etc., she shake it off at any time, she is at no rest in her spirit until she take it up again. And whether her Lord smiles upon her, and embraceth her in his arms, or whether he frowns, or rebukes, or smites her, she apprehends the sweetness of his love in all, and is refreshed, supported, and instructed by every such dispensation of his authority over her. On the other side, ye know who they are that complain of this yoke, and say, Let us break their bands, etc. We will not have this man to rule over us. Even so, brethren, it will be between you and your magistrates. If you stand for your natural corrupt liberties, and will do what is good in your own eyes, you will not endure the least weight of authority, but will murmur and oppose, and be always striving to shave off that yoke. But if you will be satisfied to enjoy such civil and lawful liberties, such as Christ allows you, then you will quietly and cheerfully submit unto that authority which is set over you, and all the administrations of it for your good. Wherein, if we fail at any time, we hope we shall be willing, by God's assistance, to hearken to good advice from any of you, or in any other way of God, so shall your liberties be preserved, in upholding the honor and power of authority amongst you. Footnote: Winthrop's speech is fair-minded and good-tempered, though his soul was outraged at the democratic demands. In footnote. The deputy governor having ended his speech, the court arose, and the magistrates and deputies retired to attend their other affairs. Many things were observable in the agitation proceedings about this case. It may be of use to leave a memorial of some of the most material, that our posterity and others may behold the workings of Satan to ruin the colonies and churches of Christ in New England, and into what distempers a wise and godly people may fall in times of temptation, and when such have entertained some false and plausible principles, what deformed superstructures they will raise thereupon, and with what unreasonable obstinacy they will maintain them. Some of the magistrates had seriously conceived that the magistrates affected an arbitrary government, and that they had or sought to have an unlimited power to do what they pleased without control, and that for this end they did strive so much to keep their negative power in the general court. This caused them to interpret all the magistrates' actions and speeches, not complying exactly with their own principles, as tending that way, by which occasions their fears and jealousies increased daily. For prevention whereof they judged it not unlawful to use even extrema remedia, as if salus populi had been now the transcendent rule to walk by, and that magistracy must be no other in effect than a ministerial office, and all authority, both legislative, consultative, and judicial, must be exercised by the people and their body representative. Hereupon they labored, equus et velis, to take away the negative vote. Failing of that, they pleaded that the magistrates had no power out of the general court, but what must be derived from the general court, and so they would have put upon them commissions for what was to be done in the vacancy of the general court, and some of themselves to be joined with the magistrates, and some of the magistrates left out. This not being yielded unto, recourse was had to the elders for advice, and the case stated with incredible wariness. But the elders casting the cause against them, as is before declared, they yet believed, or at least would that others should, that the elders' advice was as much for them in their sense as for the magistrates, as if it were, they had no cause to shun the advice of the elders, as they have seemed to do ever since. This project not prevailing, the next is, for such a body of laws, with prescript penalties in all cases, as nothing might be left to the discretion of the magistrates. While in the meantime, there is no fear of any danger in reserving a liberty for their own discretion in every case. Many laws are agreed upon, some are not assented unto by the magistrates not finding them just. Then it is given out that the magistrates would have no laws, etc. This gave occasion to the deputy governor to write that treatise about arbitrary government which he first tendered to the deputies in a model, and finding it approved by some and silenced in others, he drew it up more at large, and having advised with most of the magistrates and the elders about it, he intended to have presented it orderly to the court. But to prevent that, the first day of the court, the deputies had gotten a copy, which was presently read amongst them as a dangerous libel of some unknown author, and a committee was presently appointed to examine it. Many false and dangerous things were collected out of it, all agreed and voted by them, and sent up to the magistrates for their assent, not seeming all this time to take any notice of the author, nor once moving to have his answer about it. For they feared that his place in the council would have excused him from censure, as well as the like had done Mr. Saltonstall for his book against the standing council not long before. But if they could have prevailed to have had the book censured, this would have weakened his reputation with the people. And so if one of their opposite had been removed, it would somewhat have facilitated their way to what they intended. But this not succeeding as they expected, they kept it in deposito till some fitter season. In this time divers occasions falling out, wherein the magistrates had to do in the vacancy of the general court, as a fringe business, the seizure of the Bristol ship by Captain Stagg, and of the Dartmouth ship by ourselves, as is before related, and other affairs, they would still declare their judgments contrary to the magistrates' practice. And if the event did not answer the council, though it had been interrupted by themselves or others, there needed no other ground to condemn the council, all which tended still to weaken the authority of the magistrates and their reputation with the people. Then fell out the Hingham case, which they eagerly laid hold on, and pursued to the utmost, for they doubted not but they could now make it appear, either that the magistrates had abused their authority, or else that their authority was too great to consist with the people's liberty, and therefore ought to be reduced within narrower bounds. In pursuit whereof it may be observed, first, that a cause orderly referred to a trial at a court of assistance should be taken into the general court before it had received a due proceeding in the proper court, the like having never been done before, nor any law or order directing thereto, but rather the contrary. Second, that a scandalous petition against some of the magistrates should be received by the deputies, and the magistrates often pressed to consent to a judicial hearing, and to give way that the deputy governor should be called to answer thereupon as a delinquent, before any examination were first privately had about the justice of the cause. Third, that the testimony in writing of the 3 chiefest officers of the Commonwealth, in a case probably committed to their trust, should be rejected by a considerable part of the court as a thing of no credit. Fourth, that the same part of the court should vote manifest contradictions and require assent to both. Fifth, that being clearly convinced that the petition was false and scandalous, and so voted, they should yet professedly refuse to assent to any due censure. Sixth, that they should receive the testimony of 2 of these whom themselves judge delinquents and false accusers, and thereupon judge him, the deputy governor, an offender in words, against his own protestation, another testimony concurring, and that in a matter of no moment, and against common reason, to be either spoken by him, or believed by others, in such a sense as were charged upon him. Seventh, that a mutinous and seditious practice, carried on with a high hand, to the open contempt of authority, attempting to make division in the town, and a dangerous rent in the highest court of the jurisdiction, should, by such a considerable part of the same court, looked at by others as the choice of the country for piety, prudence, and justice, be accounted as worthy of no censure, and in the conclusion not valued at so high a rate, as some offences have been of private concernment arising of common infirmity. Eighth, that this practice should hold forth in apprehension, that liberty and authority are incompatible in some degrees, so as no other way can be found to preserve the one but by abasing and abating the honor and power of the other. 9. That being entrusted with the care and means of the country's prosperity, we should waste our time in their estimates and our own, for the charges of this court came to £300, in such agitations as tend only to the discountenancing and interrupting the ordinary means of our welfare. 10th. That while we sympathize with our native country in their calamities, and confess our own compliance with them in the provocations of God's wrath, as in many days of humiliation, and one even in the time of this court, we should be hasting by all our skill and power to bring the like miseries upon ourselves. 11. That Bosun Allen, one of the deputies of Hingham, and a delinquent in that common cause, should be publicly convict of divers false and reproachful speeches published by him concerning the deputy governor, in the book he wrote about arbitrary government, as that it was worse than Gorton's letters, that it should be burnt under the gallows, that if some others of the magistrates had written it, it would have cost him his ears, if not his head, and other like speeches, and no censure set upon him for this, only he was fined £5 among others, for their offences in general. 12. It is observable that the deputies being so divided, for of 33 there was only the odd man who carried it in most of their votes, remembered at length the law they had agreed to in such cases, viz., that in cases of judicature they would not proceed without taking an oath, etc., whereupon the most of them took it amongst themselves, quaere quo jure, but 5 of them came to the magistrates who administered the oath to them. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 21, 1645, Part 2. We had intelligence from Passamaquoddy of a French ship of 200 tons, full of men, which hovered up and down, and would not take harbor, though a pilot had been offered them by a fisher's boat of Isle of Shoals, whereupon we all concluded it was Monsieur de Aulnay lying in wait for Latour, and the wind continuing easterly, we had intelligence from Plymouth that she was embayed near Sandwich among the shoals. The court consulted what was to be done. Some advised to take no notice of her, lest, if we should send out to her, we should be necessitated in common courtesy to invite him to Boston, and so put ourselves to a needless charge and interruption in our business, for being but one ship, there was no fear of any danger, etc. But the major part prevailed to send out 2 shallops in the letter which we had ready to send him. But before the shallops could get out, she was gone, and it was found after to be a fishing ship, which had lost her way by contrary winds, etc. I should have mentioned in the Hingham case what care and pains many of the elders had taken to reconcile the differences which were grown in that church. Mr. Hubbard, the pastor there, being of a presbyterial spirit, did manage all affairs without the church's advice, which diverse of the congregation not liking of, they were divided in 2 parts. Lieutenant Eames, etc., having complained to the magistrates, as is before expressed, Mr. Hubbard, etc., would have cast him out of the church, pretending that he had told a lie. Whereupon they procured the elders to write to the church, and so did some of the magistrates also, whereupon they stayed proceeding against the lieutenant for a day or 2. But he and some 12 more of them, perceiving he was resolved to proceed, and finding no way of reconciliation, they withdrew from the church, and openly declared it to the congregation. This course the elders did not approve of. But being present in the court, when their petition against the deputy governor was heard, Mr. Hubbard, perceiving the cause was like to go against him and his party, desired the elders to go to Hingham to mediate a reconciliation, which he had never hearkened to before, being earnestly sought by the other party and offered by the elders, in the interim of the court's adjournment for 1 week. They readily accepted the motion, and went to Hingham, and spent 2 or 3 days there, and found the pastor and his party in great fault, but could not bring him to any acknowledgment. When they returned by water, they were kept 24 hours in the boat, and were in great danger by occasion of a tempest which arose in the night, but the Lord preserved them. This year the trial of Boston arrived from London, and brought many useful commodities from thence and from Holland. She had been preserved in divers most desperate dangers, having been on ground upon the sands of Flushing, and again by Dover, and in great tempests, but the Lord delivered him beyond expectation. Here arrived about 10 ships more, one of our own called the Endeavour, of Cambridge, which brought store of linen, woolen, shoes, stockings, and other useful commodities. So as we had plenty of all things, and divers of the ships took pay in wheat, rye, peas, etc., so as there went out of this country this year about 20,000 bushels of corn. Yet it was feared no ships would come to us, because we had suffered the Bristol and Dartmouth ships to be taken in our harbor. The Parliament also had made an ordinance to free all goods from custom, which came to New England, which caused the magistrates to dispense with an order, made the last general court, for all ships to pay 6 pence the ton, which we freed all Parliament ships from, in good reason, for by that ordinance we might have gotten 20 or 30 pounds this year, and by the ordinance of Parliament we saved 300 or 400 pounds. When one of the ships came near Cape Anne, 26 August 20, 45, an hour and a half before night, there appeared to all the company a sun near the horizon, more bright than the true sun, which was seen above it, and continued near an hour, there being a small cloud between the true sun and that. This was affirmed by divers persons of credit, who were seen of this country and then in the ship, but was not seen by any upon the shore. Captain Wall was master of the ship. The merchants of Boston sent a pinnace the last winter to trade in Delaware Bay. She traded upon Maryland side, and had gotten a good parcel of beaver. At last the Indians came aboard, and while the English, who were about 5 and a boy, were trading with some of them, others drew out hatchets from under their coats, and killed the master and 3 others, and took the other and the boy, and carried them on shore, and rifled the pinnace of all our goods and sails, etc. Soon after, other Indians came upon these, and slew the sachem, and took away all their goods they had stolen. There is one red man suspected to betray their pinnace, for he being Lancaster, Lancaster linguister, interpreter, because he could speak the language, and being put out of that employment for his evil carriage, did bear ill will to the master, and the Indians spared him, and gave him a good part of the spoil, and he lived amongst them 5 or 6 weeks, till the Swedish governor procured other Indians to go fetch him and the boy to his fort, from whence they were brought to Boston, and the said red man was tried for his life, and being found guilty by the grand jury, was deferred his farther trial in expectation of more evidence to come from Delaware. The governor, Mr. Endicott, having received a letter from Monsieur de Aulnay in the spring, wherein he slighted us very much, and charged us with breach of covenant in entertaining Latour, in sending home his lady, etc., we returned a sharp answer to him by Mr. Allen, declaring our innocency, in that we sent not the lady home, but she hired 3 London ships, etc., as is before related, page 208. When he had received this letter, he was in a great rage, and told Mr. Allen that he would return no answer, nor would he permit him to come within his fort, but lodged him in his gunner's house without the gate, and himself came daily, and dined and supped with him. But at last he wrote to our governor in very high language, requiring satisfaction for burning his mill, etc., and threatening revenge, etc. So the matter rested till the meeting of the commissioners in the 7th month next, and then their agreement to the peace was sent to him by a special messenger, Captain Robert Bridges, as is hereafter declared. We understood for certain afterward that Monsieur Latour's fort was taken by assault and salado, escalade, that Monsieur de Aulnay lost in the attempt 12 men, and had many wounded, and that he had put to death all the men, both French and English, and had taken the lady, who died within 3 weeks after, and her little child and her gentlewoman were sent into France. Latour valued his jewels, plate, household ornaments, and other movables at 10,000 pounds. The more was his folly to leave so much substance in so great danger, when he might have brought the most of it to Boston, whereby he might have discharged his engagements of more than 2,500 pounds to Major Edward Gibbons, who by this loss was now quite undone, and might have had somewhat to maintain himself and his men, for want whereof his servants were forced to go out of the country, some to the Dutch and others to France, and he himself to lie at other men's charge. But in the spring he went to Newfoundland, and there was courteously entertained by Sir David Kirke, the governor, who promised him assistance, etc. But he returned to Boston again by the vessel which carried him, and all the next winter was entertained by Mr. Samuel Maverick at Noddle's Island. Latour later had better fortune. De Aulnay dying in 1650, Latour, then a widower, married the widow of De Aulnay. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, Volume 1, page 127, Some of our merchants of Boston and Charleston sent forth a ship and other vessels to Newfoundland upon a fishing voyage. They went not to Fairyland, where they might have been in safety, but went to the Bay of Bulls, and when they had near made their voyage, Captain Fern's ships, being of the king's party, came and took their ship and most of their fish, so the men returned safe, but lost their voyage. Fern's was hereby 5 ships strong, and so went to the Terceras, and there fought with 2 ships of London and a Scotch ship, who sunk 2 of Fern's ships, and made him fly with the rest. Captain Thomas Hawkins, a shipwright of London, who had lived here divers years, had built at Boston a ship of 400 tons and upward, and had set her out with much strength of ordnance, and ornament of carving, painting, etc., and called her the Sea Fort, and of the last 9 November 23rd, he set sail from Boston, accompanied with another ship of London, Mr. Kerman, master, laden with bolts, tobacco, etc., for Malago. When they came near the coast of Spain in the evening, some of the company supposed they saw land, yet they sailed on all the night, with a fair gale, and towards the morning they saw a light or 2, which they conceiving to have been in some ships, either Turks or others, they prepared their ships, and stood on towards them. But some 3 hours before day, December, both ships struck aground and presently brake. 19 were drowned, whereof Mr. Kerman was one, and one Mr. Thomas Quaitmore of Charleston, a right godly man and an expert seaman, was another, and Mr. Pratt and his wife. This man was above 60 years old, an experienced surgeon, who had lived in New England many years, and was of the first church at Cambridge in Mr. Hooker's time, and had good practice, and wanted nothing. But he had been long discontented, because his employment was not so profitable to himself as he desired, and it is like he feared lest he should fall into want in his old age, and therefore he would needs go back into England, for surgeons were then in great request there by occasion of the wars. But God took him away childless. The rest of the company, both women and children, who went passengers that way into England, choosing to go in that ship because of her strength and convenience, rather than in another ship which went right for England and arrived safe there, were all saved upon pieces of the ship, and by the help of a rope which one of the seamen swam on shore with. And although the ships at first grounded 2 or 3 miles from the shore, yet, through the Lord's great mercy, they were heaved by the seas near to the dry land before they fell in pieces. This was 5 miles from Cales. Cadiz. In the morning the poor people of the island came down and pillaged all they could come by, yea, they took away some pieces of plate which the passengers had saved. But when they came to the city, naked and barefoot, as they were frighted out of their cabins, the Spaniards used them kindly, especially the women, clothed them, and took them into their houses. There was an English ship there in the roads, whereof one Mr. Marriott was master. He entertained as many as a ship could stow, and clothed many of them with his own clothes. The Lord reward him. The governor of the ship gave Captain Hawkins £500 for the wreck of his ship. The same Captain Hawkins, going for London, found much favour with his creditors and others his friends there, so as the next year they employed him to Malago to meet a New England ship called Blank, built at Cambridge, and freight for Malago with pipe stays, fish, and other commodities, which he was to freight thence with wine, etc., for London. But as she was on her voyage, Captain Hawkins being in her, and 12 other ships in company, they being come out of the strait's mouth, Strait of Gibraltar, they were taken with such a violent tempest at south, as they were, 5 of them, whereof Captain Hawkins' ship was one, cast upon the same place at Cales, where his ship was wrecked the year before, and there all their ships were cast away, but all the men in Captain Hawkins' ships were saved, and most of the rest. This was 2/12/45. February 2nd, 1645/6. The scarcity of good ministers in England and want of employment for our new graduates here occasioned some of them to look abroad. 3 honest young men, good scholars, and very hopeful, viz. A younger son of Mr. Higginson to England, and so to Holland, and after to the East Indies. A younger son of Mr. Buckley, a Bachelor of Arts, to England, and Mr. George Downing. Of these hopeful youths, George Downing later figured prominently upon the old world stage. Quick, adroit, and indefatigable, he passed rapidly to the post of Scoutmaster General, serving the Commonwealth as chief of the Intelligence Department, and later as an instrument of Cromwell in high diplomatic position. As unprincipled as able, he became the tool of Charles II at the Restoration, and was charged with having given over to execution 3 regicides, his old associates, one of them the commander under whom he had served, the Colonel Oakey mentioned above. As envoy to the Netherlands, he had much to do with bringing about the Second Dutch War and the acquisition of New Netherland. His defective character was recognized by his contemporaries. Pepys, who had a place under him, calls him a, quote, perfidious rogue, end quote. Diary, March 12, 1662. He is Winthrop's nephew, the first son of Harvard to attain high distinction. For Downing's method, see Pepys' Diary, December 27, 1668. In footnote. Son of Mr. Emmanuel Downing of Salem, Bachelor of Arts also, about 20 years of age, went in a ship to the West Indies to instruct the seamen. He went by Newfoundland, and so to Christopher's, and Barbados, and Nevis, and being requested to preach in all these places, he gave such content as he had large offers made to stay with them. But he continued in the ship to England, and being a very able scholar, and of a ready wit and fluent utterance, he was soon taken notice of, and called to be a preacher in Sir Thomas Fairfax's army, to Colonel Oakey his regiment. The inhabitants of Boston, Charlestown, Cambridge, Roxbury, and Dorchester, conceiving that the fortification at Castle Island, which by a late order of court was deserted, would be of great use for their defense against a foreign enemy, agreed among themselves with leave the court to repair and fortify the same, and accordingly they chose a committee out of the several towns to raise means and to get the work done. Whereupon the old earthwork was slighted, and a new work of pine trees, foot square, 14 feet high, and foot thick, was reared with 4 bulwarks, which cost in all . But finding the charge of the work and the maintenance of a garrison to be over heavy for them, they petitioned the general court in to afford assistance, which with much difficulty was at length obtained to this effect. In the beginning of the winter, a Portugal ship lying at Natascott, now called Hull, the seamen stole divers goats off the islands there. Complaint thereof being made to the governor and council, they gave warrant to one Mr. Smith, who then lay with the ship in the same place, to require the Portugal to give satisfaction or else to bring his ship up to Boston. Mr. Smith, who was a member of the Church of Boston, sent one Thomas Kaiser, his mate, with his longboat well manned, to require satisfaction, who, coming to the Portugal, did not reason the case with him, nor give him any time to consider, but presently boarded him, and took possession of his ship, and brought her up, and his men fell to rifling his ship, as if she had been a prize. The Portugal being brought to the magistrates, and the theft proved, he was ordered to make double restitution, as our manner was, and the seamen were made to restore what they had taken out of the ship. So the Portugal departed well satisfied. The said Mr. James Smith, with his mate Keyser, was bound to Guinea to trade for negroes. But when they arrived there, they met some Londoners, with whom they consorted, and the Londoners, having been formerly injured by the natives, or at least pretending the same, they invited them aboard one of their ships upon the Lord's Day, and such as came they kept prisoners. Then they landed men and a murderer, and assaulted one of their towns and killed many of the people. But the country coming down, they were forced to retire without any booty, divers of their men being wounded with the negroes' arrows, and one killed. Mr. Smith, having taken in wine at Naragnasetts, sailed to Barbados to put off his wine. But being engaged there, and his wife being there also unprovided of maintenance, and his ship and cargo bound over to the said Kaiser his mate, and others of Boston who set out the ship, Kaiser refused to let any of the wines go on shore, except he might have security for the proceeds to be returned on shipboard. So the ship lay a week in the roads, and then Kaiser, fearing that the master would use some means by other ships which rode there to deprive him of the cargo, told him plainly that if he would not come aboard and return to Boston, which was the last port they were bound to, he would carry away the ship and leave behind him, which accordingly he did. And arriving at Boston about midsummer, he repaired to the magistrates and told them how he was come away, and tendered the cargo to them, who, finding that it was engaged to himself and others, and that there would be great loss in the wines if they were not presently disposed, delivered them to the merchants and himself, taking bond of them to be responsible to Mr. Smith, etc. A short time after, Mr. Smith came, and brought his action against Kaiser and other mariners for bringing away the ship, and by a jury of seamen and merchants recovered 3 or 4 times the value of what he was damnified, and the mate Kaiser to lose not only his wages, but he and the rest of the merchants to lose the proceed of interest agreed for their stock and adventure, which was 40%, and all the mariners to lose their wages. But divers of the magistrates being unsatisfied with his verdict, perceiving that the jury in their displeasure against Kaiser, etc., did not only regard Smith's satisfaction for his damages, but also the punishment of Kaiser, etc., the defendants of the next court brought a review, and then another jury abated much of the former damages, whereupon the plaintiff Smith preferred a petition to the next general court. For the matter of the negroes, whereof 2 were brought home in the ship, and near 100 slain by the confession of some of the mariners, the magistrates took order to have those 2 set at liberty and to be sent home. But for the slaughter committed, they were in great doubt what to do in it, seeing it was in another country, and the Londoners pretended a just revenge. So they called the elders and desired their advice. Footnote: this compunction of the Massachusetts magistrates seems rather in advance of the time. The colony records for the date show their sentiment to have been sustained by the community. In footnote. Mr. Israel Stone, one of the magistrates, having been in England about merchandise, and returned with good advantage, went for England again the last winter with divers other of our best military men, and entered into the Parliament's service. Mr. Stone was made lieutenant colonel to Colonel Rainsborough. Mr. Nehemiah Bourne, a ship carpenter, was major to his regiment, and Mr. John Leverett, son of one of the elders of the Church of Boston, a captain of a foot company, and one William Hudson, ensign of the same company. Leo, surgeon of the Earl of Manchester's lifeguard. Those did good service and were well approved, but Mr. Stoughton falling sick and dying at Lincoln, the rest all returned to their wives and families. But 3 of them went to England again about the end of the year, but came back again and settled themselves here, all save the surgeon. Footnote. Of Stoughton, mention has already been made. John Leverett, returning from his English experiences, became a citizen of the first consequence, serving as deputy speaker, assistant, sergeant major general, and governor. He occupied the supreme office 5 years, from 1673, during which period came the terrible Philip's War. That was a crisis which required the heart and head of an Ironside, and Leverett met the situation. In footnote. The Naragnasetts having begun war upon Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, notwithstanding their covenant to the contrary, and divers messages sent to them from the commissioners to require them to forbear until a meeting might be had and the cause heard, it was thought fit by the General Court in the 3rd month, that though the next meeting was in course to be at New Haven in the beginning of September, yet in regard of the danger Uncas was in, and our engagement to save him harmless from any damage from me and Tenema his death, as also in regard of the distressed condition of Monsieur Le Tour, who earnestly petitioned the court for relief, etc., the commissioners should be written to meet at Boston in the 28th of the 5th month, which was done accordingly. The names of the commissioners and all their proceedings are at large set down in the books of their records, whereof every colony hath one. At this general court, which continued from 14-3 to 5-5, footnote, May 14th to July 5th, the Records of Massachusetts, Volume 2, page 112 for this court, contains an order for a rate of £616 15 shillings. It was assessed in the following proportions: Boston, £100, Ipswich, £61 10 shillings, Charlestown, £55, Salem, £45, Cambridge, £45, Dorchester, £43 17 shillings 6 pence, Watertown, £41 5 shillings, Roxbury, £37 10 shillings, Lynn, £25, etc. In footnote, the military officers prevailed with much importunity to have the whole power of these affairs committed to them, which was thought by divers of the court to be very unfit and not so safe in times of peace, but a great part of the court being military officers, and others not willing to contend any further about it, the order passed, the inconvenience whereof appeared soon after, and will more in future time. The taking of the Bristol ship in our harbor by Captain Stagg occasioned much debate in the court. The deputies drew up a bill to give protection to all ships in our harbor coming as friends. The magistrates, foreseeing that this might put us upon a necessity of fight with some Parliament ships, which we were very unwilling to be engaged in, and so might weaken that interest we had in the Parliament, they refused the bill, and so divers bills passed from one to the other before they could agree. At length, few of the magistrates being then in the court, a bill passed to that effect, but not so full as was desired. But to strengthen the same, and to secure all ships which should come as friends into our harbor, commission was given to Major Gibbons for Boston, and Major Sedgwick, footnote, Robert Sedgwick, having spent his younger manhood in Massachusetts in honorable positions, at length went to England into the ranks of Cromwell. He was in the force sent by the Protector to the West Indies, and died there in 1656, a major general. End footnote. For Charlestown, to keep the peace in the said towns, and not to permit any ships to fight in the harbor without license from authority. 14.5. July 14th. A new watch house set up on the fort hill at Boston was smote with lightning, and the boards and timber at one end of it torn in pieces, and many of the shingles of the covering torn off. 25th. Monsieur Latour, having stayed here all the winter, and thus far of the summer, and having petitioned the court for aid against Monsieur de Aulnay, and finding no hope to attain help that way, took shipping in one of our vessels which went on fishing to Newfoundland, hoping by means of Sir David Kirke, governor there, and some friends he might procure in England to obtain aid from thence, intending for that end to go from thence to England. Sir David entertained him courteously, and promised to do much for him, but no means of help appearing to answer his ends, he returned hither before winter, Sir David giving him passage in a vessel of his which came hither. Captain Bailey being returned into England, and informing Alderman Berkeley of the proceedings here against him and Mr. Berkeley his brother in the business of the Lady Latour, withal he carried a certificate of the proceedings of the court under the hands of divers persons of good credit here, who, although they reported truth for the most part, yet not the whole truth, being somewhat prejudiced in the case, they were called in question about it after, for the offense was great, and they had been censured for it, if proof could have been had for a legal conviction. Whereby the alderman was so incensed as he attached a ship of ours, being then arrived at London. But being persuaded to release the ship, he attached two of New England, viz., Mr. Stephen Winthrop, who was recorder of the court when the cause was tried, and Captain Joseph Weld, who was one of the jury, so as they were forced to find sureties in a bond of £4,000 to answer him in the Court of Admiralty. But it pleased God to stir them up such friends, viz., Sir Henry Vane, who had sometime lived at Boston, and though he might have taken occasion against us for some dishonor which he apprehended to have been unjustly put upon him here, yet both now and at other times he showed himself a true friend to New England, and a man of a noble and generous mind, etc. Footnote. An entry pleasant to read, giving proof of the magnanimity of Vane, who could do a service to a colony which had slighted him and cast out his friends, and also of Winthrop, who could forget many occasions of offense to commend an old opponent. Footnote. And some others by Mr. Peters' means, so as, although he spared for no cost, yet he was forced to give over a suit in the Admiralty, and then procured out of Chancery a ne exeat regno against them. But the cause being heard there, and they discharged, he petitioned the Lords of the Parliament, pretending great injuries, which he was not able to prove, for letters of reprisal. After he had tried all means in vain, he was brought at length to sit down and lose his charges, and they theirs. 1 March 5th. Many books coming out of England, some in defense of Anabaptism and other errors, and for liberty of conscience as a shelter for their toleration, etc., others in maintenance of the presbyterial government, agreed upon by the Assembly of Divines in England, against the congregational way which was practiced here. The elders of the churches through all the United Colonies agreed upon a meeting at Cambridge this day, where they conferred their counsels and examined the writings which some of them had prepared in answer to the said books, which being agreed and perfected were sent over into England to be printed. The several answers were these: Mr. Hooker in answer to Mr. Rutherford, the Scotch minister, about presbyterial government, which being sent in the New Haven ship was lost. While Mr. Hooker lived, he could not be persuaded to let another copy go over, but after his death a copy was sent and returned in print 348. Footnote: May 1648. This was Hooker's famous Survey of the Sum of Church Discipline, London 1648, the preface of which may be seen in Old South Leaflets, number 55. In footnote. A sad business fell out this year in Boston. One of the brethren of the church there, being in England in the Parliament service about 2 years, had committed the care of his family and business to another of the same church, a young man of good esteem for piety and sincerity, but his wife was in England, who in time grew over familiar with the master's wife, a young woman no member of the church, so as she would be, with him often in his chamber, etc., and one night 2 of the servants being up, perceived him to go up into their dame's chamber, which coming to the magistrate's knowledge, they were both sent for and examined, but it was not discovered till about a quarter of a year after, her husband being then come home, and confessed not only that he was in the chamber with her and in such a suspicious manner, but also that he was in bed with her, but both denied any carnal knowledge. And being tried by a jury upon their lives by our law, which makes adultery death, the jury acquitted them of the adultery, but found them guilty of adulterous behavior. This was much against the minds of many, both of the magistrates and elders, who judged them worthy of death. But the jury attending what was spoken by others of the magistrates, 1. That seeing the main evidence against them was their own confession of being in bed together, their whole confession must be taken, and not a part of it. 2. The law requires 2 witnesses, but here was no witness at all, for although circumstances may amount to a testimony against a person where the fact is evident, yet it is otherwise where no fact is apparent. 3. All that the evidence could evince was but suspicion of adultery, but neither God's law nor ours doth make suspicion of adultery, though never so strong, to be death. Whereupon, the case seeming doubtful to the jury, they judged it safest in case of life to find as they did. So the court adjudged them to stand upon the ladder at the place of execution, with halters about their necks 1 hour, and then to be whipped, or each of them to pay 20 pounds. The husband, although he condemned his wife's immodest behavior, yet was so confident of her innocency in point of adultery, as he would have paid 20 pounds rather than she should have been whipped. But their estate being but mean, she chose rather to submit to the rest of her punishment, that their husband should suffer so much for her folly. So he received her again, and they lived lovingly together. All that she had to say for herself upon her trial was the same which she had revealed to her husband as soon as he came home, before the matter had been discovered, viz., that he did indeed come into bed to her, which so soon as she perceived, she used the best arguments she could to dissuade him from so foul a sin, so as he lay still, and did not touch her, but went away again as he came. And the reason why she did not cry out was because he had been very faithful and helpful to her in her husband's absence, which made her very unwilling to bring him to punishment or disgrace. This punishment of standing upon the gallows was not so well approved by some of the magistrates, because the law of God appoints in case of whipping that they should not exceed 40 stripes, and the reason given is, lest thy brother should seem despised in thine eyes, and why this reason should not hold in all cases and punishments, not capital, doth not appear. 29 8th, October 29th. Footnote. Here and in several subsequent places, the numeral for the month is placed last, contrary to the practice followed by the writer up to this point. In footnote. The wind east-northeast with rain, so great a tempest as it drave 3 ships upon the shore, and did very much harm besides in bilging boats and breaking down wharfs. And the night after, for the space of 2 hours, the tempest arose again at south with more wind and rain than before. In which tempest one of our vessels coming from Bermuda had 2 men fetched overboard with the sea, and the vessel was in great danger of being foundered. At the General Court held at Boston the 1st of this month, there was a petition preferred by divers merchants and others about 2 laws, the one forbidding the entertaining of any strangers above 3 weeks, except such as shall be allowed by 2 magistrates. This was made in Mrs. Hutchinson's time. The other for banishing Anabaptists, made the last year. The petitioners complained to the court of the offense taken thereat by many godly in England, and that some churches there did thereupon profess to deny to hold communion with such of our churches as should resort thither. whereupon they entreated the court that they would please to take the said laws into further consideration, and to provide as far as they might for the indemnity of such of ours as to go into England. Many of the court well inclined for these and other considerations to have had the execution of those laws to have been suspended for a season. But many of the elders, hearing of it, went first to the deputies and after to the magistrates, and laying before them what advantage it would give to the Anabaptists, who began to increase very fast through the country here, and much more in England, where they had gathered diverse churches and taught openly, and had published a confession of their faith, entreated that the law might continue still in force, and the execution of it not suspended, though they disliked not that all lenity and patience should be used for convincing and reclaiming such erroneous persons. Whereupon the court refused to make any further order about the petition. C. 60, a counter petition. Footnote. See Post, page 271. There came hither to Boston at the same time out of England one Captain Partridge, who had served the Parliament, but in the ship he broached and zealously maintained diverse points of antinomianism and familism, for which he was called before the magistrates and charged with the said opinions, to which he refused to give any answer. But before he departed he was willing to confer with Mr. Cotton, which accordingly he did, and Mr. Cotton reported to the magistrates that he found him corrupt in his judgment, but ignorant of those points which he had maintained, so as he perceived he had been but lately taken with them, and that upon argument he was come off from some of the worst of them, and he had good hope to reclaim him wholly. But some of the magistrates requiring a present renouncing of all under his hand, he the said captain was not willing to that before he was clearly convinced of his error in them. It was moved by some of the magistrates, in regard he had made so hopeful a beginning, and that winter was now at hand, that it would be very hard to expose his wife and family to such hardships, etc., to permit him to stay here till the spring. But the major part by 1 or 2 voting the contrary, he was forced to depart, and so went to Rhode Island. This strictness was offensive to many, though approved of by others. But sure the rule of hospitality to strangers, and of seeking to pluck out of the fire such as there may be hope of to be reduced out of error and snare of the devil, do seem to require more moderation and indulgence of human infirmity, where there appears not obstinacy against the clear truth. This year about 20 families, most of them of the church of Braintree, petitioned the court for allowance to begin a plantation at the place where Gorton and his company had erected 3 or 4 small houses upon the land of Pumham, the Indian sachem by Naragnaset, who had submitted himself in country to this jurisdiction. The court readily granted their petition, promising all encouragement, etc., for it was of great concernment to all the English in these parts, that a strong plantation should be there as a bulwark, etc., against the Naragnasetts. But Mr. John Brown, one of the magistrates of Plymouth, and then one of their commissioners for the United Colonies, dwelling at Rehoboth, and intending to drive a trade with the Indians in those parts, meeting with some of ours when they went to view the place and to take the bounds of it, forbade them in the name of the government of Plymouth proceed in the said plantation, telling them that it belonged to Plymouth and that it should be restored to the right owners, meaning Gorton and his company. Whereupon the planters, not willing to run any hazard of contention for place in a country where there is room enough, gave over their purpose and disposed themselves otherwise. Some removed more southward, and others stayed where they were. This practice of Mr. Brown being complained of to the governor of the Massachusetts, Mr. Dudley, he informed the magistrates of Plymouth thereof by letter, who returned answer, that Mr. Brown had no order from their court to forbid the proceedings, etc., for they should have been glad to have had the place planted by us, though the right of it were, as they conceived, in themselves, and for that end referred themselves to an order of the commissioners, wherein liberty is given to the Massachusetts to take course with Gorton and the lands they had possessed, etc., and therein is a proviso that it should not prejudice the right of Plymouth, etc. But they took not the rest of the order, wherein it follows that all such lands of English or Indians as had submitted themselves to the government of the Massachusetts should not be comprised in that proviso. Now this land where the plantation should have been erected was part of Pumham's land. When our General Court wrote to the Governor and Council of Plymouth to the same effect, with desire to have their further answer about the same, and for satisfaction about Mr. Brown's carriage herein. The Governor and 3 magistrates returned answer, that Mr. Brown had commissioned in general to forbid any to plant upon their jurisdiction within the Naragnaset River without their leave, which, if any of ours would seek, they might have. But the case being after put to the commissioners for explanation of their said order, they resolved for the Massachusetts. 8. October. A church was gathered at Haverhill upon the north side of Merrimack, and Mr. John Ward chosen an ordained pastor. About the same time a church was also gathered at Andover upon the south side of Merrimack, and Mr. Woodbridge ordained pastor. Footnote. John Woodbridge was a son-in-law of Governor Dudley. After a term at Andover, he returned to England, becoming there minister at Andover in Wiltshire. Driven thence in 1662 in the general expulsion of the nonconformists, he came back to America. End footnote. 5-9, November 5th. A church was gathered at Reading, and Mr. Green ordained pastor. He was a very godly man, and died 8 October 48. The village at Jeffreys Creek was named Manchester, and the people there, not yet being a church state, had procured Mr. Smith, sometimes pastor of the Church of Plymouth, to preach to them. At the last general court it was ordered that divers farmers belonging to Ipswich and Salem, but not so far distant from either town that they could not duly repair to the public ordinances there, should erect a village and have liberty to gather a church. This was much opposed by those of the town of Ipswich, pleading their interest in the land, etc. But it was answered that, when the land was granted to the town, it was not intended only for the benefit of the near inhabitants, or for the maintenance of the officers of that one church only, but of all the inhabitants, and of any other church which should be there gathered. And a principal motive which led the court to grant them and other towns such vast bounds was, that, when the town should be increased by the children and servants growing up, etc., they might have place to erect villages, where they might be planted, and so the land improved to the more common benefit. 15-10, December 15th. There appeared about noon, upon the north side of the sun, a great part of a circle like a rainbow, with the horns reversed, and upon each side of the sun, east and west, a bright light. And about a month after were seen 3 suns about the sun setting, and about a month after that 2 suns at sun rising. The one continued close to the horizon, while the other, which was the true sun, arose about half an hour. This was the earliest and sharpest winter we had since we arrived in the country, and it was as vehement cold to the southward as here. Divers of our ships were put from their anchors with the ice, and driven on shore 25-10, December 25th, and one ketch carried out to sea and wrecked upon Lovell's Island. At New Haven a ship bound for England was forced to be cut out of the ice 3 miles, and in Virginia the ships were frozen up 6 weeks. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 22, 1646, Part 1. At Ipswich there was a calf brought forth with 1 head and 3 mouths, 3 noses, and 6 eyes. What these prodigies portended the Lord only knows, which in his due time he will manifest. There was besides so sudden a thaw in the spring, the snow lying very deep, and much rain withal, that it bare down the bridge at Hartford upon Connecticut, and brake down divers mills to the southward about New Haven, and did much other harm. This winter also the Swedes' fort upon Delaware River, and all the buildings in it were burnt down, and all their powder and goods blown up. It happened in the night, through the negligence of his servant, who fell on sleep, leaving a candle burning. Some houses at Hartford, and a barn with corn, were burnt also, and 2 houses at Hingham in the Massachusetts. 1646, 26-1, March 26th. The governor and council met at Boston to take order about a rescue, which they were informed of to have been committed at Hingham upon the marshal, when he went to levy the fines imposed upon Mr. Hubbard their pastor, and many others who joined with him in the petition against the magistrates, etc. And having taken the information of the marshal and others, they sent out summons for their appearance at another day, at which time Mr. Hubbard came not, nor sent any excuse, though it was proved that he was at home, and that the summons was left at his house. Whereupon he was sent for by attachment directed to the constable, who brought him at the day of the return. And being then charged with joining in the said rescue by animating the offenders and discouraging the officer, questioning the authority of his warrant because it was not in the king's name, and standing upon his allegiance to the crown of England, and exemption from such laws as were not agreeable to the laws of England, saying to the marshal that he could never know wherefore he was fined, except it were for petitioning, and if they were so waspish that they might not be petitioned, he knew not what to say to it, etc. All the answer he would give was, that if he had broken any wholesome law not repugnant to the laws of England, he was ready to submit to censure. So he was bound over to the next court of assistance. The court being at Boston, Mr. Hubbard appeared, and the marshal's information and other concurrent testimony being read to him, and his answer demanded, he desired to know in what state he stood, and what offense he should be charged with, or what wholesome law of the land, not repugnant to the law of England, he had broken. The court told him that the matters he was charged with amounted to a seditious practice and derogation and contempt of authority. He still pressed to know what law, etc. He was told that the oath which he had taken was a law to him, and beside the law of God which we were to judge by in case of a defect of an express law. He said that the law of God admitted various interpretations, etc. Then he desired to see his accusers. Upon that the marshal was called, who justified his information. Then he desired to be tried by a jury, and to have the witnesses produced viva voce. The secretary told him 2 were present, and the 3rd was sworn to his examination, but in that he was mistaken, for he had not been sworn. But to satisfy him, he was sent for and sworn in court. The matters testified against him were his speeches to the marshal before 30 persons, against our authority in government, etc. First, that we were but as a corporation in England. Second, that by our patent, as he understood it, we could not put any man to death, nor do divers other things which we did. Third, that he knew not wherefore the general court had fined him, except it were for petitioning, and if they were so waspish or captious as they might not be petitioned, etc., and other speeches tending to disparage our authority and proceedings. Accordingly, a bill was drawn up, etc., and the jury found that he seemed to be ill affected to this government, and that his speeches tended to sedition and contempt of authority. Whereupon the whole court, except Mr. Bellingham, who judged him to deserve no censure, and desired an open court to have his dissent recorded, adjudged him to pay £20 fine, and to be bound to his good behaviour, till the next court of assistance, and then farther if the court should see cause. At this sentence his spirit rose, and he would know what the good behaviour was, and desired the names of the jury, and a copy of all the proceedings, which was granted him, and so he was dismissed at present. The contention continuing between Mr. Clives, deputy president of Lagonia, footnote, this was a plough patent, often referred to in footnote, for Mr. Rigby, and Mr. Jocelyn and other commissioners of Sir Ferdinando Gorge. They both wrote letters to the governor and council of the Massachusetts, complaining of injuries from each other, and Mr. Clives desiring aid for his defense against open force threatened by the other part. The governor and magistrates returned answer to them severally to this effect, to persuade them both to continue in peace, and to forbear all violent courses until some London ship should arrive here, by which it was expected that order would come from the commissioners for the colonies, etc., to settle their differences. These letters prevailed so far with them, as they agreed to refer the cause to the determination of the Court of Assistance at Boston, which was to be held 4 June 3rd next. For Mr. Rigby came Mr. Clives and Mr. Tucker. For the province of Maine came Mr. Jocelyn and Mr. Roberts. The court appointed them a day for hearing their cause, and caused a special jury to be impaneled. Mr. Clives was plaintiff, and delivered in a declaration in writing. The defendants, though they had a copy thereof before, pleaded to it by word only. Some of the magistrates advised not to intermeddle in it, seeing it was not within our jurisdiction, and that the agents had no commission to bind the interest of the gentlemen in England. Others, and the most, thought fit to give them a trial, both for that it was a usual practice in Europe for 2 states being at odds to make a third judge between them, and though the principal parties could not be bound by any sentence of this court, for having no jurisdiction we had no coercion, and therefore whatever we should conclude was but advice, yet it might settle peace for the present, etc. Upon a full hearing, both parties failed in their proof. The plaintiff could not prove the place in question to be within his patent, nor could derive a good title of the patent itself to Mr. Rigby, there being 6 or 8 patentees, and the assignment only from 2 of them. Also the defendant had no patent of the providence, but only a copy thereof attested by witnesses, which was not pleadable in law, which so perplexed the jury, as they could find for neither, but gave in a non liquet. And because the parties would have it tried by a jury, the magistrates forbore to deal any further in it. Only they persuaded the parties to live in peace, etc., till the matter might be determined by authority out of England. This spring was more early and seasonable than many before it, yet many were taken with a malignant fever, whereof some died in 5 or 6 days. But if they escaped the 8th, they recovered, and divers of the churches sought the Lord by public humiliation, and the Lord was entreated, so as about the middle of the 3rd month it ceased. It swept away some precious ones amongst us, especially one Mr. John Oliver, a gracious young man, not full 30 years of age, an expert soldier, an excellent surveyor of land, and one who, for the sweetness of his disposition and usefulness through a public spirit, was generally beloved and greatly lamented. For some few years past he had given up himself to the ministry of the gospel, and was become very hopeful that way, being a good scholar and of able gifts otherwise, and had exercised publicly for 2 years. There fell out also a loathsome disease at Boston, which raised a scandal upon the town and country, though without just cause. One of the town, having gone cooper in a ship into , at his return his wife was infected with lus venerea, which appeared thus: being delivered of a child, and nothing then appearing, but the midwife, a skilful woman, finding her body as sound as any other, after her delivery, she had a sore breast, whereupon divers neighbors resorting to her, some of them drew her breast, and others suffered their children to draw her, and others let her child suck them, no such disease being suspected by any, by occasion whereof about 16 persons, men, women, and children, were infected, whereby it came at length to be discovered by such in the town as had skill in physic and surgery. But there was not any in the country who had been practised in that cure. But, see the good providence of God, at that very season there came by accident a young surgeon out of the West Indies, who had had experience of the right way of the cure of that disease. He took them in hand, and through the Lord's blessing recovered them all in a short time. And it was observed that although many did eat and drink, and lodge in bed with those who were infected and had sores, etc., yet none took of them but by copulation or sucking. It was very doubtful how this disease came at first. The magistrates examined the husband and wife, but could find no dishonesty in either, nor any probable occasion how they should take it by any other, and the husband was found to be free of it. So as it was concluded by some, that the woman was infected by the mixture of so many spirits of men and women as drew her breast, from thence it began. But this is a question to be decided by physicians. 3 May 6th. The Court of Elections was at Boston. Mr. Norris of Salem preached. Mr. Winthrop was chosen governor, Mr. Dudley, the last governor, deputy governor, Mr. Endicott, sergeant major general, and he and Mr. Pelham, commissioners for the United Colonies. The magistrates and deputies had formerly chosen the commissioners, but the freemen, looking at them as general officers, would now choose them themselves, and the rather because some of the deputies had formerly been chosen to that office, which gave offense to our confederates, and to many among ourselves. This court lasted near 3 weeks, and it was carried on with much peace and good correspondency, and when the business was near ended, the magistrates and deputies met and concluded what remained, and so departed in much love. The several committees for laws made return of their commissions, and brought in many laws which were read over, and some of them scanned, but finding much difficulty in digesting and agreeing them, and the court having much other business, another committee was chosen out of several parts of the jurisdiction in the vacancy of the court, which was adjourned to October 7th, to extract out of the whole such as should be thought fit to be established, and so to reduce them into one volume, to agree with such as were already in force, etc. The last year the court had imposed 10 shillings upon every butt of sack, etc., to be landed in our jurisdiction, and this spring there came in 4 ships with sack, and landed about 800 butts, but the merchants being much offended at the impost, having no intelligence of it before, for indeed there had not been a due course taken to give notice thereof to foreign parts, after much debate, etc., the court remitted the 1/2 thereof for the present. See after 4 leaves. Captain Bridges was sent by the commissioners the last year to Monsieur de Aulnay with the articles of peace ratified by them, and with order to demand his confirmation of them under his hand, wherein also was expressed our readiness that all injuries, etc., of either part might be heard and composed in due time and place, and the peace to be kept at the same time, so as he would subscribe the same. Monsieur de Aulnay entertained our messenger with all state and courtesy that he possibly could, but refused to subscribe the articles until differences were composed, and accordingly wrote back that he perceived our drift was to gain time, etc., whereas if our messenger had been furnished with power to have treated with him, and conclude about the differences, he doubted not but all had been agreed. For we should find that it was more his honor which he stood upon than his benefit. Therefore he would sit still till the spring, expecting our answer herein, and would attempt nothing against us until he heard from us. The General Court, taking this answer into consideration, and there not being opportunity for the commissioners to meet in season, only they had been certified by letters of Monsieur de Aulnay's propositions, etc., and consented to a course for hearing, etc., agreed to send the deputy governor, Mr. Dudley, Mr. Hawthorne, and Major Dennison, Daniel Dennison attained later to great distinctions, serving many years as assistant and sergeant major general commanding the troops. He died in 1682, in footnote. With full power to treat and determine, etc., and wrote a letter to him to that end, assenting to his desire for the place, viz. Penobscot, which they call Pintagoet, and referring the time also to him, so it were in September. Some thought it would be dishonorable for us to go to him, and therefore would have had the place to have been Pequod. But others were of a different judgment. One, for that he was a lieutenant general to a great prince. Second, being a man of a generous disposition, and valuing his reputation above his profit, it was considered that it would be much to our advantage to treat with him in his own house. This being agreed, a private committee was chosen to draw up instructions, which were not to be imparted to the court in regard of secrecy, for he had found that D'Aulnay had intelligence of all our proceedings. And the same committee had orders to provide all things for the commissioner's voyage, and to draw up their commission, etc., and it was ordered that if the deputy governor, in regard of his age, being above 70, should not be fit for the voyage, then Mr. Bradstreet should supply his place. One Mr. William Vassall, sometimes one of the assistants of the Massachusetts, but now situate in Plymouth jurisdiction, a man of a busy and factious spirit, and always opposite to the civil governments of this country and the way of our churches, had practiced with such as were not members of our churches to take some course. First by petitioning the courts of the Massachusetts and of Plymouth, and if that succeeded not, then to the Parliament of England, that the distinctions which were maintained here, both in civil and church estate, might be taken away, and that we might be wholly governed by the laws of England. And accordingly a petition was drawn up to the Parliament, pretending that they being freeborn subjects of England were denied the liberty of subjects, both in church and commonwealth, themselves and their children debarred from the seals of the covenant, except they would submit to such a way of entrance in church government as their consciences would not admit, and take such a civil oath as would not stand with their oath of allegiance, or else they must be deprived of all power and interest in civil affairs, and were subjected to an arbitrary government and extrajudicial proceedings, etc. And now at this court at Boston a petition to the same effect, much enlarged, was delivered in to the deputies under the hands of Dr. Child, Mr. Thomas Fowle, Mr. Samuel Maverick, Mr. Thomas Burton, Mr. John Smith, Mr. David Yale, and Mr. John Dand, in the name of themselves and many others in the country, whereto they pressed to have present answer. But the court being then near at an end, and the matter being very weighty, they referred the further consideration thereof to the next session. And whereas a law was drawn up and ready to pass, for allowing non-freemen equal power with the freemen in all town affairs, and to some freemen of such estate, etc., their votes in election of magistrates, it was thought fit to defer this also to the next session. Footnote: an effort for freedom, brave and well justified. The theocracy gave abundant occasion for such a petition. Several of the men who presented it we know to have been most respectable. In footnote. 4th June. The Naragnasetts having broken their covenants with us in 3 days of payment, so as there was now due to us above 1,300 fathom of wampum, they now sent us to Boston to the value of 100 fathom, the most in old kettles, excusing themselves by their poverty, and by the Neantics and others failing to contribute their parts. But the commissioners, who were then 2 of them at Boston, refused to accept so small a sum, and rebuking them sharply for breaking their covenants both in their payments and other acts, told them that if they were forced to fetch the rest, they could as well fetch this. So they sold their kettles to a brazier in Boston, and left the pay in his hands for us, if we would accept it, when they should bring the rest. One Captain Cromwell, about 10 years since a common seaman in the Massachusetts, had been out with Captain Jackson in a man of war by commission from the Earl of Warwick divers years, and having a commission of deputation from his said captain, had taken 4 or 5 Spanish vessels, and in some of them great riches, and being bound hither with 3 ships and about 80 men, they were frigates of cedar wood of about 60 and 80 tons. By a strong northwest wind they were forced into Plymouth. Divine Providence so directing for the comfort and help of that town, which was now almost deserted, where they continued about 14 days or more, and spent liberally and gave freely to many of the poorer sort. Footnote: the episode is narrated by Bradford on almost the last page of his history. In footnote. It fell out while they were there that a desperate drunken fellow, one Voysey, who had been in continual quarrels all the voyage, on being reproved by his captain, offered to draw his rapier at him, whereupon the captain took it from him, and giving him some blows with it, as it was in the scabbard, he threw it away. Voysey gat it up again, and came up to his captain, who taking it from him again, and throwing it away, when he could not make him to leave his weapon, nor forbear his insolent behavior, he gave him a blow on the forehead with the hilt of it, which made a small wound, which the captain would presently to have been searched and dressed. But Voici refused, and the next day went into the field to fight with another of his fellows. But their weapons being taken from them, no hurt was done. And the next day after, his wound putrefying immediately, he died. It was then the general court at Plymouth, and a jury being impaneled, they found that he died of the wound received from the captain, whereupon the captain was sent for on shore. He offered to put himself upon trial, so as he might not be imprisoned, and that he might be tried by a council of war, both which were granted to him. And one of Plymouth, one of their chief men, but no magistrate, undertook for him, body for body, and some of the magistrates and other military officers were chosen at council of war, who, upon the evidence and sight of his commission, by which he had power of martial law, etc., acquitted him. The trained band accompanied the body to the grave, and the captain gave every one of them an ellen of black taffeta for a mourning robe. After this he came 4 June 10, with the 3 ships to Boston, and presented the governor with a sedan, which, as he said, was sent by the viceroy of Mexico to his sister. It was a very fair one, and could not be less worth than £50. He and all his men had much money, and great store of plate and jewels of great value. Yet he took up his lodging in a poor thatched house, and when he was offered the best in the town, his answer was, that in his mean estate that poor men entertained him, when others would not, and therefore he would not leave him now when he might do him good. He was ripped out of his mother's belly, and never sucked, nor saw father nor mother, nor they him. At the last general court, a bill was presented by some of the elders for a synod to be held in the end of the summer. The magistrates passed it, but the deputies sending some of themselves to confer with the magistrates about it, their objections were these. First, because therein civil authority did require the churches to send their messengers to it, and divers among them were not satisfied of any such power given by Christ to the civil magistrate over the churches in such cases. Secondly, whereas the main end of the synod was propounded to be an agreement upon one uniform practice in all the churches, the same to be commended to the general court, etc., this seemed to give power either to the synod or to the court to compel the churches to practice what should so be established. To these it was answered, 1. That the civil magistrate had power upon just occasion to require the churches to send their messengers to advise in such ecclesiastical matters, either of doctrine or discipline, as the magistrate was bound by God to maintain the churches in purity and truth and which was assented unto. Second, that the end of the synod was not to proceed by way of power, but only of counsel from the word of God, and the court was at liberty either to establish or disannul such agreements of the synod as they should see, which could put no more power into the court's hands than it had by the word of God and our own laws and liberties established in that case. Whereupon it was ordered that howsoever the civil magistrate had authority to call a synod when they saw it needful, yet in tender respect of such as were not yet fully satisfied in that point, the ensuing synod should be convened by way of motion only to the churches, and not by any words of command. Footnote. The careful avoidance of the Presbyterian way will be noticed here. In footnote. A petition was presented to the court under many hands for the continuance of the 2 laws against Anabaptists and other heretics, which was done in reference to a petition presented at the former court concerning the same laws. Footnote. A petition of a nature contrary to that, mentioned a few pages back, and one which had more favor with the court. The Records of Massachusetts, Volume 2, 141, record a sharp rebuff to the Liberals from the General Court. In footnote. A plantation was begun this year at Pequod River by Mr. John Winthrop, Jr., Mr. Thomas Peter, a minister, brother to Mr. Peter of Salem. And this court power was given them, 2 for ordering and governing the plantation till further order, etc., although it was uncertain whether it would fall within our jurisdiction or not, because they of Connecticut challenged it by virtue of a patent from the king, which was never showed to us, so it was done de bone esse, quousquo, etc., for it mattered not much to which jurisdiction it did belong, seeing the confederation made all as one, but it was of great concernment to have it planted to be a curb to the Indians, etc. Monsieur Latour, being returned from Newfoundland in a pinnace of Sir David Kirke, was, by some merchants of Boston, set forth in the same pinnace to the eastward with trading commodities to the value of £400. When he came at Cape Sable, which was in the heart of winter, he conspired with the master, being a stranger, and his own Frenchmen, being 5, to go away with the vessel, and so forced out the other 5 English, himself shooting one of them in the face with a pistol, who, through special providence, having wandered up and down 15 days, found some Indians who gave them a shallop and victuals and an Indian pilot. So they arrived safe at Boston in the 3rd month. Whereby it appeared, as the Scripture saith, that there is no confidence in an unfaithful or carnal man. Though tied with many strong bonds of courtesy, etc., he turned pirate, etc. Mr. Lamberton, Mr. Grigson, and divers other godly persons, men and women, went from New Haven in the 11th month last, January, in a ship of 80 tons, laden with wheat for London, but the ship was never heard of after. The loss was very great, to the value of some 1,000 pounds, but the loss of the persons was very deplorable. Monsieur de Aulnay, having received our letter, returned answer that he saw now that we seriously desired peace, which he, for his part, did also, and that he accounted himself so highly honored that we would send such principal men of ours home to him, etc., that he desired this favor for us, that he might spare us that labor, for which purpose he would send 2 or 3 of his to us to Boston about the end of August, to treat and determine, etc. Upon receipt of this letter, the governor thought it expedient to call the general court, if it were but for 1 day, to have considered of commissioners to treat with us here. For he conceived that those who were invited to treat at Penobscot had not power to treat at home, and besides the court had declared their mind not to have chosen all these 3, if they had been to have treated at home. But some other of the magistrates differing, he deferred it, and the harvest coming in, one thought better to let it alone. One smith of Watertown had a son about 5 years old, who fell into the river near the mill gate, and was carried by the stream under the wheel, and taken up on the other side without any harm. One of the boards of the wheel was fallen off, and it seems, by special providence, he was carried through under that gap, for otherwise if an eel passed through, it is cut asunder. The miller perceived his wheel to check on the sudden, which made him look out, and so he found the child sitting up to the waist in the shallow water beneath the mill. 5. July. 3 of our elders, viz., Mr. Mather, Mr. Allen, and Mr. Elliot, took with them an interpreter, and went to the place where Shamakin, the Indian Sachem, blank. A daughter of Mrs. Hutchinson was carried away by the Indians near the Dutch, when her mother and others were killed by them, and upon the peace concluded between the Dutch and the same Indians, she was returned to the Dutch governor, who restored her to her friends here. She was about 8 years old when she was taken, and continued with them about 4 years, and she had forgot her own language and all her friends, and was loath to have come from the Indians. Footnote. She became reconciled, married in 1651 John Cole, and left descendants. In footnote. Great harm was done in corn, especially wheat and barley, in this month by a caterpillar, like a black worm about 1.5 inches long. They eat up first the blades of the stalk, then they eat up the tassels whereupon the ear withered. It was believed by divers good observers that they fell in a great thunder shower for divers yards and other bare places, where not one of them was to be seen an hour before, or presently after the shower almost covered with them, besides grass places where they were not so easily discerned. They did the most harm in the southern parts, as Rhode Island, etc., and in the eastern parts in their Indian corn. In divers places the churches kept a day of humiliation, and presently after the caterpillars vanished away. Footnote. To one who examines the manuscript, the success of the transcription here will seem remarkable. No page better illustrates Savage's painstaking accuracy. In footnote. The court had made an order in 8 October last, for 10 shillings to be paid upon every butt of Spanish wine landed, etc., and now this spring arrived divers English ships, which brought about 800 butts. But having lost much by leakage, and coming to a bad market, they were very unwilling to pay the impost, and refused to give in an invoice of such wines as they had landed, whereupon they were forfeited by the order. But upon their petition the general court remitted the forfeiture and half the impost, in regard the order was made so lately as they could not have notice of it in those parts from whence the wines came. But this notwithstanding, they would not submit to the order, so as the auditor who had the charge of receiving the said impost was forced to break open the cellar doors where their wines lay, and took out the best wines for the impost, which by the order he might do. But this also they took as a great injury, because their best wines being gone, the sale of the rest was much hindered, and they threatened to get recompense some other way. The merchants of New Haven had purchased some land of the Indians about 30 miles to the northwest of them upon Pawtucket River, and had set up a trading house. Footnote. probably at the junction of the Naugatuck with the Housatonic, in footnote. The Dutch governor made a protest against it and sent it to Mr. Eaton, claiming the place to be theirs and within 10 Dutch miles of Fort Orange. Mr. Eaton answered the protest, acknowledging no right in the Dutch, but alleging their purchase and offering to refer the cause, etc. The Dutch governor by letter complained of it to the governor of Massachusetts and also of Mr. Whiting for saying that the English were fools in suffering the Dutch in their center, etc. The governor of Massachusetts informed Mr. Eaton hereof, the commissioners being then to meet at New Haven, and tendered it to their consideration, if it would not be expedient to call Mr. Whiting, then a magistrate at Hartford, to give account of these speeches, seeing the Dutch would expect satisfaction, etc. When the time of the synod drew near, it was propounded to the churches. The order was sent to the churches within this jurisdiction, and to the churches in other jurisdictions a letter was sent withal. All the churches in this jurisdiction sent their messengers, except Boston, Salem, Hingham, Concord, blank. Concord would have sent if their elder had been able to come, or if they had had any other whom they had judged fit, etc. Boston and Salem took offense at the order of court, 1. Because by a grant of the liberties the elders had liberty to assemble without the compliance of the civil authority. 2nd, it was reported that this motion came originally from some of the elders and not from the court. 3rd, in the order was expressed that what the major part of the assembly should agree upon should be presented to the court, that they might give such allowance to it as should be meet. Hence was inferred that the synod was appointed by the elders, to the intent to make ecclesiastical laws to bind the churches, and to have the sanction of the civil authority put upon them, whereby men should be forced under penalty to submit to them, whereupon they concluded that they should betray the liberty of the churches if they should consent to such a synod. The principal men who raised these objections were some of Boston, who came lately from England, where such a vast liberty was allowed, and sought for by all that went under the name of independence, not only the Anabaptists, Antinomians, Familists, Seekers, etc., but even the most godly and orthodox, as Mr. Goodwin, Mr. Nye, Mr. Burroughs, etc., who in the assembly there had stood in opposition to the presbytery, and also the greater part of the House of Commons, who by their commissioners had sent order to all English plantations in the West Indies and Somers Islands, that all men should enjoy their liberty of conscience, and had by letters intimated the same to us. To these did some others of the Church of Boston adhere, but not above 30 or 40 in all. Footnote. The tolerant spirit of their brethren in England, the independents, was becoming a trial to the New Englanders. In footnote. 1. To the particular objections it was thus observed, viz., to the first, that the liberty was granted only for a help in case of extremity, if, in time to come, the civil authority should either grow opposite to the churches, or neglect the care of them, and not with any intent to practice the same, while the civil authority were nursing fathers to the churches. For the second, that it was not for the churches to inquire what or who gave the court occasion to call the synod, but if they thought fit to desire the churches to afford them help of counsel in any matters which concerned religion and conscience, it was the church's duty to yield it to them. For so far as it concerns their command or request, it is an ordinance of man, which we are to submit unto for the Lord's sake, without troubling ourselves with the occasion or success. Et malus moribus bone leges. The laws are not the worse by being occasioned by evil men and evil manners. 3. Where the order speaks of the major part of the assembly, it speaks in its own language, and according to the court's practice, where the act of the major part is the act of the court. But it never intended thereby to restrain or direct the synod in the manner of their proceeding, nor to hinder them, but they might first acquaint the churches with their conclusions, and have their assent to them before they did present them to the court, for that is their care. The court's care was only to provide for their own cognizance, and for that inference which is drawn from that cause, that the court might give them such allowance as should be meet, it is without rule, and against the rule of charity, to infer from thence any such sanction of the court as is supposed. For if they say only they will give them such allowance as is meet, it cannot be inferred that they will put any such sanction or stamp of authority upon them as should be unmeet. 2 Lord's days the agitation was in Boston, and no conclusion made, by reason of the opposite party. So the elders sat down much grieved in spirit, yet told the congregation that they thought it their duty to go notwithstanding, not as sent by the church, but as specially called by the order of courts. The assembly or synod being met at Cambridge 7 September 1st, they wrote letters to the elders and brethren of the Church of Boston, inviting them and pressing them also by arguments to send their elders and other messengers. Upon this, the ruling elders, being at home, assembled so many of the church as they could upon the sudden, but the greater part being from home, and divers of those who were met still opposing, nothing could be done. The next day was Boston lecture, to which most of the synod repaired, and Mr. Norton, teacher of the church at Ipswich, being procured to supply the place, took his text suitable to the occasion, viz., of Moses and Aaron meeting in the mount and kissing each other, where he laid down the nature and power of the synod as only consultative, decisive, and declarative, not coactive, etc. He showed also the power of the civil magistrates in calling such assemblies, and the duty of the churches in yielding obedience to the same. He showed also the great offense and scandal which would be given in refusing, etc. The next Lord's Day the matter was moved again in 3 propositions. 1. Whether the church would hold communion with the other churches, etc., and desired them to express it by holding up their hands, which most of the church did, but some of the opposite party resisted and gave this reason, that though they did assent to that proposition, yet they could not vote it, because they knew not what would be inferred upon it. Upon this the second proposition was mentioned, viz., whether they would exercise this communion in sending messengers to the synod, and if not, then the third proposition was whether the church would then go themselves. Exception was taken at this way of doing a church act by the major part, which had not been our practice in former times. To this it was answered that in some cases, as the choice of officers, etc., it is needful to have every man's consent, but in other cases, as admission of a member, etc., it was sufficient if the major part assented. And for this practice of proceeding by erection of hands, that in 2 Corinthians 14:19 was alleged, where the Greek word kero tonethes signifies the same. And in the present case it was necessary, because the order of court and the letters of the synod to us required, both in duty and civility, that the church should return answer, which the minor part could not do, therefore the major part of necessity must. Then it was moved by some that the third proposition might rather be intended, and the church agreed to go to the synod rather than to send. To this it was answered, first, that it would not be convenient nor of good report to go in a singular way. Second, it would savor of disorder and tumult. Third, it might produce an impossibility, for if one man's conscience should bind him to attend, so might another man's, and then as well might every man's, and if all, or but the major part of our church should go hither, it were almost impossible any business could proceed in due order. In the end it was agreed by vote of the major part that the elders and 3 of the brethren should be sent as messengers, etc. The synod brake up, and it was adjourned to June 8th, having continued but about 14 days, in regard of winter drawing on, and few of the elders of other colonies were present. Gorton and 2 others of his company, viz. John Green and Randall Holden, going into England, complained to the commissioners for plantations, etc., against us, etc., who gave order that some of ours then in England should be summoned to answer their petition. Whereupon some appeared, but they having no instructions about the case, and the writing sent over to Mr. Weld the year before being either lost or forgotten, so as a full answer could not be given in the particular, and the petitioners being favored by some of the commissioners, partly for private respects, and partly for their adhering to some of their corrupt tenets, and generally out of their dislike of us for our late law for banishing Anabaptists, they seemed to be much offended with us for our rigorous proceeding, as they called it, against them, and thereupon, without sending to us to hear our answers, etc., they gave them this order following. By the Governor-in-Chief, Lord High Admiral, and Commissioners appointed by Parliament for the English plantations in America, whereas we have thought fit to give an order for Mr. Samuel Gorton, Mr. Randall Holden, Mr. John Green, and others, late inhabitants of a tract of land called the Naragnaset Bay, near the Massachusetts Bay in New England, to return with freedom to the said tract of land, and there to inhabit and abide without interruption. These are therefore to pray and require you, and all others whom this may concern, to permit and suffer the said Samuel Gorton, etc., with their company, goods, and necessaries carried with them out of England, to land at any port in New England, where the ships wherein they do embark themselves shall arrive, and from thence to pass, without any of your lets or molestations, through any part of the continent of America within your jurisdiction, to the said tract of land called Naragnaset Bay, or any part thereof, they carrying themselves without offense, and paying according to the custom of the country, and their contract for all things they shall make use of in their way, for victuals, carriage, or other accommodation. Hereof you may not fail, and this shall be your warrant. Dated at Westminster this 15th of May. To the Governor and Assistants of the English plantation in the Massachusetts Bay in New England, and to all other governors and other inhabitants New England, and all others whom this may concern. Nottingham, F.R.A. Dockeray, F.E.R. Rigby, C.O.R. Holland, S.A.M. Vassal, G.E.O. Fenwick, F.R.A.N. Elaine, W.M. Purefoy, G.E.O. Snelling. Footnote. The rift opening here between the Congregationalists of England and America was indeed serious. It is indicated in the margin of the manuscript that the document bore the seal of the Earl of Warwick as Governor and Admiral. In footnote. 13/7, September 13th. Randall Holden arrived here on a London ship, Captain Wallmaster, and sent this order to the Governor to desire leave to land, etc. Accordingly, the Governor answered that he could not give him leave of himself, nor dispense with an order of the General Court, but the council were to meet within 2 or 3 days, and he would impart it unto them, etc., and in the meantime he would not seek after him, etc. The council being met, they were of different judgments in the case, so as they agreed to take the advice of such of the elders as were then met at the lecture at Boston, being about 10. The elders also differed. Some were very earnest for his commitment till the General Court, etc. But the greater part, both of magistrates and elders, thought it better to give so much respect to the protection which the Parliament had given him, and whereupon he had ventured his life, etc., as to suffer him to pass quietly away, and when the General Court should be assembled, which would be within a month, then to consider further about their repossessing the land they claimed. 27, September 20th. Being the Lord's Day, and the people ready to go to the assembly after dinner, Monsieur Marie and Monsieur Louis, with Monsieur d'Aulnay his secretary, arrived at Boston in a small pinnace, and Major Gibbons sent 2 of his chief officers to meet them at the waterside, who conducted them to their lodgings sine strepitu. The public worship being ended, the governor repaired home, and sent Major Gibbons, with other gentlemen, with a guard of musketeers to attend them to the governor's house, who, meeting them without his door, carried them into his house, where they were entertained with wine and sweetmeats, and after a while he accompanied them to their lodgings, being the house of Major Gibbons, where they entertained that night. The next morning they repaired to the governor, and delivered him their commission, which was in form of a letter directed to the governor and magistrates. It was open, but had a seal only let into the paper with a label. Their diet was provided at the ordinary, where the magistrates used to diet in court times, and the governor accompanied them always at meals. Their manner was to repair to the governor's house every morning about 8 of the clock, who accompanied them to the place of meeting, and at night either himself or some of the commissioners accompanied them to their lodging. It was the 3rd day at noon before our commissioners could come together. When they were met, they propounded great injuries and damages sustained by Captain Hawkins and our men, in assistance of Latour, and would have engaged our government therein. We denied that we had any hand, either by commission or permission, in that action. We only gave way to Latour to hire assistants to conduct a ship home, according to the request made to us in the commission of the Vice Admiral of France. And for that which was done by our men beyond our commission, we showed Monsieur d'Aulnay's letter to our governor, by Captain Bailey, wherein he writes that the King of France had laid all the blame upon the Vice Admiral, and commanded him not to break with us upon that occasion. We also alleged the peace formerly concluded without any reservation of those things. They replied that howsoever the King of France had remitted his own interest, yet he had not nor intended to deprive Monsieur d'Aulnay of his private satisfaction. Here they did stick 2 days. Their commissioners alleged damages to the value of £8,000, but did not stand upon the value. They would have accepted a very small satisfaction if we would have acknowledged any guilt in our government. In the end they came to this conclusion. We accepted their commissioner's answer, in satisfaction of those things we had charged upon Monsieur d'Aulnay, and they accepted our answer for clearing our government of what he had charged upon us. And because we could not free Captain Hawkins and the other voluntaries of what they had done, we were to send a small present to Monsieur d'Aulnay in satisfaction of that, and so all injuries and demands to be remitted, and so a final peace to be concluded. Accordingly, we sent Monsieur d'Aulnay by his commissioners a very fair new sedan, worth 40 or 50 pounds where it was made, but of no use to us, sent by the Viceroy of Mexico to a lady his sister, and taken in the West Indies by Captain Cromwell, and by him given to our governor. Footnote. See ante, page 273. End footnote. This the commissioners very well accepted, and so the agreement being signed in several instruments, by the commissioners of both parts, on 28th day of the same month, they took leave and departed to their pinnace, the governor and our commissioners accompanying them to their boat, attended with a guard of musketeers, and gave them 5 guns from Boston, 3 from Charlestown, and 5 from Castle Island, and we sent them aboard a quarter cask of sack and some mutton. They answered all our salutations with such small pieces as they had, and so set sail, Major Sedgwick and some other gentlemen accompanying them as far as Castle Island. The Lord's day they were here, the governor acquainting them with our manner, that all men either come to our public meetings or keep themselves quiet in their houses, and finding that the place where they lodged would not be convenient for them that day, invited them home to his house, where they continued private all the day until sunset, and made use of such books, Latin and French, as he had, and the liberty of a private walk in his garden, and so gave no offence, etc. The 2 first days after their arrival, their pinnace kept up her flag in the main top, which gave offence both to the Londoners who rode in the harbour, and also to our own people, whereupon Monsieur Marie was put in mind of it. At first he excused it by a general custom for the king's ships, both French, English, and Dutch, etc., to use it in all places, but being now under our government, if we would so command, he would cause it to be taken down. We desired him not to put us to that, but seeing he knew our minds, he would do it of himself, whereupon he gave order to have it taken down. There fell a sad affliction upon the country this year, though it more particularly concerned New Haven and those parts. A small ship of about 100 tons set out from New Haven in the middle of the 11th month last, the harbor there being so frozen as they were forced to hew her through the ice near 3 miles. She was laden with peas and some wheat, all in bulk, with about 200 West India hides and store of beaver and plate, so as it was estimated in all at 5,000 pounds. There were in her about 70 persons, whereof divers were of very precious account, as Mr. Grigson, one of their magistrates, and wife of Mr. Goodyear, another of their magistrates, a right godly woman, Captain Turner, Mr. Lamberton, master of the ship, and some 7 or 8 others, members of the church there. The ship never went voyage before, and was very crank-sided, so as it was conceived, she was overset in a great tempest, which happened soon after she put to sea, for she was never heard of after. 7 September. Some few families being gone to the new plantation at Pequod, footnote, the Thames River, end footnote, some of them kept in the Indians' wigwams there, while their own houses were building. Some of these Indians, accompanied with some English, went to hunt deer. Uncas, the Mohegan sachem, pretending that they had hunted in his limits, came with 300 men and set upon them, and beat some of the Indians, and took away some of their goods, putting them by force out of their wigwams, where the English kept. Complaint being made hereof to the commissioners, who were then met at New Haven, they sent for Uncas, and charged him with this outrage, etc. He confessed he had done very ill, and said he thought he was mad, so he promised to go to the English there and acknowledge his offence, and make full satisfaction, and for time to come would live peaceably with them, etc. The merchants of New Haven had set up a trading house upon a small river some 30 miles up into the country, and some 50 miles from Fort Orange. The Dutch governor, hearing thereof, sent a protest there against it, claiming the place to be in New Netherland. Mr. Eaton returned answer by the same messenger. A woman of the Church of Weymouth being cast out from some distempered speeches by a major party, the ruling elder and a minor party being unsatisfied therein, her husband complained to the synod, which being then ready to break up could do nothing in it, but only acquainted the pastor therewith privately. Whereupon complaint was made to the elders of the neighboring churches, and a request made to them to come to Weymouth and to mediate a reconciliation. The elders acquainted their churches with it. Some scrupled the warrantableness of the course, seeing the major party of the church did not send to the churches for advice. It was answered that it was not to be expected that the major party would complain of their own act, and if the minor party, or the party grieved, should not be heard, then God should have left no means of redress in such a case, which could not be. Some of the churches approved their going, the rest permitted it. So they went, and the Church of Weymouth, having noticed beforehand, gave them a meeting, and first demanded whether they were sent by their churches or not. Being certified as before, they objected this, that except they had been sent by their churches, they should never know when they had done, for other churches might come still, and require like satisfaction, etc. It was answered the like objection would lie, if the churches had sent, for other churches might yet have required, etc., but they came not in a way of authority, but only of brotherly communion, and therefore imposed nothing upon them, but only to give their advice as occasion should require. This and some other scruples being removed, the church consented to have the cause heard, and opened from the beginning, whereupon some failing was found in both parties. The woman had not given so full satisfaction as she ought to have done, and the major party of the church had proceeded too hastily against a considerable party of the dissenting brethren, whereupon the woman who had offended was convinced of her failing, and bewailed it with many tears. The major party also acknowledged their error, and gave the elders thanks for their care and pains. 7. September. One William Waldron, a member of the church of Dover upon Pascataquac, received in the church in the corrupt beginning of it, a man given to drunkenness and contention, being after cast out, and upon some formal repentance received in again, being also a good clerk and a subtle man, was made their recorder, and also recorder of the province of Maine under Sir Ferdinando Gorge, and returning from Saco about the end of September alone, passing over a small river at Kennebunk, was there drowned, and his body not found until near a month after. 8. October 17th. A ship of 300 tons built at Boston was this day launched. 9. November 4th. The General Court, being adjourned from 8, began again, and that night was a most dreadful tempest at northeast with wind and rain, in which the Lady Moody, her house at Salem, being but 1 story in height, and a flat roof with a brick chimney in the midst, had the roof taken off in 2 parts with the top of the chimney, and carried 6 or 7 rods off. Also 1 cross of Connecticut had its pinnace cast away in Narragansett Bay, but the men and goods saved. Mr. Haynes, etc., taken in this tempest halfway from Connecticut, and by Providence brought casually in the night to an empty wigwam, where they found fire kindled, and room for themselves and horses, else had perished. This court, the business of Gordon, etc., and of the petitioners, Dr. Child, etc., were taken into consideration, and it was thought needful to send some able men into England, with commission and instructions, to satisfy the commissioners for plantations about those general complaints, and because it was a matter of so great and general concernment, such of the elders as could be had were sent for, to have their advice in the matter. Mr. Hubbard of Hingham came with the rest, but the court being informed that he had had a hand in a petition which Mr. Vassall carried into England against the country in general, the governor propounded that if any elder present had any such hand, etc., he should withdraw himself. Mr. Hubbard sitting still a good space, and no man speaking, one of the deputies informed the court that Mr. Hubbard was the man suspected, whereupon he arose and said that he knew nothing of any such petition. The governor replied that seeing he was now named, he must needs deliver his mind about him, which was, that although they had no proof present about the matter of the petition, and therefore his denial was a sufficient clearing, etc., yet in regard he had so much opposed authority, and offered such contempt to it, as for which he had been lately bound to his good behavior, he thought he would, in discretion, withdraw himself, etc., whereupon he went out. Then the governor put the court in mind of a great miscarriage, in that our secretest counsels were presently known abroad, which could not be but by some among ourselves, and desired them to look at it as a matter of great unfaithfulness, and that our present consultations might be kept in the breast of the court, and not be divulged abroad, as others had been. Then it was propounded to consideration in what relation we stood to the state of England, whether our government was founded upon our charter or not. If so, then what subjection we owed to that state. The magistrates delivered their minds first, that the elders might have the better light for their advice. All agreed that our charter was the foundation of our government, and thereupon some thought that we were so subordinate to the Parliament as they might countermand our orders and judgments, etc., and therefore advised that we should petition the Parliament for enlargement of power, etc. Others conceived otherwise, and thought that though we owed allegiance and subjection to them, as we had always professed, and by a copy of petition which we had presented to the Lords of the Privy Council when they sent for our charter anno , then read in the court, did appear, yet by our charter we had absolute power of government. For thereby we have power to make laws, to erect all sorts of magistracy, to correct, punish, pardon, govern, and rule the people absolutely, which word implies 2 things. 1. A perfection of parts, so as we are thereby furnished with all parts of government. 2. It implies a self-sufficiency, quoad subjectam materiam, and ergo should not need the help of any superior power, either general governor or etc., to complete our government. Yet we did owe allegiance and subjection, 1. Because our commonwealth was founded upon the power of that state, and so had been always carried on. 2. In regard of the tenure of our lands, of the manor of East Greenwich. 3. We depended upon them for protection, etc. 4. For advice and counsel, which in great occasions we should crave it. Fifth, in the continuance of naturalization and free allegiance of ourselves and our posterity. Yet we might still be independent in respect of government, as Normandy, Gascony, etc. were, though they had dependence upon the crown of France, and the kings of England did homage, etc. Yet in point of government they were not dependent upon France. So likewise Burgundy, Flanders, etc. So the Hanse towns in Germany, which have dependence upon the empire, etc. And such as are subject to the imperial chamber in some great and general causes, they had their deputies there, and so were parties to all orders there. Footnote: these early discussions of the proper relation of dependency to the mother state are interesting. The ideas from which came the American Revolution are plainly seen, and also those from which was evolved the present English colonial policy. In footnote: and for that motion of petitioning, etc., it was answered, 1. That if we receive a new charter, that will be ipso facto a surrender of the old. 2. The Parliament can grant none now, but by way of ordinance, and it may be questioned whether the king will give his royal assent, considering how he hath taken displeasure against us. Third, if we take a charter from the Parliament, we can expect no other than such as they have granted to us at Naragnaset, and to others in other places, wherein they reserve a supreme power in all things. The court having delivered their opinions, the elders desired time of consideration, and the next day they presented their advice, which was delivered by Mr. Allen, pastor of the church in Dedham, in divers articles, which, upon request, they delivered in writing as followeth. But first I should have mentioned the order of the commissioners sent to us in the behalf of Gorton, which together with their petition and declaration were sent over to us by the commissioners. The order was in these words: After our hearty commendations, we being specially entrusted by both Houses of Parliament with ordering the affairs and government of the English plantations in America, having some months since received a complaint from Mr. Gorton and Mr. Holden, in the name of themselves and divers others English, who have transported themselves into New England, and now are, or lately were, inhabitants of a tract of land, called by the name of the Naragnaset Bay, a copy of which complaint the enclosed petition and narrative will represent to your knowledge. We could not forthwith proceed to a full hearing and determination of the matter, it not appearing unto us that you were acquainted with the particular charge, or that you had furnished any person with power to make defense in your behalf, nor could we conveniently respite some kind of resolution therein without a great prejudice to the petitioners, who would have lain under much inconvenience, if we had detained them from their families till all the formality and circumstances of proceeding, necessary at this distance, had regularly prepared the cause for a hearing. We shall therefore let you know in the first place that our present resolution is not grounded upon an admittance of the truth of what is charged, we knowing well how much God hath honored your government, and believing that your spirits and affairs are acted by principles of justice, prudence, and zeal to God, and therefore cannot easily receive any evil impressions concerning your proceedings. In the next place, you may take notice that we found the petitioner's aim and desire, and the result of it, was not so much a reparation for what passed as a settling their habitation for the future of that government by a charter of civil incorporation, which was heretofore granted them by ourselves. We find withal that the tract of land called the Naragnaset Bay, concerning which the question has arisen, was divers years since inhabited by those of Providence, Portsmouth, and Newport, who are interested in the complaint, and that the same is wholly without the bounds of the Massachusetts patent granted by His Majesty. We have considered that they be English, and that by forcing of them to find new places of residence will be very chargeable, difficult, and uncertain. We have considered that they be English, and that the forcing of them to find out new places of residence will be very chargeable, difficult, and uncertain. And therefore upon the whole matter do hereby pray and require you to permit and suffer the petitioners and all the late inhabitants of Naragnaset Bay, with their families and such as shall hereafter join with them, freely and quietly to live and plant upon Shawamet and other parts of the said tract of land within the bounds mentioned in our said charter, on which they have formerly planted and lived, without extending your jurisdiction to any part thereof, or otherwise disquieting them in their consciences or civil peace, or interrupting them in their possession until such time as we shall have received your answer to their claim in point of title, and you shall thereupon have received our further order therein. And in case any others, since the petitioners addressed to England, have taken possession of any part of the lands heretofore enjoyed by the petitioners or any of their associates, you are to cause them which are newly possessed as aforesaid to be removed, that this order may be fully performed. Until our further order, neither the petitioners are to enlarge the plantations, nor are any others to be suffered to intrude upon any part of the Narragansett Bay. And if they shall be found hereafter to abuse this favor by any act tending to disturb your right, we shall express a due sense thereof, so as to testify a care of your honor, protection, and encouragement. In order to the effecting of this resolution, we do also require that you do suffer the said Mr. Gorton, Mr. Holden, Mr. Green, and their company, with their goods and necessaries, to pass through any part of that territory which is under your jurisdiction, toward the said tract of land without molestation, they demeaning themselves civilly, any former sentence of expulsion or otherwise notwithstanding. We shall only add that to these orders of ours we shall expect conformity, not only from yourselves, but from all other governors and plantations in New England whom it may concern. And so commending you to God's gracious protection, we rest, your very loving friends. From the Governor-in-Chief, Lord Admiral, and Commissioners for Foreign Plantations, sitting at Westminster, 15 May, 1646. Warwick, Governor and Admiral Judge, Northumberland, Pembroke and Montgomery, Nottingham, Manchester, F.R.A. Dacker, S.A.M. Vassal, C.O.R.N. Holland, W.M. Waller, W.M. Purefoy, Dennis Bond, G.E.O. Snelling, B.E.N. Rudyard. Upon this order one question was, whether we should give the commissioners their title, lest thereby we should acknowledge all that power they claimed in our jurisdiction as well as in other plantations, which had not so large a charter as we. It was considered withal that whatever answer or remonstrance we presented them, if their style were not observed, it was doubted they would not receive it. The advice of the elders were as follows. Concerning the question of our dependence upon England, we conceive, first, that as we stand in near relation, so also in dependence upon that state in diverse respect, viz. 1. We have received the power of our government and other privileges derived from thence by our charter. 2. We owe allegiance and fidelity to that state. 3. Erecting such a government as a patent prescribes and subjecting ourselves to the laws here ordained by that government, we therein yield subjection to the state of England. 4. We owe unto that state the fifth part of gold and silver, ore that shall, etc. 5th, we depend upon the state of England for protection and immunities of Englishmen as free denization, etc. 2nd, we conceive that in point of government we have granted by patent such full and ample power of choosing all officers that shall command and rule over us, of making all laws and rules of our obedience, and of a full and final determination of all cases in the administration of justice, that no appeals or other ways of interrupting our proceedings do lie against us. 3rd, concerning our way of answering complaints against us in England, we conceive that it doth not well suit us, nor are we directly called thereto, to profess and plead our right and power, further than in the way of justification of our proceedings questioned from the words of the patent, in which agitations and the issues thereof our agents shall discern the mind of the Parliament towards us, which if it be propense and favorable, there may be a fit season to procure such countenance of our proceedings, and confirmation of our just power, as may prevent such unjust complaints and interruptions as now disturb our administrations. But if the Parliament should be less inclinable to us, we must wait upon Providence for the preservation of our just liberties. 4. Furthermore, we do not clearly discern, but that we may give the Earl of Warwick and the rest such titles as the Parliament hath given them, without subjecting to them in point of our government. 5th, lastly, we conceive that as the hazardous state of England, the case of the Church of Bermuda, and so this weighty case of our liberties do call the churches to a solemn seeking of the Lord for the upholding of our state and disappointment of our adversaries. The court had made choice of Mr. Edward Winslow, one of the magistrates of Plymouth, as a fit man to be employed in our present affairs in England, both in regard of his abilities of presence, speech, courage, and understanding, as also being well known to the commissioners, having suffered a few years before divers months' imprisonment by means of the last arch-prelate in the cause of New England. But it was now moved by one of the elders to send one of our own magistrates and one of our elders. The motions and the reasons of it were well apprehended, so as the governor and Mr. Norton, teacher of the church in Ipswich, were named, and in a manner agreed upon, but upon second thoughts it was let fall, chiefly for these two reasons. 1. It was feared, in regard that Mr. Peter had written to the governor to come over and assist in the Parliament's cause, etc., that if he were there he would be called into the Parliament and so detained. 2. Many were upon the wing, and his departure would occasion more new thoughts and apprehensions, etc. 3rd, it was feared what changes his absence might produce, etc. The governor was very averse to a voyage into England, yet he declared himself ready to accept the service, if he should be called to it, though he were then 59 years of age, wanting 1 month. But he was very glad when he saw the mind of the Lord to be otherwise. The court conferred with the elders about the petition of Dr. Child, etc., also, for it had been given great offense to many godly in the country, both elders and others, and some others had been made to it and presented to the court, out of which one entire answer had been framed, in way of declaration of the court's apprehension thereof, not by way of answer, because it was adjudged a contempt, which declaration was after published. The elders declared their opinion about it, but gave no advice for censure, etc., leaving that to the court. There was a ship then ready to set sail for England, wherein Mr. Fowle, one of the petitioners, was to go, etc. The court therefore sent for him, and required an account of him about it before his departure, and also Mr. John Smith of Rhode Island, being then in town, and they were both required to find sureties to be responsible, etc., whereupon they were troubled, and desired they might answer presently, in regard they were to depart, taking exception also, that the rest of the petitioners were not called as well as they. Whereupon Dr. Child, etc., were sent for, and all appeared, save Mr. Maverick, and the doctor, being the chief speaker, demanded what should be laid to their charge, seeing it was no offense to prefer a petition, etc. It was answered that they were not questioned for petitioning, but for such miscarriages, etc., as appeared in their petition and remonstrance. The doctor replied, desiring that they might know their charge. The court answered, they should have it in due time. It was not ready at present, nor had they called them then, had it not been, that some of them were upon their departure, and therefore the court required sureties for their forthcoming, etc. The doctor, etc., still demanded what offense they had committed, for which they should find sureties, etc. Upon this pressing, one clause in their petition was read to them, which was this: Our brethren of England's just indignation against us, so as they fly from us as from a pest, etc., whereby they lay a great scandal upon the country, etc. This was so clear as they could not evade it, but quarrelled with the court with high terms. The doctor said they did beneath themselves in petitioning to us, etc., and in conclusion appealed to the commissioners in England. The governor told them he would admit no appeal, nor was it allowed by our charter, but by this it appeared what their aim was in their petition. They claimed a fear of perpetual slavery, etc., but their intent was to make us slaves to them and such as themselves were, and that by the Parliament commissioners, meaning by threatening us with their authority, or calumniating us to them, etc. For ourselves, it was well known, we did ever honor the Parliament, and were ready to perform all due obedience, etc., to them according to our charter, etc. The court let them know that they did take notice of their contemptuous speeches and behavior, as should further appear in due time. In conclusion, Mr. Fowle and Mr. Smith were committed to the marshal for want of sureties, and the rest were enjoined to attend the court when they should be called. So they were dismissed, and Mr. Fowle, etc., found sureties before night, and were set at liberty. A committee was appointed to examine the petition, and out of it to draw a charge, which is done as followeth. The court doth charge Dr. Child, etc., with divers false and scandalous passages in a certain paper, entitled Remonstrance and Petition, exhibited by them in this court in the 3rd month last, against the churches of Christ and the civil government here established, derogating from the honor and authority of the same, and tending to sedition, as in the particulars following will appear. 1. They take upon them to defame our government, and to control both the wisdom of the state of England and the frame of our charter, and also the wisdom and integrity of this court, in charging our government to be an ill-compacted vessel. 2nd, they lay open the afflictions which God hath pleased to exercise us with, and that to the worst appearance, and impute it to the evil of our government. 3rd, they charge us with manifest injury to a great part of the people here, persuading them that the liberties and privileges in our charter belong to all free-born Englishmen inhabitants here, whereas they are granted only to such as the governing company shall think fit to receive into that fellowship. 4. They closely insinuate into the minds of the people that those now in authority do intend to exercise unwarranted dominion and an arbitrary government, such as is abominable to the Parliament and that party in England, thereby to make them slaves, and, to hide themselves, they pretend it to be the jealousies of others, and, which tends to stir up commotion, they foretell them of intolerable bondage to endure. 5th, they go about to weaken the authority of our laws, and the reverence and esteem of them, and consequently their obedience to them, by persuading the people that partly through want of the body of English laws, and partly through the insufficiency or ill frame of those we have, they can expect no sure judgment of their lives and liberties under them. 6. They falsely charge us with denying liberty of votes in such cases where we allow them, as in choice of military officers, which is common to the non-free men with such as are free. 7. Their speeches tend to sedition by insinuating into the people's minds that there are many thousands secretly discontented at the government, etc., whereby those who indeed were so might be emboldened to discover themselves and to attempt some innovation, in confidence of so many thousands to join with them, and so to kindle a great flame, the foretelling whereof is the chief means to kindle it. 8. They raise a false report and foul slander upon the discipline of our churches and upon the civil government, by inferring that the frame and dispensation thereof are such as godly, sober, peaceable, etc., men cannot live here like Christians, which they seem to conclude from hence that they desire liberty to remove where they may live like Christians. 9. They do, in effect, charge the government with tyranny in impressing their persons into the wars, committing them to prison, fining, raiding, etc., and all unjustly and illegally. 10. They falsely charge and slander the people of God in affirming that Christian vigilancy is no way exercised towards such as are not in church fellowship, whereas themselves know and have had experience to the contrary. And if they had discerned any such failings, they ought first to have complained of it in private to the elders, or brethren of such churches where they had been so neglected, which, we may well think, they have not done, nor had any just cause thereof. 11. Having thrown all this dirt and shame upon our churches and government, etc., they endeavored to set it on, that it might stick fast, so as all men might undoubtedly be persuaded of the reality thereof, by proclaiming it in their conclusion, that our own brethren in England have just indignation against us for the same, which they labor to confirm by the effect thereof, viz., that for these evils among us, these our own brethren do fly from us as from a pest. 12. Lastly, that it may yet more clearly appear that these evils and obliquities which they charge upon our government are not the mere jealousies of others, but their own apprehensions, or pretenses rather, they have publicly declared their disaffection thereto, in that, being called by the court to render account of their misapprehensions and evil expressions in the premise, they refuse to answer. But by appealing from this government, they disclaimed the jurisdiction thereof, before they knew whether the court would give any sentence against them or not. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 23, 1646, Part 2. Their petition being read, and this charge laid upon them in the open court before a great assembly, they desired time to make answer to it, which was granted. And giving the court notice that their answer was ready, they assembled again, and before all the people caused their answer to be read, which was large and to little purpose, and the court replied to the particulars extempore as they were read. The substance both of the answer and reply was as followeth, with some little additions, which for want of time was then omitted. Answer. To the first they answered that they term these plantations an ill-compacted vessel, 1. Comparatively, in respect of our native country, 2. In regard of the paucity of people, scattered, etc., 3. For diversity of judgments amongst us, many being for presbyterial government, according to the Reformation in England, others opposing it, some freemen, others not. Differences there are also about bounds of colonies, patents, privileges, etc. Reply. To this it was replied, 1. That the being of a thing, talus, etc., lies in the perfection of parts, not degrees. A child of a year old is as truly a man, and as well compact, as one of 60. A ship of 40 tons may be as well compact a vessel as the royal sovereign. And for the differences which are amongst us, through the Lord's mercy, they are not either in number or degree suitable to those in England, nor do they concern our essay or non-essay, and those which are raised by such discontented and unquiet spirits as these petitioners. To the second they answer negatively, which needed no reply, it being evident in their petition that, though they speak of our sins in general, yet they chiefly impute them to our evil government, etc. Answer. To the third they deny the charge, but grant that the governor and company may have some peculiar privileges as other corporations of England have, which corporation privileges, made for the most part for advancing mechanical professions, in some places are much slighted by the English gentry, unless in London and some great cities, because freeborn privileges are far greater and more honorable, etc. Reply. To this it was replied that we could not but take this as a scorn and slighting of us, according to their former carriage, allowing us no more than any ordinary corporation, and such privileges only as belong to mechanic men. But for greater and more genteel privileges, as they term them, those they would share in, and which they impudently deny against the plain words of their petition, they would have all freeborn English to have as much right to them as the governor and company. Answer. To the fourth they answer is in their petition, and a reason they give of their fear of arbitrary government is, that some speeches and papers have been spread abroad for maintenance thereof, etc., and that a body of English laws have not been here established, nor any other not repugnant thereto. Reply. To this it was replied, 1. That the constant care and pains the court hath taken for establishing a body of laws, and that which hath been effected herein beyond any other plantation, will sufficiently clear our government from being arbitrary and our intentions from any such disposition. 2nd, for the laws of England, though by our charter we are not bound to them yet, our fundamentals are framed according to them, as will appear by our declaration, which is to be published upon this occasion, and the government of England itself is more arbitrary in their chancery and other courts than ours is. 3. Because they would make men believe that the want of the laws of England was such a grievance to them, they were pressed to show what laws of England they wanted, and it was offered them before all the assembly, who were desired to bear witness of it, that if they could produce any one law of England, the want whereof was a just grievance to them, the court would quit the cause, whereupon one of them instanced in a law used in London, where he had been a citizen, but that was easily taken away by showing that was only a by-law, or peculiar custom of the city, and none of the common or general laws of England. Answer. They answered negatively to the fifth, alleging that they only commend the laws of England as those that are best accustomed to, etc., and therein they impudently and falsely affirm that we are obliged to those laws by our general charter and oath of allegiance, and that without those laws or others no way repugnant to them, they could not clearly see a certainty of enjoying their lives, liberties, and estates, etc., according to their due natural rights as freeborn English, etc. Reply. To this it was replied, that they charge us with breach of our charter and our oaths of allegiance, whereas our allegiance binds us not to the laws of England any longer than while we live in England. For the laws of the Parliament of England reach no further, nor do the king's writs under the Great Seal go any further. What the orders of state may, belongs not in us to determine. And whereas they seem to admit of laws not repugnant, etc., if by repugnant they mean, as the word truly imports, and as by the charter must needs be intended, they have no cause to complain, for we have no laws diametrically opposite to those of England, for then they must be contrary to the law of God and of right reasons, which the learned in those laws have anciently and still do hold forth as a fundamental basis of their laws, and that if anything hath been otherwise established, it was an error, and not a law, being against the intent of the lawmakers, however it may bear the form of a law, in regard of the stamp of authority set upon it, until it be revoked. Answer. To the sixth they confess that non-freemen have a vote in choice of military officers, but they justify their assertion in regard that they must first take an oath of fidelity, which, they say, is not, as they conceive, warranted by our charter, and seems not to concur with the oath of allegiance in the later covenants, but detracts from our native country and laws, so as they cannot take it either, etc. Reply. This needs no reply. An absolute denial and a denial sub modo are not the same. Answer. To the seventh they answer negatively only, which their petition will sufficiently clear, for, reply, the inference is so plain, as is obvious to any reasonable understanding. Answer and reply. The like for the eighth. Answer. To the ninth they confess the words in their petition, viz., that divers of the English subject have been impressed for the wars, that rates are many and grievous, but charge them not with tyranny or injustice or illegal proceeding. Reply. See what a manifest contradiction they have run themselves into. They complain of these impresses and rates as an unsupportable grievance, yet neither tyrannical, unjust, nor illegal, so as you must then conclude, as the very truth is indeed, that the exercise of lawful authority, justice, and law are a grievance to these men, if it come not in their own way. Answer. To the tenth they would shift off that slander upon our churches and brethren by this distinction of Christian vigilancy, properly and improperly so called. Properly is in three respects: 1, of the church covenant; 2, of the term brethren; 3, church censure. and all other Christian vigilancy they account improper, and so this is not to be intended or comprised in the proposition, viz., Christian vigilancy is no way exercised towards non-members. Reply, this is so gross a fallacy as needs no skill to discover it. Answer. To the 11th they answer by confessing the words, save that they say, they spake of their brethren, not our brethren. Reply, who they challenge for their brethren peculiarly we know not, for all such there as in judgment of charity go for true Christians in England. We do and have always accounted brethren, and in a common sense all of that nation we have accounted brethren. And further they justify that speech that they have just indignation against us, etc., for 3 reasons. 1. For not establishing the laws of England. 2. Not admitting them to civil liberties. 3. Not admitting them to the sacraments, and yet they dare affirm that they do not charge this upon the court, etc. They also justify that speech of flying from us as from a pest, by the like speeches some of them have heard from godly men in England, and by so many going from us, and so few coming to us. But admit all this to be true, yet what calling have these men to publish this to our reproach? And beside they know well, that as some speak evil of us, because we conform not to their opinions, in allowing liberty to every erroneous judgment, so there are many, no less godly and judicious, who do approve our practice, and continue their good affection to us. Answer. To the 12th, professing their ignorance of the meaning of the word obliquities, to which was replied, that then they did not know rather what rectum was, for whatsoever is not rectum is obliquum. They make an apology for their appeal, as conceiving it lawful to appeal to the Parliament, to which they were necessitated, and some of them being hindered from their necessary occasions, and accounting it no offence to petition, etc., nor had the Parliament ever censured any for the like, etc. And if this will not satisfy the court, etc., some few queries to the Parliament, the best arbiters in these cases, will, we hope, end all controversies, etc., concluding that they hope we will censure all things candidly and in the best sense. To which it was replied that appeals did not lie from us by our charter, and to appeal before any sentence was to disclaim our jurisdiction, etc. I should also have noted the doctor's logic which undertook to prove that we were subject to the laws of England. His argument was this: every corporation of England is subject to the laws of England, but this was a corporation of England, ergo, etc. To which it was answered, 1. That there is a difference between subjection to the laws in general, as all that dwell in England are, and subjection to some laws of state proper to foreign plantations. 2nd, we must distinguish between corporations within England and corporations of, but not within England. The first are subject to the laws of England in general, yet not to every general law, as the City of London and other corporations have diverse customs and bylaws differing from the common and statute laws of England. Again, though plantations be bodies corporate, and so is every city and commonwealth, yet they are also above the rank of an ordinary corporation. If one of London should say before the mayor and aldermen, or before the common council, you are but a corporation, this would be taken as a contempt. And among the Romans, Grecians, and other nations, colonies have been esteemed other than towns, yea, than many cities, for they have been the foundations of great commonwealths. And it was a fruit of much pride and folly in these petitioners to despise the day of small things. These petitioners persisting thus obstinately and proudly in their evil practice, the court proceeded to consider of their censure, and agreed that the doctor, in regard he had no cause to complain, and yet was a leader to the rest, and had carried himself proudly, etc., in the court, should be fined £50, Mr. Smith, being also a stranger, £40, Mr. Maverick, because he had not as yet appealed, £10, and the other 4 £30 each. Footnote. The modern reader will not sympathize with this narrow action of the theocracy. Quote, surprise almost always equals our indignation at this exorbitant imposition, for in this very year Fowl was associated with Winthrop as one of the select men of Boston and Maverick, with so much interest in the great work of fortifying Castle Island, that he advanced a large part of the outlay, and the metropolis engaged to save him harmless to a certain extent. Union of the good spirit of the civilians, that dreaded all appeals to England for correction of any error in our administration, with the evil spirit of the clergy, that would enforce uniformity in ceremonies and belief, produced the effect of preventing many from coming to Massachusetts, and drove away many who had already established here their domestic affairs. All these petitioners but Maverick left the country, I believe. He had long experienced enough of the habits of our rulers to know that their intolerance sometimes yielded to interest, and that humanity often overpowered the perversity of their zeal for God's house, by which they might seem to be eaten up. End quote. savage. End footnote. So again, being called before the court, they were exhorted to consider better of their proceedings, and take knowledge of their miscarriage, which was great, and that they had transgressed the rule of the apostle blank. Study to be quiet and to meddle with your own business. They were put to mind also of that sin of Korah, etc., and of the near resemblance between theirs and that. They only told Moses and Aaron that they took too much upon them, seeing all were the Lord's people, etc. So these say that the magistrates and freemen take too much upon them, seeing all the people are Englishmen, etc. And others are wise, holy, etc. They were offered also, if they would ingenuously acknowledge their miscarriage, etc., it should be freely remitted. But they remaining obstinate, the court declared their sentence, as is before expressed. Upon which they all appealed to the Parliament, etc., and tendered their appeal in writing. The court received the paper, but refused to accept it or to read it in the court. 3 of the magistrates, viz., Mr. Bellingham, Mr. Saltonstall, and Mr. Bradstreet, dissented, and desired to be entered contradicentes in all the proceedings. Only Mr. Bradstreet went home before the sentence. 2 or 3 of the deputies did the like, so the court was dissolved. Footnote. One reads gladly of the dissent of these important men. End footnote. Dr. Child prepared now in all haste to go for England in the ship which was to go about a week after, to prosecute their appeal, and to get a petition from the non-freemen to the Parliament, and many high and menacing words were given forth by them against us, which gave occasion to the governor and council, so many of them as were then assembled to hold the court of assistance, to consider what was fit to be done. Neither thought they fit to impart their counsel to such of the magistrates as had declared their dissent, but the rest of them agreed to stay the doctor for his fine, and to search his trunk in Mr. Dan's study, but spake not of it till the evening before the doctor was to apart. Then it was propounded in council, and Mr. Bellingham dissented as before. Yet the day before he moved for stopping the doctor, which was conceived to be to feel if there were any such intention, and presently went aside, and spoke privately with one, who we were sure would prevent our purpose if it were possible. Whereupon, whereas we had agreed to defer it till he had been on shipboard, now perceiving our counsel to be discovered, we sent the officers presently to fetch the doctor, and to search his study and Dan's both at one instant, which was done accordingly. And the doctor was brought in his trunk, that was to be carried on shipboard, but there was nothing in that which concerned the business. But at Dan's they found Mr. Smith, who catched up some papers, and when the officer took them from him, he brake out into speech as viz. We hope shortly we shall have commission to search the governor's closet. There were found the copies of 2 petitions and 23 queries, which were to be sent to England to the commissioners for plantations. The one from Dr. Child, and the other 6 petitioners, wherein they declare how they had formerly petitioned our general court, and had been fined for the same, and forced to appeal, and that the ministers of our churches did revile them, etc., as far as the wit or malice of man could, etc., and that they meddled in civil affairs beyond their calling, and were masters rather than ministers, and ofttimes judges, and that they had stirred up the magistrates against them, and that a day of humiliation was appointed, wherein they were to pray against them, etc. Then they mention, as passing by them, what affronts, jeers, and despiteful speeches were cast upon them by some of the court, etc. Then they petition, 1. For settled churches according to the Reformation of England. 2nd, that the laws of England may be established here, and that arbitrary power may be banished. 3. For liberties for English freeholders here as in England, etc. 4. That a general governor or some honorable commissioners be appointed for settling, etc. 5th, that the oath of allegiance may be commanded to be taken by all, and other covenants which the Parliament shall think most convenient, to be as a touchstone to try our affections to the state of England and true restored Protestant religion. 6. To resolve their queries, etc. 7. To take into consideration their remonstrance and petition exhibited to the general court. Their queries were chiefly about the validity of our patent, and how it might be forfeited, and whether such and such acts or speeches in the pulpits or in the court, etc., were not high treason, concerning the power of our court and laws in divers particular cases, and whether they may be hindered by the order of this court from settling in a church way according to the Reformation of England, etc. The other petition was from some non-freemen, pretending to be in the name, and upon the sighs and tears of many thousands. In the preamble they show how they were driven out of their native country by the tyranny of the bishops, etc. Then they petitioned for liberty of conscience, etc., and for a general governor, etc. They sent their agents up and down the country to get hands to this petition, but of the many thousands they spake of, we could hear but of 25 to the chief petition, and those were, for the most part, either young men who came over servants, and never had any show of religion in them, or fishermen of Marblehead, profane persons. Divers of them brought the last year from Newfoundland to fish a season, and so to return again. Others were such as were drawn in by their relations, men of no reason either, as a barber of Boston, who, being demanded by the governor what moved him to set his hand, made answer, that the gentlemen were his customers, etc., and these are the men which must be held forth to the Parliament, as driven out of England by the bishops, etc., and whose tears and sighs must move compassion. Footnote. The great risk for those who gave their names will explain the small number of signers. End footnote. Dr. Child, being upon this apprehended and brought before the governor and council, fell into a great passion, and gave big words, but being told that they considered he was a person of quality, and therefore he should be used with such respect as was meet to be showed to a gentleman and a scholar, but if he would behave himself no better, he should be committed to the common prison, and clapped in irons. Upon this he grew more calm. So he was committed to the marshal with Smith and Dand for 2 or 3 days, till the ships were gone. For he was very much troubled to be hindered from his voyage, and offered to pay his fine, but that would not be accepted for his discharge, seeing we now had new matter and worse against him, for the writings were of his hand. Yet upon tender of sufficient bail he was set at liberty, but confined to his house, and to appear at the next court of assistance. His confinement he took grievously, but he could not help it. The other 2 were committed to prison, yet lodged in the keeper's house, and had what diet they pleased, and none of their friends forbidden to come to them. There was also one Thomas Joy, a young fellow, a carpenter, whom they had employed to get hands to the petition. He began to be very busy, and would know of the marshal, when he sent to Church Dan's study, if his warrant were in the king's names, etc. He was laid hold on and kept in irons about 4 or 5 days, and then he humbled himself, confessed what he knew, and blamed himself for meddling in matters belonging not to him, and blessed God for those irons upon his legs, hoping they should do him good while he lived. So he was let out upon reasonable bail. But Smith and Dand would not be examined, and therefore were not bailed, but their offense being in nature capital, etc., bail might be refused in that regard. For their trial of the General Court in 447, June 1647, and the sentence against them, etc., it is set down at large in the records of the court, with their petitions and queries intended for England and all proceedings. Mr. Dan, not being able to pay his fine of £200, nor willing to acknowledge his offense, was kept in prison, but at the General Court, 348, May 1648, upon his humble submission he was freely discharged. Footnote. Dr. Robert Child, whose boldness was met by such severe checks, was a young man well trained and connected, the reputed holder of a degree in medicine from the University of Padua in Italy. Thomas Joy, a man of humbler station, but perhaps no less courageous and self-sacrificing, was the ancestor of an important Boston family. The recalcitrants appear to have believed that a subversion of the existing colonial government would be an easy matter. Notice Smith's remarks above. Winthrop and his party plainly appreciated their danger, and sent their best man, Edward Winslow, to present to the powers in England their carefully worded statement. End footnote. Mr. Winslow being now to go for England, etc., the court was troubled how to furnish him with money or beaver, for there is nothing in the treasury, the country being in debt £1,000, and what comes in by levies is corn or cattle. But the Lord stirred up the hearts of some few persons to lend £100 to be repaid by the next levy. Next we went in hand to draw up his commission and instructions, and a remonstrance and a petition to the commissioners in England, which were as follows. To the Right Honourable Robert, Earl of Warwick, Governor-in-Chief, Lord Admiral, and other the lords and gentlemen, Commissioners for Foreign Plantations, the humble remonstrance and petition of the Governor and Company of the Massachusetts Bay in New England and America, in way of answer to the petition and declaration of Samuel Gordon, etc., whereas by virtue of His Majesty's charter, granted your petitioners in the 4th year of His Highness's reign, we are incorporated into a body politic with diverse liberties and privileges extending to that part of New England we now inhabit. We do acknowledge, as we have always done, as in duty we are bound, that although we are removed out of our native country, yet we still have dependence upon that state, and owe allegiance and subjection thereunto, according to our charter, and accordingly we have mourned and rejoiced therewith, and have held friends and enemies in common with it, in all the changes which have befallen it. Our care and endeavor also have been to frame our government and administrations to the fundamental rules thereof, so far as the different condition of this place and people, and the best light we have from the Word of God will allow. And whereas, by orders from your honors, dated May 15th, 1646, we find that your honors have still that good opinion of us, as not to credit what hath been informed against us before we be heard, we render humble thanks to your honors for the same. Yet forasmuch as our answer to the information of the said Gordon, etc., is expected, and something also required of us, which, in all humble submission, we conceive may be prejudicial to the liberties granted us by the said charter, and to our well-being in this remote part of the world, under the comfort whereof, through the blessing of the Lord, his Majesty's favour, and the special care and bounty of the High Court of Parliament, we have lived in peace and prosperity these 17 years. Our humble petition, in the first place, is, that our present and future conformity to your orders and directions may be accepted with a salvo jure, that when times may be changed, for all things here below are subject to vanity, and other princes or parliaments may arise, the generation succeeding may not have cause to lament, and say, England sent our fathers forth with happy liberties, which they enjoyed many years, notwithstanding all the enmity and opposition of the prelacy and other potent adversaries. How came we then to lose them, under the favour and protection of that state, in such a season when England itself recovered its own? In fredo viximus in portu morimer. But we confide in your honour's justice, wisdom, and goodness, that our posterity shall have cause to rejoice under the fruit and shelter thereof, as ourselves and many others do, and therefore we are bold to represent to your honours our apprehensions, whereupon we have thus presumed to petition you in this behalf. It appears to us, by the said order, that we are conceived, 1. To have transgressed our limits by sending soldiers to fetch in Gordon, etc., out of Shaomet in the Naragnaset Bay. 2. That we have either exceeded or abused our authority by banishing them out of our jurisdiction when they were in our power. For the first we humbly crave, for your better satisfaction, that your honours will be pleased to peruse what we have delivered to the care of Mr. Edward Winslow, our agent or commissioner, whom we have sent on purpose to attend your honours, concerning our proceedings in that affair and the grounds thereof, which are truly and faithfully reported, in the letters of the said Gorton and his company, and other letters concerning them, faithfully copied out, not verbatim only, but even literatim according to their own bad English. The originals we have by us, and had sent them, but for casualty of the seas. Thereby it will appear what the men are, and how unworthy your favour. Thereby also will appear the wrongs and provocations we received from them, and our long patience towards them, till they became our professed enemies, wrought us disturbance, and attempted our ruin. In which case our charter, as we conceive, gives us full power to deal with them as enemies by force of arms, they being in such a place where we can have no right from them by civil justice, which the commissioners for the United Colonies finding, and the necessity of calling them to account, left the business to us to do. For the other particular in your honour's order, viz., the banishment of Gordon, etc., as we are assured, upon good grounds, that our sentence upon them was less than their deserving, so, as we conceive, we had sufficient authority by our charter to inflict the same, having full and absolute power and authority to punish, pardon, rule, govern, etc., granted us therein. Now, by occasion of the said order, those of Gorton's company begin to lift up their heads and speak their pleasures of us, threatening the poor Indians also, who, to avoid their tyranny, had submitted themselves and their lands under our protection and government, and divers other sachems following their example have done the like, and some of them brought, by the labour of one of our elders, Mr. John Eliot, who hath obtained to preach to them in their own language, to good forwardness in embracing the gospel of God in Christ Jesus. All which hopeful beginnings are like to be dashed, if Gordon, etc., shall be countenanced and upheld against them and us, which also will endanger our peace here at home. For some among ourselves, men of unquiet spirits affecting rule and innovation, have taken boldness to prefer scandalous and seditious petitions for such liberties as neither our charter nor reason or religion will allow, and being called before us in open court to give account of their miscarriage therein, they have threatened us with your honour's authority, and, before they knew whether we would proceed to any sentence against them or not, have refused to answer, but appealed to your honours. The copy of their petition, and our declaration thereupon, our said commissioner hath ready to present to you, when your leisure shall permit to hear them. Their appeals we have not admitted, being assured that they cannot stand with the liberty and power granted us by our charter, nor will be allowed by your honours, who well know it would be destructive to all government, both in the honor and also in the power of it, if it should be in the liberty of delinquents to evade the sentence of justice, and force us, by appeal, to follow them into England, where the evidence and circumstances of facts cannot be so clearly held forth as in their proper place, besides the insupportable charges we must be at in the prosecution thereof. These considerations are not new to your honours in the High Court of Parliament, the records whereof bear witness of the wisdom and faithfulness of our ancestors in that great council, who, in those times of darkness, when they acknowledged the supremacy in the bishops of Rome in all causes ecclesiastical, yet would not allow appeals to Rome, etc., to remove causes out of the courts in England. Beside, though we shall readily admit that the wisdom and experience of that great council, and of your honours as a part thereof, are far more able to prescribe rules of government and to judge of causes than such poor rustics as a wilderness can breed up, yet, considering the vast distance between England and these parts, which usually abates the virtue of the strongest influences, your counsels and judgments could neither be so well grounded nor so seasonably applied as might either be so useful to us or so safe for yourselves in your discharge in the great day of account for any miscarriage which might befall us, while we depended upon your counsel and help, which could not seasonably be administered to us. Whereas, if any such should befall us when we have the government in our own hands, the state of England shall not answer for it. In consideration of the premises, our humble petition to your honours in the next place is, that you will be pleased to continue your favourable aspect upon these poor infant plantations, that we may still rejoice and bless our God under your shadow, and be there still nourished. Tanquam calore et aurore colesti. And while God owns us for a people of his, he will own our poor prayers for you, and your goodness towards us for an abundant recompense. In this in special, if you shall please to pass by any failings you may have observed in our course, to confirm our liberties granted to us by charter, by leaving delinquents to our just proceedings, and discountenancing our enemies and the disturbances of our peace, or such as molest our people there upon pretence of injustice. Thus craving pardon, if we have presumed too far upon your honour's patience, and expecting a gracious testimony of your wonted favour by this our agent, which shall further oblige us and our posterity in all humble and faithful service at the High Court of Parliament and to your honours, we continue our earnest prayers for your prosperity forever. By order of the General Court, 10 December 46, John Winthrop, Governor, Increased Noel, Secretary. The copy of the commission to Mr. Winslow, Massachusetts and New England in America. Whereas Samuel Gorton, John Green, and Randall Holden, by petition and declaration, exhibit to the Right Honourable the Earl of Warwick, Governor-in-Chief, and Commissioners for Foreign Plantations, as members of the High Court of Parliament, have charged divers false and scandalous matters against us, whereof their honours have been pleased to give us notice, and do expect our answer for clearing the same. We therefore, the Governor and Company of the Massachusetts aforesaid, assembled in our General Court, being careful to give all due respect to his lordship and the honourable commissioners, and having good assurance of the wisdom and faithfulness of you, our worthy and loving friend, Mr. Edward Winslow, do hereby give power and commission to you to appear before his lordship and commissioners, and presenting our most humble duty and service to their honours, for us and in our name to exhibit our humble remonstrance and petition in way of answer to the said false and unjust charge of the said Gorton, etc., and by the same and other writings and instructions delivered to you under the hand of Mr. Increased Noel, our Secretary, to inform their honours of the truth and reason of all our proceedings with the said Gorton, etc., so as our innocency and the justice of our proceedings may appear to the honour's satisfaction. And if any other complaints in any kind have been or shall be made against us before the said commissioners, or before the High Court of Parliament, you have hereby like power and commission to answer on our behalf according to your instructions. And we humbly crave of the High Court of Parliament and of the honourable commissioners, that they will vouchsafe our said commissioner free liberty of seasonable access, as occasion shall require, and a favourable hearing, with such credit to such writings as he shall present in our name, under the hand of our said secretary, as if we had presented them in person, upon that faith and credit which we would not wittingly violate for all worldly advantages, and that our said commissioner may find such speed and dispatch, and may be under such safe protection in his stay and return, as that honourable court useth to afford to their humble subjects and servants in like cases. In testimony hereof we have caused our common seal to be hereunto affixed, dated this 4/10/1646. By order of the court, John Winthrop, Governor, Increased Noel, Secretary. Mr. Winslow, his instructions were of two sorts. The one, which he might publish, etc., were only directions, according to his commission, and remonstrance and other writings delivered him. The other were more secret, which were these following. If you shall be demanded about these particulars, Objection 1. Why we make not out our process in the king's name, you shall answer. 1. That we should thereby waive the power of our government granted to us, for we claim not as by commission, but by a free donation of absolute government. 2. For avoiding appeals, etc. Objection 2. That our government is arbitrary. Answer. We have 400 or 500 express laws, as well near the laws of England as may be, and yearly we make more, and where we have no law, we judge by the word of God as near we can. Objection 3. About enlarging our limits, etc. Answer. Such Indians as are willing to come under our government, we know no reason to refuse. Some Indians we have subdued by just war, as the Pequods. Some English also, having purchased lands of the Indians, have submitted to our government. Objection 4. About our subjection to England. Answer 1. We are to pay the 1/5 part of ore of gold and silver. 2. In being faithful and firm to the state of England, endeavoring to walk with God in upholding his truth, etc., and paying for it. 3. In framing our government according to our patent, so near as we may. Objection 5. About exercising admiral jurisdiction. Answer 1. We are not restrained by our charter. 2. We have power given us to rule, punish, pardon, etc. in all cases, ergo and maritime. 3. We have power granted us to defend ourselves and offend our enemies, as well by sea as by land, ergo we must needs have power to judge of such cases. 4. Without this, neither our own people nor strangers could have justice from us in such cases. Objection 6. About our independency upon that state. Answer. Our dependency is in these points. 1. We have received our government and other privileges by our charter. 2. We owe allegiance and fidelity to that state. 3. In erecting a government here accordingly and subjecting thereto, we therein yield subjection to that state. 4. In rendering the 1/5 part of ore, etc. 5th, we depend upon that state for protection and immunities as freeborn Englishmen. Objection 7. Seeing we hold of East Greenwich, etc., why every freeholder of 40 shillings per annum have not votes in elections, etc., as in England. Answer. Our charter gives that liberty expressly to the freemen only. Objection 8. By our charter, such as we transport are to live under his majesty's allegiance. Answer. So they all do, and so intended, so far as we know. Objection 9. About a general governor. Answer 1. Our charter gives us absolute power of government. 2. On the terms above specified, we conceive, the patent hath no such thing in it, neither expressed nor implied. 3. We had not transported ourselves and families upon such terms. 4. Other plantations have been undertaken at the charge of others in England, and the planters have their dependence upon the companies there, and those planters go and come chiefly for matter of profit. But we came to abide here and to plant the gospel, and people the country, and herein God hath marvelously blessed us. End of section 23. Section 24 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649 by John Winthrop. Section 24, 1647. 1. March. At the Court of Assistants, 3 or 4 were sent for who had been very active about the petition to the commissioners in procuring hands to it, it being thought fit to pass by such as being drawn in had only subscribed the petition, especially Mr. Samuel Maverick and Mr. Clerk of Salem, the keeper of the ordinary there and a church member. These having taken an oath of fidelity to the government, and enjoying all liberties of freemen, their offense was far the greater, so they were bound over to answer it at the next general court. Mr. Smith and Mr. Dand, giving security to pay their fines assessed upon the former petition within 2 months, were bailed to the general court. Dr. Child also was offered his liberty, upon bail to the general court, and to be confined to Boston, but he chose rather to go to prison, and so he was committed. The reason of referring these and others to the general court was, both in regard the cause was of so great concernment, as the very life and foundation of our government, and also because the general court had cognizance thereof already upon the first petition. Footnote. The record here concluded deserves careful reading. The heads in New England proceeded warily. In disturbed England, whether the king or parliament was to prevail, and what was to be the situation was involved in doubt. Behind the shield of their charter they determined, if they could, to establish a large degree of independence. But it must be noted that independence at this time was coupled with ecclesiastical domination and general loss of liberty, whereas dependence would bring to the colonies the far freer atmosphere of England. For severe contemporary criticism of the petition Winslow was to present, see Edward Johnson, Wonder-Working Providence, Book 3, Chapter 3, in footnote. Mr. Burton, one of the petitioners, being in the town meeting when the court's declaration was read, was much moved, and spake in high language, and would needs have a copy of it, which so soon as he had, he went with it, as was undoubtedly believed, to Dr. Child, and in the way fell down, and lay there in the cold near half an hour, till company was gotten to carry him home in a chair, and after he continued in great pain, and lame divers months. It is observable that this man had gathered some providences about such as were against them, as that Mr. Winslow's horse died, as he came riding to Boston, that his brother's son, a child of 8 years old, had killed his own sister, being 10 years of age, with his father's peace, etc., and his great trouble was, lest this providence which now befell him should be imputed to their cause. There fell out at this time a very sad occasion. A merchant of Plymouth in England, whose father had been mayor there, called Martin, being fallen into decay, came to Casco Bay, and after some time, having occasion to return into England, he left behind 2 daughters, very proper maidens and of modest behavior, but took not that course for their safe bestowing in his absence, as the care and wisdom of a father should have done. So the eldest of them, called Mary, 22 years of age, being in the house with one Mr. Minton, a married man of Casco, within 1/4 of a year he was taken with her, and soliciting her chastity, obtained his desire. And having divers times committed sin with her in the space of 3 months, she then removed to Boston, and put herself in service to Mrs. Bourne. And finding herself to be with child, and not able to bear the shame of it, she concealed it. And though divers did suspect it, and some told her mistress their fears, yet her behavior was so modest, and so faithful she was in her service, as her mistress would not give ear to any such report, but blamed such as told her of it. But her time being come, she was delivered of a woman child in a back room by herself, upon the 1310, December 13th, in the night, and the child was born alive, but she kneeled upon the head of it, till she thought it had been dead, and having laid it by, the child, being strong, recovered and cried again. Then she took it again, and used violence to it, till it was quite dead. Then she put it into her chest, and having cleansed the room, she went to bed, and arose the next day about noon, and went about her business, and so continued till the 19th day, that her master and mistress went on shipboard to go for England. They being gone, and she removed to another house, a midwife in the town, having formerly suspected her, and now coming to her again, found she had been delivered of a child, which upon examination she confessed, but said it was stillborn, and so she put it into the fire. But search being made, it was found in her chest, and when she was brought before the jury, they caused her to touch the face of it, whereupon the blood came fresh into it. Footnote. In this pitiful tale appears, as in a previous case, a very old and widespread superstition. In footnote. Whereupon she confessed the whole truth, and a surgeon, being called to search the body of the child, found a fracture in the skull. Before she was condemned, she confessed that she had prostituted her body to another also, one Sears. She behaved herself very penitently while she was in prison, and at her death, 1801, March 18th, complaining much of the hardness of her heart. She confessed that the first and second time she committed fornication she prayed for pardon, and promised to commit it no more, and the third time she prayed God that if she did fall into it again, he would make her an example, and therein she justified God as she did in the rest. Yet all the comfort God would afford her was only trust, as she said, in his mercy through Christ. After she was turned off and had hung a space, she spake, and asked what they did mean to do. Then some stepped up and turned the knot of the rope backward, and then she soon died. Mention was made before of some beginning to instruct the Indians, etc. Mr. John Eliot, teacher of the Church of Roxbury, found such encouragement as he took great pains to get their language, and in a few months could speak of the things of God to their understanding, and God prospered his endeavors, so as he kept a constant lecture to them in 2 places, one week at the wigwam of one Waybaum, a new sachem near Watertown Mill, and the other the next week in the wigwam of Cutshamakin near Dorchester Mill. And for the furtherance of the work of God, divers of the English resorted to his lecture, and the governor and other of the magistrates and elders sometimes, and the Indians began to repair thither from other parts. His manner of proceeding was thus. He would persuade one of the other elders or some magistrate to begin the exercise with prayer in English. Then he took a text and read it first in the Indian language and after in English. Then he preached to them in Indian about an hour. But first I should have spoke of the catechizing their children, who were soon brought to answer him some short questions, whereupon he gave each of them an apple or a cake. Then he demanded of some of the chiefs if they understood him. If they answered yea, then he asked of them if they had any questions to propound. And they had usually 2 or 3 more questions, which he did resolve. At one time, when the governor was there and about 200 people, Indian and English, in one wigwam of Shamikins, an old man asked him if God would receive such an old man as he was, to whom he answered by opening the parable of the workmen that were hired into the vineyard. And when he had opened it, he asked the old man if he did believe it, who answered he did, and was ready to weep. A second question was, what was the reason that when all the Englishmen did know God, yet some of them were poor? His answer was, 1. That God knows it is better for his children to be good than to be rich. He knows withal that if some of them had riches, they would abuse them, and wax proud and wanton, etc. Therefore he gives them no more riches than may be needful for them, that they may be kept safe from pride, etc., to depend upon him. 2. He would hereby have men know that he hath better blessings to bestow upon good men than riches, etc., and that their best portion is in heaven, etc. A third question was, if a man had 2 wives, which was ordinary with them, seeing he must put away one, which he should put away. To this it was answered, that by the law of God the first is the true wife, and the other is no wife. But if such a case fell out, they should then repair to the magistrates, and they would direct them what to do, for it might be that the first wife might be an adulteress, etc., and then she was to be put away. When all their questions were resolved, he concluded with prayer in the Indian language. The Indians were usually very attentive, and kept their children so quiet as caused no disturbance. Some of them began to be seriously affected, and to understand the things of God, and they were generally ready to reform whatsoever they were told to be against the word of God, as their sorcery, which they call powwowing, their whoredoms, etc., idleness, etc. The Indians grew very inquisitive after knowledge both in things divine and also human. So as one of them, meeting with an honest plain Englishman, would needs know of him what were the first beginnings, which we call principles, of a commonwealth. That Englishman, being far short in the knowledge of such matters, yet ashamed that an Indian should find an Englishman ignorant of anything, but thought himself what answer to give him, at last resolved upon this, viz., that the first principle of a commonwealth was salt, for, saith he, by means of salt we can keep our flesh and fish, to have it ready when we need it, whereas you lose much for want of it, and are sometimes ready to starve. A second principle is iron, for thereby we fell trees, build houses, till our land, etc. A third is ships, by which we carry forth such commodities as we have to spare, and fetch in such as we need, as cloth, wine, etc. Alas, saith the Indian, then I fear we shall never be a commonwealth, for we can neither make salt, nor iron, nor ships. Footnote. The apostleship of John Eliot will always be held one of the most creditable episodes of our early history. Winthrop's picture of his labors may be easily filled out, for Eliot's worth has always been recognized and celebrated by all New England histories from William Hubbard and Cotton Mather to Palfrey and Edward Everett Hale. See also his Life by Francis and Sparks, American Biography, First Series. His great distinction was his labor among the Indians, crowned by his colossal work, the translation of the Bible into Indian, Cambridge, 1662, 2nd edition, 1680. The Christian Commonwealth, which he wrote in 1660, was not approved, and he, although so much respected, was called sharply to account for it. With that curious facility in retraction which one notices in characters high and low, in John Cotton, as well as John Underhill, he recanted and was restored to honor. He had a savage animosity to the sin of wearing wigs, sympathizing here with Cotton Mather, who writes, for men to wear their hair with luxurious, delicate, feminine prolixity, or to disfigure themselves with hair which was not of their own, but above all the ministers of the gospel to ruffle it in excesses of this kind, was an enormous sin. Eliot's prejudice against tobacco is equally strong. In the list of our old worthies, he is as brave and persistent as any, and especially marked by amiability among men so often repulsively harsh. End footnote. It pleased God so to prosper our fishing this season, as that at Marblehead only they had taken by the midst of the 11th month, January, about 4,000 pounds worth of fish. 10 December, footnote, 1646, end footnote. But the Lord was still pleased to afflict us in our shipping, for Major Gibbons and Captain Leverett having sent a new ship of about 100 tons to Virginia, and having there freighted her with tobacco, going out of the river by a sudden storm was forced on shore from her anchor, and much of the goods spoiled, to the loss, as was estimated, of above 2,000 pounds. I must here observe a special providence of God, pointing out his displeasure against some profane persons, who took part with Dr. Child, etc., against the government and churches here. The court had appointed a general fast to seek God as for some other occasions, so in the trouble which threatened us by the petitioners, etc., the pastor of Hingham and others of his church, being of their party, made light of it, and some say they would not fast against Dr. Child and against themselves, and there were two of them, one Pitt and Johnson, who, having a great raft of masts and planks, worth 40 or 50 pounds, to tow to Boston, would needs set forth about noon the day before, it being impossible they could get to Boston before the fast. But when they came at Castle Island, there arose such a tempest as carried away their rafts, and forced them to cut their masts to save their lives. Some of their masts and planks they recovered after, where it had been cast on shore, but when they came with it to the castle, they were forced back again, and were so oft put back with contrary winds, etc., as it was above a month before they could bring all the remainder to Boston. Prescott, another favor of the petitioners, lost a horse in his lading in Sudbury River, and a week after his wife and children, being upon another horse, were hardly saved from drowning. A woman of Charlestown, having 2 daughters, aged under 14, sent them to the tide mill near by with a little corn. They delivered their corn at the mill, and returning back, they dwelt towards Cambridge. They were not seen till 3 months after, supposed to be carried away by the tide, which was then above the marsh. This was 1311, January 13th. 1. March. In the midst of this month a small pinnace was set out for Barbados with blank persons and store of provisions. It was her first voyage, and 2-3, March 2nd, after she was put on shore at Scituate, the goods in her, but not a man, nor any of their clothes. The merchants of Boston had set forth a small ship to trade about the Gulf of Canada, and they had certificate under the public seal to that end. They set sail from Boston the midst of the first month, March, and by tempest were forced into a harbor near Cape Sable, and having lost their boat, and forced to let slip their cables, were driven on ground, and having stayed there about 4 days, Mr. D'Aulnay, having intelligence of them, sent 18 men by land, who finding 11 of ours on shore without weapons, surprised them, and after the ship, having but 6 in her, and being carried to Port Royal, he examined them upon oath, whether they had traded, which they had not done, only the merchant had received 2 beaver skins given him by the sachem, for which, notwithstanding he allowed their commission, after he had kept them 3 weeks prisoners, he kept their ship and goods to the value of 1,000 pounds, and sent them home in 2 shallops, meanly provided, and without any lead, etc. This is more fully set down after, folio 99. 1 Blank of Windsor arraigned and executed at Hartford for a witch. Footnote. Savage noted this as the first instance in New England of the witchcraft delusion. The case is not mentioned by other historians. In footnote. 1647, 33, May 30th. In the evening there is heard the report as of a great piece of ordnance. It was heard all over the bay, and all along to Yarmouth, etc., and there it seemed as if it had been to the southward of them. 26. The Court of Elections was at Boston. Great laboring there had been by the friends of the petitioners to have one chosen governor who favored their cause, and some new magistrates to have chosen of their side. But the mind of the country appeared clearly, for the old governor was chosen again, with 200 or 300 votes more than any other, and no new magistrate was chosen, but only Captain Robert Bridges. Captain Weld of Roxbury being dead, the young men of the town agreed together to choose one George Dennison. Footnote. George Dennison had imbibed in Cromwell's army ideas and a spirit which did not commend him to the Roxbury brethren, whose minister had been the strict Thomas Weld, but he was a brave and active soldier, as was proved in Philip's War. In footnote. A young soldier come lately out of the wars in England, which the ancient and chief men of the town understanding, they came together at the time appointed, and chose one Mr. Pritchard, a godly man and one of the chief in the town, passing by their lieutenant, fearing lest the young Dennison would have carried it from him, whereupon much content and murmuring arose in the town. The young men were over strongly bent to have their will, although their election was void in law, George Dennison not being then a free man, and the ancient men overvoted them above 20, and the lieutenant was discontented because he was neglected, etc. The cause coming to the court, and all parties being heard, Mr. Pritchard was allowed, and the young men were pacified, and the lieutenant. 4 June 4. Canonicus, the great sachem of Naragnasetts, died, a very old man. Footnote. A faithful friend of the English who merited from the governor some appreciative words. In footnote. 8-4, June 8th. The synod began again at Cambridge. The next day, Mr. Ezekiel Rogers of Raleigh preached in the forenoon, and the magistrates and deputies were present, and in the afternoon Mr. Eliot preached to the Indians in their own language before all the assembly. Mr. Rogers in his sermon took occasion to speak of the petitioners, then in question before the court, and exhorted the court to do justice upon them, yet with desire of favor to such as had been drawn in, etc., and should submit. He reproved also the practices of private members making speeches in the church assemblies to the disturbance and hindrance of the ordinances, also the call for the reviving the ancient practice in England of children asking their parents' blessing upon their knees, etc. Also he reproved the great oppression in the country, etc., and other things amiss, as long hair, etc. Divers were offended at the zeal in some of these passages. Mr. Bradford, the governor of Plymouth, was there as a messenger of the church of Plymouth. But the sickness, mentioned here in the next leaf, prevailed so as divers of the members of the synod were taken with it, whereupon they were forced to break up on the sudden. The success of Mr. Eliot's labors in preaching to the Indians appears in a small book set forth by Mr. Shepherd and by other observations in the country. Footnote. The reference is to Reverend Thomas Shepherd's The Day Breaking, if not the Sun Rising, of the Gospel with the Indians in New England, London, 1647, reprinted in 1865, and in Old South Leaflets No. 143, or to his The Clear Sunshine of the Gospel Breaking Forth upon the Indians in New England, 1648, reprinted 1834, 1865, and perhaps also to a preceding anonymous tract, New England's First Fruits, London, 1643, reprinted 1865. In footnote. 1646, 19. 1 March 19. One Captain Dobson in a ship of 80 tons, double-manned and fitted for a man of war, was set forth from Boston to trade to the eastward. Their testimonial was for the Gulf of Canada. But being taken with foul weather and having lost their boat, they put into harbor at Cape Sable, and there shooting off 5 or 6 pieces of ordnance, the Indians came aboard them and traded some skins, and withal Mr. d'Aulnay had notice, and presently sent away 20 men overland, being about 30 miles from Port Royal, who lurking in the woods for their advantage, Providence offered them a very fair one. For the ship, having brought a shallop of the Indians, and being under sail in the mouth of the harbor, the wind came about southerly with such violence as forced them to an anchor, and having lost all their anchors, they were forced on shore, yet without danger of shipwreck. Whereupon the master and merchant and most of the company went on shore, leaving but 6 men aboard, and carried no weapons with them, which the French perceiving, they came upon them and bound them, and carried the master to the ship's side, who commanded the men aboard to yield up the ship. The French, being possessed of the ship, carried her to Port Royal, and left some of their company to conduct the rest by land. When they came there, they were all imprisoned, and examined apart upon oath, and having confessed that they had traded, etc., the ship and cargo, being worth in all 1,000 pounds, was kept as confiscated, and the men were put into 2 old shallops and sent home, and arrived at Boston 6-3, May 6, 47. The merchants complained to the court for redress, and offered to set forth a good ship to deal with some of d'Aulnay's vessels, but the court thought it not safe nor expedient for us to begin a war with the French, nor could he charge any manifest wrong upon d'Aulnay, seeing we had told him that if ours did trade within his liberties, they should do it at their own peril. And though we judged it an injury to restrain the natives and others from trading, etc., they being a free people, yet it being a common practice of all civil nations, his seizure of our ship would be accounted lawful, and our letters of reprisal unjust. And besides there appeared an overruling providence in it, otherwise he could not have seized the ship so well fitted, nor could wise men have lost her so foolishly. At Concord a bullock was killed which had in his maw a 10-shilling piece of English gold, and yet it could not be known that any had lost it. A barn at Salem was set on fire with lightning, and all the corn and hay consumed suddenly. It fell upon the thatch in the breadth of a sheet in the view of people. 4 June. An epidemical sickness was through the country among Indians and English, French, and Dutch. It took them like a cold, and a light fever with it. Such as bled or used cooling drinks died. Those who took comfortable things, for most part recovered, and that in a few days. Wherein a special providence of God appeared, for not a family, nor but few persons escaping it, had brought it all so weak as it did some, and continued so long, our hay and corn had been lost for want of help. But such was the mercy of God to his people, as few died, not above 40 or 50 in the Massachusetts, and near as many at Connecticut. But that which made the stroke more sensible and grievous, both to them and to all the country, was the death of that faithful servant of the Lord, Mr. Thomas Hooker, pastor of the church in Hartford, who, for piety, prudence, wisdom, zeal, learning, and what else might take him serviceable in the place and time he lived in, might be compared with men of greatest note, and he shall need no other praise. The fruits of his labors in both Englands shall preserve an honorable and happy remembrance of him forever. Footnote. The judgment of posterity bears out this warm contemporary tribute. In courage, humanity, and wisdom, the founder of Connecticut stands among the best men of his time. End footnote. 14:4, June 14. In this sickness, the governor's wife, daughter of Sir John Tyndall, Knight, left this world for a better, being about 56 years of age, a woman of singular virtue, prudence, modesty, and piety, and specially loved and honored of all the country. Footnote. The virtues of Margaret Winthrop, the husband's third wife, are richly attested. She received the esteem of all, and her husband's affection was profound. Her letters still extant, see R.C. Winthrop, Life of John Winthrop, while over-unctuous with the inevitable effusive piety of that age, at the same time show the helpful, sweet-hearted woman. She had been made in our own day the subject of an attractive memoir by Mrs. Earle. End footnote. The meeting of the commissioners of the colony should, in course, have been at Plymouth in the 6th month next, but upon special occasion of the Indians there was a meeting appointed at Boston Blank, which continued to the 17/6, August 17 next. The chief occasion was that Ninecraft, footnote, often spelled Ninegrit, reported to have saved on one occasion the life of John Winthrop, Jr., whose descendants possess a portrait of the sachem, end footnote. The sachem of Niantic had professed his desire to be reconciled to the English, etc., and that many Indians would complain of Uncas and his brother their falsehood and cruelty, etc., if they might come to Boston to be heard there. The General Court made an order that all elections of governor, etc., should be by papers delivered in to the deputies before the court, as it was before permitted. This was disliked by the freemen, and divers of the new towns petitioned for the repeal of it as an infringement of their liberties. For when they consented to send their deputies with full power, etc., they reserved to themselves matter of election, as appears by the record of the court, blank. Upon these petitions the said order was repealed, and it was referred to the next court of elections to consider of a meet way for ordering elections, to the satisfaction of the petitioners and the rest of the freemen. But that court being full of business, and breaking up suddenly, it was put off farther. In the depth of winter, and a very tempestuous night, the fort at Saybrook was set on fire, and all the buildings within the palisado, with all the goods, etc., were burnt down, Captain Mason, his wife, and children hardly saved. The loss was estimated at £1,000, and not known how the fire came. Captain Bridges' house at Lynn burnt down 27/2/48. Footnote. April 27th, 1648. In footnote. At Newfoundland, towards the end of the fishing season, there was a great hurricano in the night, which caused a great wreck of ships and boats, and much fish blown off the shore into the sea. Some small vessels we had there, but through mercy none of them miscarried. The United Colonies, having made strict orders to restrain all trade of powder and guns to the Indians, by occasion whereof the greatest part of the beaver trade was drawn to the French and Dutch, by whom the Indians were constantly furnished with those things, though they also made profession of like restraint, but connived at the practice, so as our means of returns for English commodities were grown very short. It pleased the Lord to open to us a trade with Barbados and other islands in the West Indies, which as it proved gainful, so the commodities we had in exchange there for our cattle and provisions, as sugar, cotton, tobacco, and indigo, were good help to discharge our engagements in England. And this summer there was so great a drought, as their potatoes and corn, etc., were burnt up, and divers London ships which rode there were so short of provisions as, if our vessels had not supplied them, they could not have returned home, which was an observable providence, that whereas many of the London seamen were wont to despise New England as a poor barren country, should now be relieved by our plenty. After the great dearth of victuals in these islands, followed presently a great mortality. Whether it was the plague or pestilent fever, it killed in 3 days. That in Barbados there died 6,000, and in Christopher's, of English and French, near as many, and in other islands proportional. The report of this coming to us, by a vessel which came from Fayal, the court published an order that all vessels which succumb from the West Indies should stay at the castle, and not come on shore, nor put any goods on shore without license of 3 of the council, on pain of £100, nor any to go aboard, etc., except they continued there, etc., on like penalty. The like order was sent to Salem and other haven towns. Footnote. an early instance of quarantine in English America, in footnote. But one good man, Dell of Boston, coming from Christopher's in a small pinnace, and being put into Gloucestershire, and there forbidden to land, and informed of the order of court, yet coming into the bay, and being hailed by the castle boat, and after by the captain of the castle, denied that he came from the West Indies, and having taken in 3 fishermen, whom the captain knew, who joined with him in the same lie, they were let pass, and so came on shore at Boston, before it was known. But such of the council as were assembled the next day, and sent for some of the company, and upon examination finding that the sickness had been ceased at Christopher's 3 months before they came forth, so as there could be no danger of infection in their persons, they gave them liberty to continue on shore. But for cotton and such goods as might retain the infection, they ordered them to be laid in an house remote, and for Dell he was bound over to the next court to answer his contempt. About 14 days after, a ship came from Malago, which had stayed 9 days at Barbados. She was stopped at the castle. The captain brought the master and 2 others to Boston, which he ought not to have done. 4 magistrates examined them upon oath, and finding they were all well, save 2 who had the flux, and no goods from Barbados but 3 bags of cotton, which were ordered to be landed, etc., at an island, the ship was suffered to come up, but none to come on shore for a week after, etc. 6 August 4. There is a great marriage to be solemnized at Boston. The bridegroom being of Hingham, Mr. Hubbard's church, he was procured to preach, and came to Boston to that end. But the magistrates, hearing of it, sent to him to forbear. The reasons were, 1, for that his spirit had been discovered to be adverse to our ecclesiastical and civil government, and he was a bold man, and would speak his mind. 2, we were not willing to bring in the English custom of ministers performing the solemnity of marriage, which sermons at such times might induce, but if any ministers were present, and would bestow a word of exhortation, etc., it was permitted. The new governor of the Dutch, called Peter Stuyvesant, being arrived at the Manados, footnote, Petrus Stuyvesant arrived at Manhattan in May 1647, in footnote, sent his secretary to Boston with letters to the governor, with tender of all courtesy and good correspondency, but withal taking notice of the differences between them and Connecticut, and offered to have them referred to friends here, not to determine, but to prepare for a hearing and determination in Europe, in which letter he lays claim to all between Connecticut and Delaware. The commissioners being assembled at Boston, the governor acquainted them with the letter, and it was put to consideration what answer to return. Some advised that seeing he made profession of much good will and desire of all neighborly correspondency, we should seek to gain upon him by courtesy, and therefore to accept his offer, and to tender him a visit at his own home, or a meeting in any of our towns which he should choose. But the commissioners of those parts thought otherwise, supposing it would be more to their advantage to stand upon terms of distance, etc. An answer was returned accordingly, only taking notice of his offer, and showing our readiness to give him a meeting in time and place convenient. So matters continued as they were. September 26. But it appeared that a Dutch ship from Holland, being in the harbor at New Haven, where they had traded about a month, were surprised by the Dutch governor and carried to the Manhados. The manner was thus. The merchants of New Haven had bought a ship in the Manhados which was to be delivered at New Haven. In her, the Dutch government put a company of soldiers who, being under decks when the ship came into New Haven, took their opportunity afterward, upon the Lord's Day, to seize the Dutch ship, and having the wind fair, carried her away. The governor of New Haven complained of the injury to the Dutch governor and made a protest, etc. The Dutch governor justified the act by examples of the like in Europe, etc., but especially by claiming the place, and so all along the sea coast to Cape Cod. He pretended to seize the ship as forfeit to the West India Company by trading in their limits without leave or recognition. It fell out at the same time that 3 of the Dutch governor's servants fled from him and came to New Haven, and being pursued, were there apprehended and put in prison. The Dutch governor writes to have them delivered to him, but directs his letter to New Haven and New Netherlands. Upon this, the governor of New Haven refused to deliver them, and writes back to the Dutch, maintaining the right to the place, both by patent from King James, and also by purchase from the natives, and by quiet possession and improvement many years. He wrote also to the governor of the Massachusetts, acquainting him with all that had passed, and desired advice. These letters coming to Boston about the time of the general court, he acquainted the court with them, and a letter was drawn and sent, as from the court, to this purpose. To the Dutch governor, viz., that we were very sorry for the difference which was fallen out between him and our confederates of New Haven, that we might not withhold assistance from them, in case of any injurious violence offered to them, that we accounted their title to the place they possessed to be as good as the Dutch had to the Manhados, that we had willingly interposed for a friendly reconciliation, and that we had right to New Haven to persuade the delivery of the fugitives, etc. We wrote also to the governor of New Haven to the same purpose, intimating to him that at our request he might deliver the fugitives without prejudice to their right or reputation. But this notwithstanding, they detained the fugitives still, nor would send our letter to the Dutch governor, whereupon he made proclamation of free liberty for all servants, etc., of New Haven within his jurisdiction, and wrote to the governor of the Massachusetts, blaming the practice in the general, excusing it in his particular case as being enforced thereto, etc. This course not prevailing, about the end of winter he wrote privately to the fugitives, and the minister of their church wrote also, whereby he gave such assurance to the fugitives, both of pardon of what was past and satisfaction otherwise, as they made an escape and returned home. So that it then appeared that the advice sent from Boston had been better to have been put in practice in season than their own judgment, in pursuit whereof this reproach and damage befell them. 1. March. After this, the Dutch governor writes to our governor in Dutch, complaining of injuries from the governor of New Haven, calling him the pretended governor, etc., particularly for wronging his reputation by slanderous reports, and proffers to refer all differences, as formerly he had done, to the two governors of the Massachusetts and Plymouth, Mr. Winthrop and Mr. Bradford, by name, and professing all good neighborhood to all the rest of the colonies, with some kind of retraction to his former claim to New Haven, etc., as if all claim by word or writing, protests, etc., were of no value, so long as there is no invasion by force. The governor of New Haven, Mr. Theophilus Eaton, he writes also about the same time, complaining of the Dutch governor, and informing of Indian intelligence of the Dutch as animating the natives to war upon the English, and of the excessive customs and other ill usage of our vessels arriving there, and propounding withal a prohibition of all trade with the Dutch until satisfaction were given. These letters being imparted 15-1, March 15th, the General Court at Boston, they thought the matter more weighty and general to the concernment of all the country, than that anything should then be determined about it, and more fit for the commissioners first to consider of, etc., and returned answer to New Haven accordingly. See after 115. Footnote. Page 342 of this edition. In footnote. About this time we had intelligence of an observable hand of God against the Dutch at New Netherlands, which, though it were sadly to be lamented in regard of this calamity, yet appeared in it so much of God in favor of his poor people here, and displeasure towards such as have opposed and injured them, as is not to be passed by without due observation and acknowledgment. The late governor, Mr. William Kieft, a sober and prudent man, though he abstained from outward force, yet had continually molested the colonies of Hartford and New Haven, and used menacings and protests against them, upon all occasions, and had burnt down a trading house which New Haven had built upon Delaware River, and went for Holland in a ship of 400 tons, well manned and richly laden, to the value, as was supposed, of 20,000 pounds, and carried away with him two of our people under censure, the one condemned for rape, though we pursued them, etc. But in their passage in the 8th month, October, the ship, mistaking the channel, was carried into Severn, and cast away upon the coast of Wales near Swansea, the governor and 80 other persons drowned, and some 20 saved. Complaint has been made to the commissioners of the colonies at their last meeting by Pumham and Sakonoko against the Gortonists, who are now returned to Shaomet and had named it Warwick, for eating up all their corn with their cattle, etc. It was left to our commissioners, who wrote to some in those parts to view the damages and require satisfaction. But Mr. Coggeshall, who died soon after, and other of the magistrates of Rhode Island, came to Shaomet, and gave the praisers a warrant under their hands and one of their seals, forbidding them or any other to intermeddle, etc., pretending it to be within their jurisdiction, whereupon the men returned and did nothing. And upon another warrant from the President, in the name of the commissioners, there was nothing done either, so as the poor Indians were in danger to be starved, etc. Upon their farther complaints to us, the General Court, in the first month, March, sent 3 messengers to demand satisfaction for the Indians, and for other wrongs to some English there, and to command them to depart the place as belonging to us, etc. They used our messengers with more respect than formerly, but gave no satisfaction, bearing themselves upon their charter, etc. We could do no more at present, but we procured the Indians some corn in the meantime. In the agitation of this matter in the General Court, some moved to have an order, upon refusal of satisfaction, etc., to send forces presently against them, but others thought better to forbear any resolution until the return of our messengers, and the rather because we expected our agent out of England shortly, by whom we should know more of the success of our petition by the Parliament, etc., it being very probable that the charter would be called in as illegal, etc., and this counsel prevailed. It may be now seasonable to set down what success it pleased the Lord to give Mr. Winslow, our agent, with the Parliament. Mr. Winslow set sail from Boston about the middle of December 1646, and carried such commissions, instructions, etc., as are before mentioned. Upon his arrival in England, and delivery of his letters to the Earl of Warwick, Sir Henry Vane, etc., from the governor, he had a day appointed for audience before the committee, and Gordon and other of his company appeared also to justify their petition and information, which they had formerly exhibited against the court, etc., for making war upon them and keeping them prisoners, etc. But after that our agent had showed the 2 letters they wrote to us from Shaomet, and the testimony of the court, and some of the elders, concerning their blasphemous heresies and other miscarriages, it pleased the Lord to bring about the hearts of the committees, so as they discerned of Gordon, etc., what they were, and of the justice of our proceedings against them. Only they were not satisfied in this, that they were not within our jurisdiction, etc., to which our agent pleaded 2 things. 1. That they were within the jurisdiction of Plymouth or Connecticut, and so the orders of the commissioners of the United Colonies had left them to us. 2. The Indians, upon whose lands they had dwelt, had subjected themselves and their land to our government. Whereupon the committee made this order following, which they directed in form of a letter to Massachusetts, Plymouth, and Connecticut, 1 to each, viz. After our hearty commendations. In our late letter of 25th May, etc., we imparted how far we had proceeded upon the petition of Mr. Gordon and Mr. Holden, etc. We did, by our said letter, declare our tenderness of your just privileges, and of preserving entire the authority and jurisdiction of the several governments of New England, whereof we shall still express our continued care. We have since that taken further consideration of the petition, and spent some time in hearing both parties, concerning the bounds of those patents under which yourselves and the other governments do claim, to the end we might receive satisfaction, whether Shaomet and the rest of the tract of land, pretended to by the petitioners, be actually included within any of your limits. In which point, being matter of fact, we could not, at this distance, give a resolution, and therefore leave that matter to be examined and determined upon the place, if there shall be occasion, for that the boundaries will be there best known and distinguished. And if it shall appear that the said tract is within the limits of any of the New England patents, we shall leave the same, and the inhabitants thereof, to the proper jurisdiction of that government under which they fall. Nevertheless, for that the petitioners have transplanted their families thither, and there settled their residences at a great charge, we commend it to the government, within whose jurisdiction they shall appear to be, as our only desire at present in this matter, not only not to remove them from their plantations, but also to encourage them with protection and assistance in all fit ways, provided that they demean themselves peaceably, and not endanger any of the English colonies by a prejudicial correspondency with the Indians, or otherwise, wherein if they shall be found faulty, we leave them to be proceeded with according to justice. To this purpose we have also written our letters of this tenor to the governments of New Plymouth and Connecticut, hoping that a friendly compliance will engage these persons to an inoffensive honor and conformity, and so become an act of greater conquest, honor, and contentment to you all than the scattering or reducing of them by an hand of power. And so, not doubting of your concurrence with this desire, as there shall be occasion, we commend you to the grace of Christ, resting. Your very affectionate friends, from the committee, etc., 22 of July 1647, Warwick, Governor and Admiral, Pembroke and Montgomery, Manchester, ARTH, Hesselridge, John Roll, HEN Mildmay, GEO Fenwick, WM Purefoy, RECH Salway, Miles Corbett, COR Holland, GEO Snelling. The first letter from the committee after Mr. Winslow had delivered our petition and remonstrance, which should have been inserted before the former. After a hearty commendations, etc., by our letter of May 15, 1646, we communicated to you our reception of a complaint from Mr. Gordon and Mr. Holden, etc., touching some proceedings tried against them by your government. We also imparted to you our resolutions, grounding upon certain reasons set forth in our said letter, for their residing upon Shaomet and the other parts of that tract of land, which is mentioned in a charter of civil incorporation heretofore granted them by us, praying and requiring you to permit the same accordingly, without extending your jurisdiction to any part thereof, or disquieting them in their civil peace, or otherwise interrupting them in their possession, until we should receive your answer to the same in point of title, and thereupon give further order. We have since received a petition and remonstrance from you by your commissioner, Mr. Winslow, and though we have not yet entered into a particular consideration of the matter, yet we do, in the general, take notice of your respect, as well to the Parliament's authority, as your own just privileges, and find cause to be further confirmed in our former opinion and knowledge of your prudence and faithfulness to God and his cause. And perceiving by your petition that some persons do take advantage from our said letter to decline and question your jurisdiction, and to pretend a general liberty to appeal hither, upon their being called in question before you for matters proper to your cognizance, we thought it necessary, for preventing of further inconveniences in this kind, hereby to declare that we intended not thereby to encourage any appeals from your justice, nor to restrain the bounds of your jurisdiction to a narrower compass than is held forth by your letters patent, but to leave you with all that freedom and latitude that may, in any respect, be duly claimed by you, knowing that the limiting of you in that kind may be very prejudicial, if not destructive, to the government and public peace of the colony. For your further satisfaction wherein, you may remember that our said resolution took rise from an admittance that the Naragnaset Bay, the thing in question, was wholly within the bounds of your patent, an examination whereof will, in the next place, come before us. In the meantime we have received advertisement that the place is within the patent of New Plymouth, and that the grounds of your proceedings against the complainants was a joint authority from the four governments of Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and Haven, which, if it falls in upon proof, will much alter the state of the question. And whereas our said direction extended not only to yourselves, but also to all the other governments and plantations in New England, whom it might concern, we declare that we intended thereby no prejudice to any of their rights, nor the countenancing of any practice to violate them, and that we shall for the future be very ready to give our encouragement and assistance in all your endeavors for settling of your peace and government and the advancement of the gospel of Jesus Christ, to whose blessing we commend your persons and affairs. Your very loving friends, from the Committee of Lords and Commons, etc., 25th May, 1647. Warwick, Governor and Admiral, B.A.S. Denby, E.D.W. Manchester, W.M. Say and Seal, F.R. Dacker, W.M. Waller, Arthur Hesselridge, Miles Corbet, F.R. Allen, W.M. Purefoy, G.E.O. Fenwick, C.O.R. Holland. The committee having thus declared themselves to have an honorable regard of us and care to promote the welfare of the four United Colonies and other English plantations to the eastward, for they had confirmed Mr. Rigby his patent of Lagonia, and by their favorable interpretation of it had brought it to the seaside, whereas the words of the grant laid it 20 miles short, and had put Surford and Anna Gorge out of all as far as Saco, our agents proceeded to have the charter, which they had lately granted to those of Rhode Island and Plymouth, to be called in, as laying within the patent of Plymouth or Connecticut. Footnote: the colony had reason to be satisfied with the work of Winslow. Lagonia was a plough patent, of the fortunes of which we have several times read. Though Gorton and his followers were dispossessed at Warwick, we are not to understand from the misleading language of the paragraph that Providence and Newport were disturbed. In footnote. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 25, 1648. 1648, 10-3, May 10. The Court of Elections was at Boston. Mr. Sims, pastor of Charlestown, preached. Mr. Winthrop was chosen governor again, and Mr. Dudley deputy governor. Mr. Endicott, sergeant major, and he and Mr. Bradstreet, commissioners, etc. 3. Here arrived 3 ships from London in one day. By the passengers we understood, as also by letters from Mr. Winslow, etc., how the hopes and endeavors of Dr. Child and other the petitioners, etc., had been blasted by the special providence of the Lord, who still wrought for us. Dr. Child had a brother, a major of a regiment in Kent, who, being set on by his brother and William Vassall, who went from Scituate to petition against the country, etc., set out a pamphlet, wherein he published their petition, exhibited to our General Court, and other proceedings of the court. This was answered by Mr. Winslow in a book, entitled The Salamander, pointing therein at Mr. Vassall, a man never at rest, but when he was in the fire of contention, wherein he cleared the justice of our proceedings. Footnote: the 2 publications referred to are Major John Child's New England's Jonas cast up at London, and Winslow's New England's Salamander discovered. Both were published at London in 1647, and both were reprinted in the Collections of the Massachusetts Historical Society, the former in second series, 4, the latter in third series, 2. In footnote. As for those who went over to procure us trouble, God met with them all. Mr. Vassall, finding no entertainment for his petitions, went to Barbados. Dr. Child preferred a petition to the committee against us, and put in Mr. Thomas Fowle his name among others, but he, hearing of it, protested against it, for God had brought him very low, both in his estate and in his reputation, since he joined in the first petition. After this the doctor, meeting with Mr. Willoughby, footnote, Francis Willoughby, returning to New England, became a much respected citizen, attaining the office of deputy governor, and at the Restoration strongly opposing the exercise of the royal prerogative, in footnote. Upon the exchange, this Mr. Willoughby dwelt at Charlestown, but his father was a colonel of the city. And falling in talk about New England, the doctor railed against the people, saying they were a company of rogues and knaves. Mr. Willoughby answered, that he who spoke so, etc., was a knave, whereupon the doctor gave him a box on the ear. Mr. Willoughby was ready to have closed with him, etc., but being upon the exchange, he was stayed, but presently arrested him. And when the doctor saw the danger he was in, he employed some friends to make his peace, who ordered him to give 5 pounds to the poor of New England, for Mr. Willoughby would have nothing of him, and to give Mr. Willoughby open satisfaction in the full exchange, and to give it under his hand, never to speak evil of New England men after, nor to occasion any trouble to the country, or to any of the people, all of which he gladly performed, and besides God had so blessed his estate, as he was quite broken, etc. Samuel Gorton arrived here. The court, being informed of it, made an order that he should be apprehended, etc. But he sending us the Earl of Warwick's letter, desiring only that he might have liberty to pass home, the court recalled their former order, and gave him a week's liberty to provide for his departure. This was much opposed by some, but the most considered that, it being only at the Earl's request, no command, it could be no prejudice to our liberty, and our commissioner being still attending the Parliament, it might have disadvantaged our cause in his expedition if the Earl should have heard that we had denied him so small a request. Yet it was carried only by a casting voice. The Gortonist of Shaomet, hearing how matters were like to go against them in England, and illegible by Aquade, began to consider how they might make their peace with us, and for that end sent 2 of their company to petition our general court, etc., but these messengers being come to Dedham, and hearing that the court was adjourned, they came no further, but one of them wrote a letter to our governor in this tenor following. The Right Worshipful Mr. John Winthrop, governor of the Massachusetts, humbly presented to your worship's consideration, that whereas I, with another, was chosen by the general court held at Providence the 18th of this month, and sent with an humble request to this honorable state concerning Shaomet business, when we came at Dedham, hearing that the general court was adjourned, I, your suppliant, being an inhabitant of Shaomet, seriously weighing my present condition there, I made bold to advise with Mr. Powell, footnote, Michael Powell kept the ordinary or tavern at Dedham, but coming later to Boston, was one of the founders and ruling elders of the second church, in footnote, concerning the same, who advised me to repair to your worship, which, on consideration, I could not, till I had some knowledge of your worship's favorable acceptation. My humble request therefore is, that your worship would be pleased to send me your mind in a few lines concerning the premises. So, craving your worship's favorable construction, I remain, yours most humbly, Rufus Barton. Dedham, May 22nd, 1648. This year corn was very scarce, and so it was in all countries of Europe. Our scarcity came by occasion of our transporting much to the West Indies and the Portugal and Spanish islands. The magistrates sent out to have a survey of the corn in the country, and finding it to fall very short, the next general court made an order to prohibit transportation, except of such as should be brought in from other parts, and such as were sold before to be transported, etc. Yet this restraint notwithstanding, etc., the price did not rise 12 pence in the bushel, nor, through the good providence of the Lord, was the scarcity much felt among the people. Mr. Eaton, having again moved the governor to know the mind of the court touching the Dutch governor's proceedings, the court appointed a committee to consider of it after the court was adjourned, and withal to consider of the Articles of Confederation and some of the commissioner's orders. For there was some murmuring among the people about the inequality of some articles, as that we bearing more than half the charge upon all occasions, etc., should yet have no more commissioners than the smallest of the other, and that all charges should be levied by the poll, considering how great a part of our people were laborers and craftsmen, and of theirs the most were farmers and well-stocked, etc. 28.3, May 28th. Soon after the court was adjourned, the governor received 2 letters from the Dutch governor, holding forth much assurance of his sincere affection to a firm peace and neighborly compliance with all the English, and that upon these grounds: 1. Our unity in the true religion. 2. The ancient league between the 2 nations. 3. The community in danger, in respect of the common enemy, both Spaniards and Indians. 4. The reconciling former differences and preventing future. 5th. The benefit of a mutual league, both offensive and defensive, against a common enemy, and offered to meet Mr. Bradford, the governor of Plymouth, and Mr. Winthrop, the governor of the Massachusetts, at Connecticut, at such time as we should appoint, and to refer all to us. The governor returned answer to him, of what gladness he conceived in his forwardness to peace, and had no reason to doubt of his cordial intentions, etc., promising to further the meeting what lay in his power, etc. There was some reason why the Dutch governor's spirit should begin to fall, both in regard of the weakness the state of Holland, especially the West India Company, were fallen into, which was not the least occasion of their late peace with Spain. Footnote: the United Provinces ended the 80 Years' War with Spain by the Treaty of Munster, January 30, 1648. The Dutch West India Company, whose fortunes had fallen very low, was rechartered in 1647. In footnote. And also in respect of the doubts which he was fallen into at this time, both from his own unruly people, and also of their neighbor Indians, for neither would his people be restrained from furnishing the Indians with guns, powder, etc., nor would the Indians endure to be without that trade, and the great loss the company had sustained by late wreck of 3 ships, and the old governor and many principal men with him, made him doubtful of any great supply from Holland. 4. June 4th. Here arrived one Sir Edmund Plowden, footnote, an unsuccessful adventurer who planned a large enterprise and secured in 1634 a patent from the Crown of Ireland, making him Earl Palatine of the province of New Albion. Of the great feudal domain projected, nothing ever came. Its history is fully related by Professor Gregory B. Keene in Windsor's Narrative and Critical History of America, Volume 3, pages 457 to 468, in footnote, who had been in Virginia about 7 years. He came first with a patent of a county palatine for Delaware Bay, but wanting a pilot for that place, he went to Virginia, and there having lost the estate he brought over, and all his people scattered from him, he came hither to return to England for supply, intending to return and plant Delaware, if he could get sufficient strength to dispossess the Swedes. This year a new way was found out to Connecticut by Nashaway, which avoided much of the hilly way. The magistrates, being informed at a court of assistance that 4 or 5 Indians, who lived upon the spoil of their neighbors, had murdered some Indians of Nipnet, who were subject to this government, and robbed their wigwam, sent 20 men to Nashaway to inquire of the truth of the matter, and to apprehend the murderers if they could be found. But being fled to Naragnasetts, they returned, inform us certainly of the persons murdered, and of the actors, etc., which was of this good use, though they could not apprehend them, that the Indians saw care of them, and readiness to protect them, and revenge their wrongs. After this, 2 Indians of Cutchamakins procuring, offering themselves to apprehend some of the murderers, we gave them commission, and withal wrote to Mr. Pinchion to assist them, etc., they being near Springfield. Mr. Pinchion offered his assistance, but wrote to the governor that the Indians murdered, nor yet the murderers, were not our subjects, and withal that it would endanger a war, whereupon the governor, advising with the deputy, etc., wrote back presently to Mr. Pinchion that then he should proceed no further, but send back the Indians, etc. At this court, one Margaret Jones of Charlestown was indicted and found guilty of witchcraft and hanged for it. The evidence against her was, 1. That she was found to have such a malignant touch, as many persons, men, women, and children, whom she stroked or touched with any affection or displeasure, or etc., were taken with deafness or vomiting or other violent pains or sickness. 2. She practicing physic, and her medicines being such things as, by her own confession, were harmless, as aniseed, liquors, etc., yet had extraordinary violent effects. 3. She would use to tell such as would not make use of her physic that they would never be healed, and accordingly their diseases and hurts continued, with relapse against the ordinary course, and beyond the apprehension of all physicians and surgeons. 4. Some things which she foretold came to pass accordingly, other things she could tell of, as secret speeches, etc., which she had no ordinary means to come to the knowledge of. 5. She had, upon search, an apparent teat in her secret parts as fresh as if it had been newly sucked, And after it had been scanned upon a forced search that was withered, another other began on the opposite side. 6. In the prison, in the clear daylight, there was seen in her arms, she sitting on the floor, and her clothes up, etc., a little child which ran from her into another room, and the officer following it, it was vanished. The like child was seen in 2 other places to which she had relation. And one maid that saw it fell sick upon it, and was cured by the said Margaret, who used means to be employed to that end. Her behavior at her trial was very intemperate, lying notoriously, and railing upon the jury and witnesses, etc., and in the like distemper she died. The same day and hour she was executed, there was a very great tempest at Connecticut, which blew down many trees, etc. 4. June. The wife of one Winthrop of Exeter was found in the river dead, her neck broken, her tongue black and swollen out of her mouth, and the blood settled in her face, the privy parts swollen, etc., as if she had been much abused, etc. A vessel of Connecticut, being the last winter at Curacao, in the possession of the Dutch, found there a negro who had lost his legs, and had been sent thither out of Holland to perform such service to the governor as he was fit for, having been trained up to some learning in Holland. This man had attained to some good savour of religion, so as he grew weary of the Dutch of the island, who were very debauched, only one man he found some piety in, and there being some Indians in the island, he acquainted himself with them, and having attained some skill in their language, he began to instruct them and their children in the knowledge of God, etc. And the Lord so blessed his endeavours, as the Indians began to hearken to him, and yielded themselves to be taught at certain times which this negro appointed. This negro told the master of the English vessel, one Bull, a godly and discreet man, of all his proceedings, and what comfort he had in that one godly Dutchman, saying that he never was in his company, but he found Jesus Christ warming him at the heart. He inquired of Bull about New England and our religion and churches, and asked if we were of those Christians who advance the doctrine of merits, etc., and much rejoiced when he heard the truth of our doctrine, etc., and showed himself very desirous to see New England, and so left him at that time. 28. The Welcome of Boston, about 300 tons, riding before Charleston, having in her 80 horses and 120 tons of ballast, in calm weather, fell to rolling, and continued so about 12 hours, so as though they brought a great weight to the one side, yet she would heel to the other, and so deep as they feared her foundering. It was then the time of the county court at Boston, and the magistrates hearing of it, and withal that one Jones, the husband of the witch lately executed, had desired to have passage in her to Barbados, and could not have it without such payment, etc., they sent the officer presently with a warrant to apprehend him, one of them saying that the ship would stand still as soon as he was in prison. And as the officer went, and was passing over the ferry, one said to him, "You can tame men sometimes, can't you tame the ship?" The officer answered, "I have that here that, it may be, will tame her, and make her be quiet," and with that showed his warrant. And at the same instant she began to stop, and presently stayed, and after he was put in prison, moved no more. There appeared over the harbor at New Haven, in the evening, the form of the keel of a ship with 3 masts, to which were suddenly added all the tackling and sails, and presently after, upon the top of the poop, a man standing with one hand akimbo under his left side, and his right hand a sword stretched out toward the sea. Then from the side of the ship, which was from the town, arose a great smoke, which covered all the ship, and in that smoke she vanished away, but some saw her keel sink into the water. This was seen by many men and women, and it continued about a quarter of an hour. The spectral ship of New Haven, the tradition of which was taken up and characteristically developed by Cotton Mather, is one of the most weird of New England legends, and has become very familiar to the later generations. Diverse letters passed between our governor and the Dutch governor about a meeting for reconciling the differences between our confederates of New Haven, etc., and him. But Mr. Bradford, the governor of Plymouth, being one of the 2 whom the Dutch governor desired to refer the differences unto, being sent unto about it, came to Boston, and there excused himself, by bodily infirmities and other reasons, that he could not go to Hartford that summer, but promised, the Lord assisting, to prepare against the middle of the 4 June next summer. So the governor, Mr. Hopkins being then also at Boston, dispatched away letters presently to the Dutch governor to certify him thereof, who returned answer soon after that he was very sorry the meeting did not hold, and professed his earnest inclination to peace, and that he never had any thought of war, and desired that in the meantime all things might remain as they were, neither encroaching upon others' pretended limits, desiring withal that he might meet the commissioners of the colonies also to treat with them about the Indian trade, which was much abused, etc. 15:6, August 15. The Synod met at Cambridge by adjournment from the 4 June last. Mr. Allen of Dedham preached out of Acts 15, a very godly, learned, and particular handling of near all the doctrines and applications concerning that subject, with a clear discovery and refutation of such errors, objections, and scruples as had been raised about it by some young heads in the country. It fell out, about the midst of his sermon, there came a snake into the seat, where many of the elders sat behind the preacher. It came in at the door, where people stood thick upon the stairs. Divers of the elders shifted from it, but Mr. Thompson, one of the elders of Braintree, a man of much faith, trode upon the head of it, and so held it with his foot and staff, with a small pair of grains, pair of grains, a sort of fish spear, until it was killed. This being so remarkable, and nothing falling out but by divine providence, it is out of doubt the Lord discovered somewhat of his mind in it. The serpent is the devil, the synod the representative of the churches of Christ in New England. The devil had formerly and lately attempted their disturbance and dissolution, but their faith in the seed of the woman overcame him and crushed his head. The synod went on comfortably, and intended only the framing of a confession of faith, etc., and a form of church discipline, not entertaining any other business. For the first, they wholly agreed with that which the Assembly in England had lately set forth. For the other, viz., for discipline, they drew it by itself, according to the general practice of our churches. So they ended in less than 14 days. At this synod was laid down the famous Cambridge platform upon which the congregational polity of New England substantially rested until 1780. 20 years of experience had taught the leaders that congregationalism might be too absolute. Hence this grafting upon the original idea of the council or synod, which differed from Presbyterianism in not being permanent, only resorted to in temporary emergencies, and yet was a decided check upon independency. The platform, or Book of Discipline, as it was often called, was adopted, hardly with cordiality, but remained long in authority. See Palfrey, History of New England, Volume 1, page 330. This month, when our first harvest was near had in, the pigeons came again all over the country, but did no harm, harvest being just in, but provided a great blessing, it being incredible what multitudes of them were killed daily. It was ordinary for one man to kill 8 or 10 dozen in half a day, yea, 5 or 6 dozen at one shoot, and some 7 or 8. Thus the Lord showed us that he could make the same creature, which formerly had been a great chastisement, now to become a great blessing. About the midst of this summer there arose a fly out of the ground, about the bigness of the top of a man's little finger, of brown color. They filled the woods from Connecticut to Sudbury with a great noise, and eat up the young sprouts of the trees, but meddled not with the corn. There were also between Plymouth and Braintree, but came no further. If the Lord had not stopped them, they had spoiled all our orchards, for they did some few. At the last meeting of the commissioners at New Haven, information was given them that Susquehanna, a sachem near Hartford, would have hired an Indian to kill some of the magistrates of Hartford, whereupon he was sent for, but came not, and being among other Indians about Pocumtucket, Pocumtucket became later Deerfield, they sent for Uncas, who undertook to fetch him in, which he not being able to do by force, he surprised him in the night, and brought him to Hartford, where he was kept in prison divers weeks. But there was not sufficient proof to convict him, etc., he was discharged. Yet the Indians, from whom he was taken, took it so to heart against Uncas as they intended to make war upon him, and the Naragnasetts sent wampum to them to encourage them. And accordingly in this month there were gathered together from divers parts about 1,000 Indians armed, 300 or more having guns, powder, and bullets, and were at Pocumtucket preparing, etc., which the magistrates of Hartford hearing of, they sent 3 horsemen to them, one being very expert in the Indian language, to know their intent, and to tell them that if they made war upon Uncas, the English must defend him. The Indian sachems entertained the messengers courteously, and having heard their message, they took time to give their answer, which was this, viz., they knew the English to be a wise and warlike people, and they intended not to fall out with them, therefore for the present they would desist, and consider further of the matter. And God had so disposed, as at the same instant they had intelligence of a defeat given to some of their confederates by other Indians, which called them to their aid, and also the Naragnaset had failed to send them all the wampum he had promised. Thus the Lord delivered us from that war, which must needs have been very dangerous, especially to our brethren of Connecticut. The Naragnaset and Niantic, dealing thus underhand, contrary to their covenant, and being yet behind near 1,000 fathom of the wampum they should have paid us long since, the commissioner, sitting at Plymouth 7 September, ordered 4 men to be sent to them with an interpreter, with instructions how to treat with them, both concerning their hiring other Indians to war upon Uncas, and also about the wampum behind. Captain Atherton and Captain Pritchard, assisted with 2 others, voluntarily undertook the service, and went hence 3/8, October 3rd. They were to have taken Benedict Arnold for their interpreter, but being from home, they went to Mr. Williams, who sent for the sachems. But they had heard that many horsemen were come to take them, which made Pesicus fly over to Rhode Island. Then our messengers went to Niantic, where Ninnicraft entertained them courteously. There they stayed the Lord's Day, and came back with them to Mr. Williams. And then Pesicus and Canonicus's son, being delivered of their fear, came to them, and being demanded about hiring the Mohawks against Uncas, they solemnly denied it, only they confessed that the Mohawk, being a great sachem, and their ancient friend, and being come so near them, they sent 20 fathom of wampum for him to tread upon, as a matter of Indians is. And Canonicus's son, called Blank, used us as servation, viz. Englishman's God doth know, that we did not send to stir up or hire the Mohawks against Uncas. Then they further promised they would not meddle with Uncas, nor stir up any other against him, before they had paid all their debt of wampum to the English, and then they would require satisfaction for all the wrongs Uncas had done them, and if the English would not see them satisfied, they would consider what to do. And for their wampum behind, etc., they desired the English to bear with them, and regard their want of corn last winter, had made them lay out their wampum to the English for corn, but in the spring they would provide part of it, and the rest so soon as they could. 8 October. A shallop having been fishing at Monhegan, and returning with other boats, and being put in at Damerel's Cove, footnote, now Damariscove Island, near Monhegan on the Maine coast, in footnote, the other boats fell to their oars, the wind failing, and called upon this boat to do the like, that they might be harbored before night. But they were slothful and neglected, etc., whereupon she missed her way, and was split upon a rock, and all the men, being 4 and 1 Indian, and all the goods perished. 20. In the time of our general court, here arrived from Virginia one Mr. Harrison, pastor of the church at Nansemond there, and reported to us that the church was grown to 118 persons, and many more looking towards it, which had stirred up the governor there, Sir William Berkeley, to raise persecution against them, and he had banished their elder, Mr. Durand, and himself, viz. Mr. Harrison, was to depart the country by the 3rd ship at furthest, which had caused him to come now to take advice of the magistrates and elders here about the matter. First he spake with the magistrates and propounded 2 things. 1. Whether their church ought not to remove upon this persecution. 2. Whether we advise them to remove. To the first our answer was, that seeing God had carried on his work so graciously hitherto, and that there was so great hope of a far more plentiful harvest at hand, many of the council being well inclined, etc., and 1,000 of the people by conjecture, they should not be hasty to remove, as long as they could stay upon any tolerable terms. For the place they should remove to, if necessitated, Mr. Harrison acquainted us with a place allowed and propounded to them, and the occasion of it, which was thus. Captain W. M. Sale of Somers Islands, footnote Bermudas, end footnote, having been lately in England, had procured an ordinance of Parliament for planting the Bahamas Islands, now called Eleutheria, in the mouth of the Gulf of Florida, and wanting means to carry it on, had obtained of divers Parliament men and others in London to undertake the work, which they did, and drew up a covenant and articles for all to enter into, who would come into the business. The first article was for liberty of conscience, wherein they provided that the civil magistrate should not have cognizance of any matter which concerned religion, but every man might enjoy his own opinion or religion, without control or question, nor was there any word of maintaining or professing any religion or worship of God at all, and the commission, by authority of the ordinance of Parliament, to Captain Sale to be governor 3 years was with limitation, that they should be subject to such orders and directions as from time to time they should receive from the company in England, etc. Upon these terms they furnished him with a ship, and all provisions and necessaries for the design, and some few persons embarked with him, and sailed to the Somers Islands, where they took in Mr. Patrick Copeland, elder of that church, a godly man of near 80 years of age, and so many other of the church there, as they were in the ship in all 70 persons. But in the way to Eleutheria, one Captain Butler, a young man who came in the ship from England, made use of his liberty to disturb all the company. He could not endure any ordinances or worship, etc., and when they arrived at one of the Eleutheria islands, and were intended there to settle, he made such a faction as enforced Captain Sale to remove to another island, and being near the harbor, the ship struck and was cast away. The persons were all saved, save one, but all their provisions and goods were lost, so as they were forced, for divers months, to lie in the open air, and to feed upon such fruits and wild creatures as the islands afforded. But finding their strength to decay, and no hope of any relief, Captain Sale took a shallop and 8 men, with such provisions as they could get, and set sail, hoping to attain either the Somers Islands, or Virginia, or New England. And so it pleased the Lord to favor them, that in 9 days they arrived in Virginia, their provisions all spent, etc. Those of the church relieved them, and furnished them with a bark and provisions to return to relieve their company left in Eleutheria. Captain Sale, finding the church in this state, persuaded them to remove to Eleutheria, which they began to listen unto. But after they had seen a copy of his commission and articles, etc., though he undertook to them that the company in England would alter anything they should desire, yet they paused upon it, for the church were very orthodox and zealous for the truth. It would not resolve before they had received advice from us. Whereupon letters were returned to them, dissuading them from joining with that people under those terms. 9 November 2. Here arrived a Dutch hoy of about 30 tons, with cordage and other goods, 7 men in her. She came from the Isle of Wight hither in 5 weeks. 18. One Bezaleel Peyton of the Church of Boston, coming from Barbados in a vessel of 60 tons, was taken with a great storm of wind and rain at east in the night, between Cape Cod and the bay, so as he was forced to put out 2 anchors. But the storm increasing, they were put from their anchors, and seeing no way but death before their eyes, they commended themselves to the Lord, who delivered them marvelously. For they were carried among Conehasset rocks, yet touched none of them, and put on shore upon a beach. And presently there came a mighty sea, which lifted their vessel over the beach into a smooth water. And after the storm was over, they used means, and got her safe out. The like example of the blessing of prayer fell out not long after, in saving a small open vessel of ours, wherein was one Richard Collica of the Church of Dorchester, who being eastward about trading was carried by a violent storm among the rocks, where they could find no place to get out. So they went to prayer, and presently there came a great sea, and heaved their vessel over into the open sea in a place between 2 rocks. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of New England, 1630 to 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop. Section 26, 1649. 1111, January 11. About 8 persons were drowned this winter, all by adventuring upon the ice, except 3, whereof 2, one of being far in drink, would needs pass from Boston to Winnisimmett in a small boat in a tempestuous night. This man, using to come home to Winnisimmett drunken, his wife would tell him he would one day be drowned, etc., but he made light of it. Another went aboard a ship to make merry the last day at night, being the beginning of the Lord's Day, and returning about midnight with 3 of the ship's company. The boat was overset by means of the ice, they guiding her by a rope, which went from the ship to the shore. The seamen waded out, but the Boston man was drowned, being a man of good conversation, and hopeful of some work of grace begun in him, but drawn away by the seaman's invitation. God will be sanctified in them that come near him. 2 others were the children of one of the Church of Boston. While their parents were at the lecture, the boy, being about 7 years of age, having a small staff in his hand, ran down upon the ice towards a boat he saw, and the ice breaking he fell in, but his staff kept him up, till his sister, about 14 years old, ran down to save her brother, though there were 4 men at hand, and called her not to go, being themselves hasting to save him, and so drowned herself and him also, being past recovery ere the man could come at them, and could easily reach ground with their feet. The parents had no more sons, and confessed they had been too indulgent towards him, and had set their hearts overmuch upon him. This puts me in mind of another child very strangely drowned a little before winter. The parents were also members of the Church of Boston. The father had undertaken to maintain the mill dam, and being at work upon it, with some help he had hired, in the afternoon of the last day of the week, Night came upon them before they had finished what they intended, and his conscience beginning to put him in mind of the Lord's day, and he was troubled, yet went on and wrought an hour within night. The next day, after evening exercise, and after they had supped, the mother put 2 children to bed in the room where themselves did lie, and they went out to visit a neighbor. When they returned, they continued about an hour in the room, and missed not the child. But then the mother going to the bed, and not finding her youngest child, a daughter about 5 years of age, after much search she found it drowned in a well in her cellar, which was very observable, as by a special hand of God, that the child should go out of that room into another in the dark, and then fall down at a trap door, or go down the stairs, and so into the well in the farther end of the cellar, the top of the well and the water being even with the ground. But the father, freely in the open congregation, did acknowledge it the righteous hand of God for his profaning his holy day against the checks of his own conscience. End of Section 26, 1649. End of History of New England, 1630 to 1649, by John Winthrop.